Audiobook title: The Guard Engine's Awakening. Original title: Crossing the Otherworld to Build Gundam. Audiobook by Zephyr Audiobook. And short audiobook part 04 Chapter 151 to 200 Chapter 150. The courtship gambit. On the very same day that Emperor Valerius Zu of the Cathayan Empire held his crucial council meeting, another powerful monarch was making his move. Emperor Taxgas VI of the mighty Garthian Empire extended an olive branch toward Draco Varlan, though this particular offering came wrapped in silk and crowned with jewels. His envoy's luxury starship cut through the void like a gleaming dagger, its destination, the Aegis asteroid. Draco had initially wanted to refuse the audience altogether, another bloody diplomatic dance, he'd thought, rubbing his temples, but pragmatism won out. The Garthian Empire commanded the strongest colonial sphere in known space. Best not to make enemies unnecessarily. Let's see what the old bastard wants, he muttered to himself, straightening his Tiani uniform. The envoy proved to be Count Claudius Roman III, a distinguished gentleman whose bearing screamed military nobility from his polished boots to his razor-sharp salute. As his opulent vessel docked with the Aegis, Claudius pressed his face to the viewport, studying the asteroid base's defensive arrays with professional interest. Bloody hell, the Count thought, this isn't some ragtag mercenary outfit. This is a proper military fortress. Born into a family of career soldiers, Claudius recognized quality when he saw it. The Tiani weapons systems made his own empire's arsenal look positively archaic. A lieutenant colonel greeted him at the airlock, not some lowly ensign but a proper officer. Even the greeting party spoke of respect and military precision. As they toured the facility, Claudius's amazement grew. Automated systems hummed with quiet efficiency, reducing manpower whilst boosting productivity beyond anything he'd witnessed. The mercenaries themselves moved with the lethal grace of seasoned killers. No mere soldiers for hire these, but warriors forged in fire. His escort led him through gleaming corridors to a massive manufacturing bay, where Draco Varlan stood hunched over a mobile suit's weapon system, his hands dancing across complex circuitry with surgical precision. That's no mass production unit, Claudius realized with growing excitement. That's Gundam-class hardware, sir, the lieutenant colonel reported crisply. Your distinguished guest has arrived. Draco glanced up, his intense gaze taking in the Count's measure in a single sweeping look. Right, cheers. You're dismissed, Colonel. Setting aside his tools, Draco peeled off his work gloves and extended a firm handshake. Apologies for keeping you waiting, Count. Bit of a technical emergency, I'm afraid. Think nothing of it, Claudius replied smoothly, though internally he marveled at this young man who worked on cutting-edge technology with his own hands. Most CEOs wouldn't know a spanner from a screwdriver. A man of your stature must have countless pressing matters. After the requisite pleasantries, Draco cut straight to the chase. So then, what brings the Garthian Empire to my humble asteroid? Claudius straightened, adopting the formal tone of official business. His Imperial Majesty, Emperor Taxgas VI, extends an invitation for you to become a citizen of the Garthian Empire. Should you accept, he would immediately elevate you to the rank of Duke, granting you your choice of 3 colonial satellites as your personal domain. Draco's expression remained carefully neutral. I appreciate His Majesty's generosity, but I've no current plans for emigration. The Count had expected this response. He hadn't served in diplomatic circles for decades without learning to read the room. Without missing a beat, he produced 3 photographs from his jacket, laying them before Draco with theatrical precision. Perhaps you recognize these ladies. Draco's breath caught despite himself. 3 stunning beauties gazed up from the images, each embodying Western ideals of feminine perfection in distinctly different ways. The eldest radiated mature sophistication. Golden hair swept into an elegant chignon, sapphire eyes that sparkled with intelligence, lips curved in a knowing smile. Her figure spoke of a woman who'd blossomed into full, confident femininity. The middle princess struck a more modern pose, emerald eyes gleaming above high cheekbones, waves of chestnut hair framing a face that could grace any fashion magazine. Tall and graceful, she possessed the kind of legs that could stop traffic across 3-star systems. The youngest appeared barely out of her teens, shoulder-length blonde curls catching imaginary sunlight, enormous blue eyes radiating innocence and vitality. Though petite, her athletic build suggested hidden strength beneath that wholesome exterior. "The three imperial princesses," Draco said carefully. "From left to right, Princess Fiora, Princess Amelia and Princess Miskar. Half the galaxy's probably in love with them." Count Claudius leaned forward with predatory satisfaction. "They could all be yours." "Come again," Draco blinked, certain he'd misheard. "His Imperial Majesty offers not merely titles and lands." Claudius continued, his voice dropping to conspiratorial tones, "but the hands of his beloved daughters in marriage. Choose one, two, or all three. The Emperor cares not. Princess Fiora would serve as your primary wife, with her sisters as secondary consorts if you so desire." Bloody hell, Draco thought, the old boy's really pulling out all the stops, trading his own daughters like pawns on a chessboard, all for my technology. Claudius watched Draco's face intently, reading silence as consideration. Got him, the Count thought smugly. Money, power, status, beautiful women. No red-blooded man can resist such temptations. When Draco finally spoke, the Count's confidence evaporated like morning mist. "I'm deeply honored by His Majesty's faith in me," Draco said quietly, "but my answer remains unchanged. I've no interest in relocating and I'm already spoken for." That is, surely," Claudius stammered, his diplomatic composure cracking. "How is this possible?" Recovering quickly, he pressed forward with desperate enthusiasm. But you needn't worry about existing attachments. The Garthian Empire embraces polygamous unions. The princesses would serve as your primary wives, whilst your current lady could certainly join the household. Indeed, you'd be free to take as many additional consorts as you pleased. The princesses wouldn't object in the slightest. Christ, he's really not getting it, Draco thought with growing irritation. "Time for plain speaking. Count Claudius," he said firmly, "let me be perfectly clear. I have zero interest in emigrating to your empire, regardless of incentives offered. If His Majesty hoped to secure my services through marriage alliances, he's barking up the wrong tree entirely. However, if he's genuinely interested in legitimate business partnerships, we can certainly discuss trade agreements." The Count's face flushed crimson. "My profound apologies for any offense, Mr. Varland. Of course, legitimate business ventures are always welcome in our empire. Perhaps regarding your Gundam technology." "Absolutely not," Draco cut him off without hesitation. "Gundam units aren't for sale. Not to your empire, not to anyone. That technology stays proprietary, but we're open to discussing other ventures." Claudius felt his heart sink. Every major power in the galaxy coveted those incredible machines. Mobile suits capable of facing down entire squadrons single-handedly. The strategic implications were staggering. Still, hearing that nobody could purchase Gundam technology provided some comfort. If Draco wouldn't sell to anyone, at least the Garthian Empire faced no immediate disadvantage. "Very well," Claudius sighed. "Perhaps we might explore other avenues of cooperation." "Certainly," Draco nodded, already mentally shifting gears. "I'll have Saskia, she runs our manufacturing division, arrange meetings with the appropriate department heads. I'm sure we can find mutually beneficial arrangements." As the Count gathered his photographs with wounded dignity, both men understood that this particular gambit had failed spectacularly. Yet in the vast chess game of interstellar politics, even failed moves could yield valuable intelligence. The Garthian Empire had shown its hand, and Draco Varlan had proven himself utterly incorruptible. Interesting, both men thought simultaneously, though for entirely different reasons. The diplomatic dance would continue, but the opening moves had been played, and the young mercenary emperor had emerged victorious without firing a single shot. Chapter 151. Another storm brewing. Count Claudius Roman III settled into his accommodations within ecological sector, one of the Aegis asteroid, his breath catching as he gazed upon the sprawling grasslands that stretched before him like Earth's most pristine meadows. The sight stirred something profound within his chest, that same sense of wonder he'd experienced during his rare visits to Earth's unspoiled wilderness. Remarkable, he mused, watching Tiani personnel tend to grazing livestock, whilst off-duty mercenaries and factory workers wandered the rolling hills, their faces lit with genuine contentment. During casual conversations with these relaxing staff members, Claudius discovered that several other ecological sectors existed, some perfectly mimicking coastal environments, others recreating mountain forests with crystal streams, and still others serving as dedicated entertainment districts. They've built paradise in the void, he realized with growing respect. Meanwhile, across the asteroid's command sector, Draco Varlan hunched over his workstation, fingers dancing across holographic displays as he finalized orders for 3 new Gundam units: Lunar Goddess, Crimson Aegis, and Shadow Thunder. Each machine represented a significant leap in his design philosophy. The cockpits now featured psycho-communication systems, with funnels increased to 8 units each. Both Crimson Aegis and Shadow Thunder would be powered by Minovsky ultra-energy thermonuclear reactors, the same devastating power source he planned to retrofit into his previous creations. Black Strike, Azure Duel, and Emerald Storm Gundams, all sitting unused in the hangar bays. Time to give them proper teeth, he thought grimly. The door chime interrupted his concentration. Come in, Persica Tau entered, her silhouette graceful against the corridor's blue lighting, carrying a thick stack of documents that she placed precisely on his desk. Draco scanned the contents, his expression shifting to one of mild amusement. Tell President Saskia that whatever the Garthian Empire wants to purchase, we'll accommodate them as much as possible, he said, rolling his shoulders to work out the knots forming there. Understood, Persica replied, her voice carrying that familiar warmth that never failed to ease his tension. As she moved behind him, her delicate hands found the tight muscles of his neck, fingers working with practiced precision. The relief was immediate, melting away hours of hunched concentration. But then Persica's gaze fell upon his computer screen, specifically the technical specifications for the Lunar Goddess Gundam. Her hands paused, then applied distinctly more pressure than necessary. This Lunar Goddess design, she said, her tone deceptively casual. Why does it look exactly like those bee-costumed dancers from the nightclubs? Don't tell me you've been frequenting such establishments for inspiration. The massage became noticeably less therapeutic. Draco winced, both from the increased pressure and the dangerous territory this conversation was heading toward. He'd learned the hard way about Persica's very specific boundaries regarding his viewing habits. She'd made it crystal clear that, whilst she didn't mind what he'd looked at before their relationship, any new material acquired after was absolutely forbidden. Actually, he said quickly, his mind racing for a safe explanation, this is a childhood design. I was watching bees in a garden once, remembered an old anime character called Honey Bee, and sketched this on a whim. It's been gathering dust in my files for years. The pressure on his shoulders returned to normal. Oh, I see, Persica said, studying the technical specifications more carefully. Psycho-communication system, funnels. You've designed this specifically for new types to control through mental commands. You're planning for one of us to pilot it. I certainly won't be climbing into that thing, Draco chuckled. Far too feminine for my tastes, but you or your sister could handle it brilliantly. Too childish for me, Persica mused, though it might suit my sister perfectly. Draco reached up, gently grasping her hands and drawing her around to face him. With practiced ease, he guided her onto his lap, her weight settling comfortably against him. There's something I need to tell you, he said seriously. What's that? She asked, though her tone suggested she already suspected. Draco recounted Count Claudius's marriage proposal, the offer of 3 imperial princesses, and a dukedom in exchange for his loyalty to the Garthian Empire. Persica listened in silence, her expression growing increasingly dangerous. And did you consider accepting? She asked with deceptive sweetness. A chance to marry 3 princesses at once must have been tempting. If I were even remotely interested, would I be telling you about it? Draco countered. I wanted to discuss this with you immediately, but you were off playing in the ecological sectors with your sister. Now that you're back, you're the first to know. Good answer, she said, relaxing slightly. Draco's arms encircled her waist, pulling her closer. I need you to understand something, Persica said, her voice dropping to an intimate whisper. I don't mind you looking at other women, but I will never tolerate unfaithfulness. My body belongs only to you, and yours belongs only to me. Give me your heart completely, as I've given you mine. Can you promise me that? I promise, Draco replied without hesitation. You were my first love, Persica. You gave me your most precious gift, and you are absolutely priceless to me. She nestled against his shoulder, pressing a gentle kiss to his cheek. The moment was interrupted by his mobile phone buzzing insistently. Persica glanced at the caller ID and immediately stood, handing him the device with a knowing look before discreetly exiting the office. "What's happening, Commander-in-Chief?" Draco answered. "Boss," Jaren Lee's voice crackled through the speaker, "my family has asked me to relay a message." "Strange. I've no dealings with your family. What could they possibly want?" "It's actually from our Emperor," Jaren explained. "His Imperial Majesty wishes to summon you back to the Cathayan Empire. He's prepared to grant you anything you desire. Titles, lands, even marriage to any princess you choose." "I've no interest in being anyone's subject," Draco replied flatly. "The Garthian Empire just tried the exact same approach. These offers hold no appeal whatsoever." "I understand completely, boss. My family simply asked me to pass along the message. I can see that various powers are all trying to recruit you, and frankly, it's obvious you have zero interest in joining any organization." "Right then, let's drop this topic. Is there anything else you need to discuss?" "Actually, yes. Our intelligence networks have picked up some concerning chatter. Since you've refused to accept any more national contracts for military campaigns, several countries are preparing to settle their disputes through direct warfare." "Ah," Draco leaned back in his chair. "So another storm's brewing somewhere. Any idea where the fireworks will start?" "Most likely scenario, our 6th colonial sector." Draco's expression grew thoughtful. Without his mercenary group serving as a neutral problem solver, the various powers were reverting to the oldest solution of all: overwhelming force. The galaxy was about to become a much bloodier place. "Keep monitoring the situation," he ordered. "If the 6th sector goes up in flames, we'll need to be ready for anything." As Jaren acknowledged and ended the call, Draco stared out at the vast starfield beyond his office viewport. Peace, it seemed, was always temporary in this corner of the universe. The question wasn't whether war would come, it was how many would die before sanity prevailed. Another storm indeed, he thought grimly, and this time we might not be able to sit it out. Chapter 152, War by Proxy, most likely a proxy war orchestrated by the major powers. Jaren Lee continued, his voice carrying the weight of grim certainty. "I reckon their real target isn't the small fry at all. It's us they are after, boss, specifically the technology you've developed." Draco leaned back in his chair, fingers steepled as he processed this intelligence. Through the viewport of his office, the vast starfield seemed to mark the petty machinations of human ambition. "The nations surrounding our base are all small-time players." Jaren pressed on, barely capable of threatening a cargo shuttle, let alone the Aegis asteroid. "But if these proxy nations start gobbling up our neighbors..." "Aye, that changes everything," Draco murmured. "And let me guess, our beloved Cathayan Empire is mixed up in this mess as well." "Afraid so, boss. Intelligence suggests they are among the powers pushing for this proxy arrangement." Draco's jaw tightened. Even his homeland was willing to play this dangerous game. "Right then, make sure we're prepared for anything. Double our defensive patrols, and keep our intelligence networks sharp." "Understood, sir." Meanwhile, in the Republic of Festam's capital complex, President Amdandi stared at the mountain of documents piling up on his desk, each one a stark reminder of his nation's predicament. The gifts of military hardware from the Viridian Federation and other democratic powers came with hidden price tags that would cripple his treasury. The Republic of Festam had once harbored ambitions regarding the Tiani mercenary group. In the early days, when they were just another ragtag outfit operating from a glorified asteroid, Festam's leaders had contemplated a covert strike, but too many nations lay between them and their target, making such action impractical. As the months passed and more Gundam units rolled off Tiani's production lines, that window of opportunity had slammed shut permanently. The mercenary group had grown beyond anyone's ability to suppress through conventional means. Then came the ultimatum, disguised as an opportunity. Representatives from the Viridian Federation and its democratic allies had approached Festam with an offer they couldn't refuse: serve as a proxy in their grand strategy, or face economic annihilation. Initially, President Amdandi had attempted to decline, but the retaliation was swift and merciless. Financial sanctions, trade embargoes, corporate withdrawals, and currency manipulation that sent Festam's economy into freefall. Within weeks, his government faced a choice between capitulation and complete collapse. They chose survival. Soon after, mysterious revolutions and popular uprisings erupted across Festam's border regions. Neighboring nations descended into chaos, with some of the violence spilling over into Festam territory, providing the perfect justification for military intervention. Now, as Amdandi reviewed the latest aid package, his bald head gleamed with perspiration under the harsh office lighting. The weapons shipments were listed as charitable donations, but the attached invoices told a different story entirely. Bloody hypocrites, he thought bitterly. We provide the bodies, they collect the profits. A gentle knock interrupted his brooding. Sir, his secretary announced, the defense minister and supreme commander are here to see you. Send them in. The two men entered with expressions that could hardly be called triumphant, despite carrying news of recent victories. Congratulations on our latest success, Amdandi said dryly, though you both look like you've attended a funeral rather than celebrated a conquest. What's troubling you? The supreme commander cleared his throat. Mr. President, among the territories we've secured, there's a nation called the Republic of Philippa. The Tiani mercenary group maintains their 7th forward base there. I see, and beyond their military installation, the Tiani group has substantial commercial investments throughout Philippa. Their CEO, Draco Varlan, will certainly deploy forces to protect those assets. Amdandi's stomach churned. Are you suggesting we might face the Wing Gundam's annihilation cannon? That weapon could vaporize our entire expeditionary force. Actually, sir, I believe we can neutralize that threat, the Supreme Commander replied. If our forces can secure hostages, preferably Tiani Group employees, Varlan won't dare use such devastating weapons. He's built his reputation on protecting civilians after all. The defense minister nodded in agreement. It's a sound strategy, sir. Varlan's corporate image depends on safeguarding his people. Any collateral damage would destroy his credibility and damage his business empire. Amdandi felt another piece of his soul wither away. Very well, proceed with preparations. The proxy war had raged for over a month across the 6th colonial sector, and public sentiment was beginning to shift. Citizens throughout the Republic of Festam were waking up to the reality that their defensive campaign was nothing more than a bloody charade orchestrated by foreign powers. Leaked documents revealed that the generous military aid from the Veridian Federation came with massive hidden costs, forcing Festam deeper into debt with each passing day. The revelation sparked widespread protests as civilians took to the streets, demanding an end to the proxy conflict. We won't be your cannon fodder, echoed through the colonial stations as protesters waved signs denouncing foreign manipulation. But the democratic powers' intelligence networks weren't idle. Spies and agitators, along with their network of paid provocateurs, flooded social media with counter-narratives. They branded the peace protesters as foreign agents, traitors funded by authoritarian regimes, seeking to destabilize Festam from within. Soon, competing demonstrations filled the streets. Pro-war factions clashed with peace advocates, turning colonial thoroughfares into battlegrounds. Families split along ideological lines, with marriages crumbling and relatives cutting all contact over political differences. The social fabric of Festam was tearing apart, exactly as their puppet masters had intended. Yet despite the domestic chaos, the proxy war machine ground onwards. Festam's military had launched operations against the Republic of Philippa under the pretense of eliminating terrorist cells and restoring human rights, the same tired justifications used by aggressors throughout history. Back on the Aegis asteroid, Draco monitored the developing crisis with growing concern. The conflict was escalating rapidly, and Tiani Group assets lay directly in the crossfire. Jaron, he called to his commander-in-chief, I want protection details assigned to every colonial station where we have investments. The moment any of our facilities come under threat, evacuate all personnel and their families immediately. Understood, boss. Rules of engagement. Draco's expression hardened. If Festam forces don't directly threaten our people or property, we don't fire first. But the instant they cross that line, he left the threat unspoken, but Jaren understood perfectly. And if we can assist local civilians during the evacuation, save as many as we can, Draco replied without hesitation. That's what separates us from the bastards orchestrating this whole bloody mess. As reports continued flowing in from the front lines, one thing became crystal clear. The galaxy was descending into chaos, and the Tiani group found itself caught squarely in the crosshairs of powers far greater than any single mercenary outfit. The question wasn't whether they'd be dragged into the conflict, it was whether they'd survive with their principles intact. Chapter 153. The Great Evacuation. Colonial Satellite 9 of the Republic of Philippa shuddered under relentless bombardment as Festam forces pressed their assault. The defending Philippa military units fell back in disarray, their lines crumbling like paper before the enemy's superior firepower. In a cleared landing zone within the satellite's residential sector, a Tiani mercenary group battalion-sized fleet had established a temporary sanctuary. 4 frigates, 4 destroyers, and 2 massive transport vessels formed a protective perimeter, their hulls gleaming like steel guardians against the chaos beyond. Hastily erected barriers created 4 checkpoint gates, each one a lifeline for the desperate souls seeking escape. Hundreds of Tiani Group employees and their families clustered around the makeshift compound, clutching identification cards and whatever belongings they could carry. But they weren't alone. Local civilians pressed close as well, their faces etched with terror as explosions echoed through the satellite's corridors. The war had raged for nearly a month now, with 3 Philippa satellites already fallen to Festam forces. One had been completely obliterated, its destruction claiming countless innocent lives and sending shockwaves of panic throughout the remaining colonies. Word had spread like wildfire among the civilian population. Tiani fleets were evacuating their corporate assets, prioritizing company personnel, whilst offering refuge to anyone who could reach their ships. More importantly, no pirates or hostile forces had successfully attacked a Tiani evacuation convoy. Their reputation for devastating retaliation preceded them across the galaxy. For desperate families facing annihilation, the sleek Tiani vessels represented hope far beyond their own government's overwhelmed rescue efforts. Media crews swarmed the evacuation site, their cameras capturing every moment as Tiani mercenaries efficiently processed the crowds. Corporate employees held their ID badges high, creating a sea of waving credentials that caught the light like beacons. Mercenary squads moved through the masses with practiced precision, clearing paths for identified personnel and their loved ones. Above the chaos, hovering aircraft descended like mechanical angels. When Tiani employees were spotted trapped in the rear of the crowd, cables dropped from the sky. Armored mercenaries rappelled down, scooping up stranded workers and their families before whisking them to safety through the air. At each checkpoint, verification teams cross-referenced employee databases with military efficiency, ensuring no corporate personnel remained behind before opening the gates to general civilian evacuation. Suddenly, the satellite lurched violently, emergency lights bathed everything in pulsing red, as structural alarms wailed throughout the colony. 4 Dagger 105 mobile suits launched from a nearby destroyer, their thrusters carving bright trails through the artificial atmosphere as they raced toward the source of the tremors. A gaping breach had been torn in the satellite's outer hull, the result of stray weapons fire from the ongoing battle. The mobile suits immediately deployed emergency sealant, their industrial foam hardening into a temporary patch. With most of Philippa's military mobile suits committed to the front lines, only scattered ground forces remained to maintain order. These brave soldiers worked tirelessly to organize civilian evacuations, their own escape ships already straining beyond capacity. As the last Tiani employees boarded the transport vessels, the mercenary crews finally opened their doors to the general population. Desperate civilians surged forward like a human tide, but the mercenaries maintained strict discipline, elderly women and children first, just as their training demanded. Meanwhile, on the battle lines surrounding Colonial Satellite 9, the military situation continued deteriorating rapidly. Philippa forces relied primarily on locally produced Lightning mobile suits, with only a handful of upgraded strike daggers to supplement their ranks. The attacking Festam military deployed swift mobile suits, older designs being phased out by the Veridian Federation, but still formidable weapons of war. The swift units outclassed the Lightning models in virtually every performance metric, whilst matching the strike daggers blow for blow. Though roughly equal in numbers, The quality gap proved decisive. Festam forces were achieving a 3-to-1 kill ratio, steadily overwhelming the defenders through superior technology. Several enemy mobile suits had already broken through Philippa's defensive perimeter, striking directly at the satellite's external docking bays and residential sectors. The few remaining defender units scrambled to intercept, but their desperation led to increasingly reckless tactics. Combat had moved so close to the satellite's hull that destroyed mobile suits exploded against the outer barriers, their detonations tearing additional breaches in the colony's protective shell. Though Dagger 105 units rushed to seal each new wound, some gaps proved too massive for emergency repairs. Level 1 alerts echoed throughout the satellite, as structural integrity warnings cascaded across every display screen. Order was collapsing as rapidly as the battle lines. The Tianyi evacuation fleet, having reached capacity, began powering up for departure. Civilians who'd failed to secure passage could only watch in anguish and fury, as their last hope prepared to abandon them to their fate. More violent tremors shook the satellite as the battle moved closer to its core. Structural members began failing under the accumulated damage, and sections of the outer ring started separating from the main body. The Tianyi fleet broadcast on all military frequencies, warning to all combatant forces, do not engage Tianyi vessels under any circumstances. Hostile fire will trigger immediate retaliation. Both armies understood the mercenaries' fearsome reputation and gave the evacuation convoy a wide berth. But in the chaos of combat, accidents were inevitable. A stray beam shot from a swift mobile suit lanced past the Tianyi formation, missing the lead destroyer by mere meters. The response was instantaneous and overwhelming. Storm Dagger mobile suits erupted from their launch bays, their heavy artillery painting the void with devastating firepower. Dual Daggers and Standard Dagger 105 attacked from multiple vectors, their coordinated assault turning the accidental aggressor into scrap metal within seconds. The Festam commander immediately broadcast apologies and explanations, but the Tianyi forces showed no interest in diplomatic niceties. Their retaliation continued with mechanical precision, forcing the entire Festam attack force into full retreat. Seeing their enemies faltering, the surviving Philippa defenders launched a desperate counterattack. Dagger 105, equipped with artillery backpacks, provided covering fire from multiple angles, whilst dual daggers pressed forward under the protection of their phase-shift armor, shrugging off energy weapons that would have crippled lesser machines. Within minutes, the Festam assault had collapsed completely. Their commanders ordered general withdrawal, as Tianyi mobile suits continued their punishing advance. Philippa forces raised triumphant cheers as enemy formations fled beyond the satellite's defensive perimeter. But their celebration was brief. The Tianyi fleet was already recalling its mobile suits and preparing for the next evacuation mission at Colonial Satellite 10. The entire engagement had been recorded by embedded media crews aboard the Tianyi vessels. Within hours, footage of the brief but decisive battle flooded news networks across the galaxy. One accidental shot, one overwhelming retaliation. This was the same mercenary group that had used the Anglo-Saxon Republic's military as live-fire training exercises. The Republic of Festam lodged immediate diplomatic protests, demanding explanations for what they termed unprovoked aggression against sovereign military forces. The Tianyi group's official response appeared on their corporate website within the hour. Attention all military forces, any weapons fire directed at Tianyi assets, whether intentional or accidental, will trigger immediate and overwhelming retaliation. We accept no explanations, hear no excuses, and grant no mercy. This engagement was a warning. The next will be extermination. If you don't want to get hurt, stay out of our way. The consequences of ignoring this warning are entirely your responsibility. The statement sent shockwaves through military establishments across known space. Here was a private mercenary organization openly threatening sovereign nations with impunity, and possessing the firepower to make good on those threats. The age of conventional warfare was ending. In its place rose something far more dangerous. Wars fought not by nations, but by those wealthy enough to hire the deadliest killers in the galaxy. And at the top of that list stood the Tianyi group, whose black ships had become harbingers of destruction wherever they appeared. The message was clear to anyone with sense: cross them at your peril. Chapter 154. Stay out of our way. The Tianyi evacuation fleet dominated the space around Colonial Satellite 4 like a steel fortress. 1 Albion-class mobile suit carrier, 6 frigates, 6 destroyers and 3 massive transport vessels, 2 Mk Roman II Gundams, and 8 Dagger 105 units, maintained perimeter security, as streams of local civilians gradually dispersed from the landing zones. The Republic of Philippa's 4th colonial satellite had fallen to Festam forces, but the conquest had ended with an unexpected announcement broadcast across all frequencies. Hostilities have ceased. Philippa forces have surrendered. The colonial satellite remains intact and undamaged. Festam military commanders had occupied the station, whilst promising local civilians they could continue their daily lives without interference. This rare display of restraint explained why the Tianyi evacuation fleet now found itself in the unusual position of ferrying corporate personnel back to their homes rather than fleeing a war zone. Military transports bearing the distinctive Tianyi insignia rumbled through the satellite's corridors, delivering company employees and their families safely to residential sectors. The mercenary unit stationed at Colonial Satellite 4 represented the elite of Tianyi's forces, the legendary Wolf Pack Battalion. Every member of this elite unit bore the distinctive black wolf's head emblem on their left shoulder, marking them as belonging to the most feared combat formation in the Tianyi arsenal. Their ground forces wore state-of-the-art Spartan combat suits that transformed ordinary soldiers into walking weapons of war. The confrontation began at a damaged overpass where Republic of Festam forces were conducting routine patrols. Half the bridge had been destroyed in earlier fighting, leaving only a single narrow roadway that had been hastily converted into separate lanes for pedestrian and vehicle traffic. 2 military convoys approached from opposite directions, Festam patrol units heading east, Wolf Pack vehicles returning west. Neither had room to pass, neither showed any inclination to yield. Horn blasts echoed through the afternoon air as both sides held their ground. Civilians gathered to watch the standoff, whilst media crews scrambled to capture what was clearly becoming a significant incident. Social media feeds lit up with live streams of the confrontation. Representatives from both convoys dismounted to negotiate passage rights. The discussions proved predictably fruitless. More soldiers emerged from their vehicles, creating 2 distinct lines of armed personnel facing each other across the narrow bridge. Tension crackled like electricity as the standoff escalated. A Festam lieutenant stepped forward, jabbing his finger toward the Wolf Pack commander, whilst demanding immediate withdrawal. The Wolf Pack lieutenant's response was swift and decisive. He grabbed the Festam officer's extended finger and snapped it with a sickening crack. Chaos erupted. What followed could hardly be called a fair fight. The Wolf Pack soldiers, enhanced through rigorous training and genetic modification, moved with inhuman speed and strength. Their Spartan combat suits amplified their already superior abilities, turning them into mechanical avatars of destruction. Within 3 minutes, every Festam soldier lay groaning on the bridge deck, their uniforms torn and bloodied. The entire encounter had been captured on dozens of cameras, ensuring the humiliation would spread across the galaxy within hours. The commotion drew mobile suit squadrons from both sides. 20 Festam Swift units hovered above the bridge, easily outnumbering the Tianyi forces 2-1. But quantity meant nothing when faced with quality. A single Mk Roman II Gundam commanded the airspace with casual authority. Wolf Pack ground forces methodically lifted the Festam vehicles and hurled them onto the damaged section of the bridge, clearing the roadway with contemptuous ease. Their commander stood over the beaten soldiers, his voice cutting through the afternoon air like a blade. "Next time you see us coming, get out of our bloody way." Above, the Mk Roman II Gundam pilot activated his external speakers, his amplified voice booming across the entire district. "Festam Mobile Suit Squadron, clear off immediately. From now on, when you see Tianyi units, you turn around and bugger off. This is your only warning." A beam shot lanced through the void, missing the Festam squadron leader's cockpit by mere meters. The message was unmistakably clear. Panic rippled through the Festam formation. Several pilots reached for their weapon controls before remembering their orders and the reputation of their opponents. A firefight with Tianyi forces would end with their complete annihilation. Civilians scattered as the tension reached breaking point. That was your warning shot. The Gundam pilot continued coldly. "You've got 5 seconds to disappear before I start being polite." 5, 4, 3. He never reached 0. The entire Festam squadron wheeled about and fled at maximum acceleration, their retreat captured by every camera present. The footage exploded across social media within minutes, generating millions of views and countless memes marking Festam military competence. The humiliation was complete and utterly public. The retreating Festam pilots burned with shame and rage. Only direct orders from high command prevented them from turning back for a suicidal revenge attack. They knew the outcome of such a confrontation, their wreckage scattered across space, whilst the Tianyi forces emerged without a scratch. Festam military doctrine now explicitly forbade engagement with Tianyi units. Previous incidents had proven catastrophic. Entire Festam garrison forces obliterated when they dared to challenge Tianyi mercenaries, allowing Philippa forces to reclaim lost territory in the aftermath. The Republic of Festam couldn't afford any more losses. Every unit destroyed at the front meant weakened garrisons elsewhere, creating opportunities for resistance movements to strike back. Better to endure public humiliation than face military annihilation. Military police soon arrived to arrest the beaten Festam soldiers, charging them with disobeying direct orders to avoid confrontation with Tianyi forces. Their defeat would be followed by court-martial, adding legal disgrace to physical humiliation. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the 6th colonial sector, another proxy war was reaching its climax. The Republic of Weimar had launched its own liberation campaign, with backing from the Veridian Federation and other democratic powers. Their target, several non-democratic nations that had been marked for elimination. Weimar forces were currently besieging the Kingdom of Maitalan, a small monarchy whose territory bordered Tianyi's sphere of influence. The proximity was no coincidence. In the Weimar presidential palace, secure communications crackled with encrypted discussions. "Your Excellency," came a distorted voice through the quantum link, "once Maitalan falls, we'll need more than verbal support for the next phase. Real backing, not just promises." "You have our word, Mr. President," the mysterious respondent replied. "Our government never breaks its commitments." "It had better not." Back in the Republic of Festam's presidential complex, President Amdandi sat with his senior ministers, their faces etched with frustration and bitter resentment. The proxy war had revealed its true purpose with crystalline clarity. The Veridian Federation and its allies were using Festam as a distraction, bleeding their resources and attention, whilst positioning for the real prize. By forcing Festam to attack Philippa, they'd drawn Tianyi forces away from their home base. Simultaneously, Weimar's assault on Maitalan would threaten Tianyi's borders, forcing them to spread their defenses even thinner. The ultimate goal was obvious: overwhelm Tianyi's protective capabilities, then strike at the Aegis asteroid with elite special forces, whilst the mercenaries were scattered across multiple fronts. Festam had been played perfectly. They'd spent billions on weapons, lost thousands of soldiers, and gained territories that would cost even more billions to rebuild, all whilst serving as unwitting pawns in a larger game. Amdandi's hands clenched into fists as the scope of their manipulation became clear. His nation lacked the strength to resist, trapped in a web of financial dependency and military weakness. They could only dance to the tune their masters played, no matter how humiliating the steps became. The age of nation-states was ending. In its place rose a new order where corporate armies and private military companies wielded more power than entire governments, and at the apex of this new hierarchy stood the Tianyi group, untouchable, unstoppable, and utterly ruthless in defending their interests. The galaxy was learning a harsh lesson. Cross the wolves at your peril. Chapter 155. The Tigress. The conference room aboard the Aegis asteroid buzzed with tension as Draco Varlan leaned back in his command chair, studying the tactical displays that painted a grim picture across the star charts. High-ranking officers from the Tianyi mercenary group surrounded the polished table, their faces etched with concern as reports streamed in from the front lines. The Republic of Weimar's assault on the Kingdom of Maitalan was intensifying by the hour, and every soul in that room understood the true implications. "A classic misdirection," Draco muttered, his fingers drumming against the table's surface. "They're not really after Maitalan at all." Commander-in-Chief Jaron Lee, now bearing the rank insignia of Rear Admiral, leaned forward with interest. "Sir, could you elaborate on that assessment?" Draco's eyes never left the tactical display, watching enemy formations advance like hungry wolves circling their prey. "What I mean, Jaren, is that Waymer's surface objective, conquering Mytalan, is just smoke and mirrors. Those democratic powers pulling their strings don't give a damn about some backwater kingdom. They want us to commit forces, spread ourselves thin defending our neighbors." Brigadier General Captain Fix, recently promoted to Deputy Commander of the Aegis asteroid, nodded grimly. "You're suggesting this is all orchestrated to leave our home base vulnerable?" "Precisely." Draco's voice carried the weight of bitter experience. "Once we deploy significant assets to defend Mytalan, they'll strike here with everything they've got." The room fell silent, except for the soft hum of the asteroid's life support systems. Every officer present had witnessed Draco's tactical brilliance countless times, and none doubted his assessment. "Then we need to act decisively," Jaren declared, his enhanced reflexes making his gestures sharp and precise. "We stop Waymer before their puppet masters can spring their trap. Besides, Mytalan's already sent envoys requesting our intervention." Draco raised an eyebrow with mild curiosity. "What are they offering in exchange for our services?" "Substantial asteroid mining concessions," Jaren replied, consulting his data pad, "plus tax-free investment opportunities for 10 years across all their territories." "Sounds reasonable enough." Draco's tone remained carefully neutral. "We were planning to intervene anyway. Might as well profit from doing the right thing." Jaren's expression grew oddly uncomfortable, his gaze flickering toward Persica Tau, who sat silently beside Draco with the predatory stillness of a coiled spring. "There is one additional condition they've proposed, sir." "Which would be?" "They're offering Princess Elena's hand in marriage." The words hit the conference room like a kinetic strike, sucking all sound from the air. Draco blinked in genuine bewilderment, his tactical mind momentarily short-circuited by the absurdity of medieval political arrangements in the space age. "Come again," but before Jaren could clarify, Draco felt the temperature around him drop several degrees. Persica's dark eyes had narrowed to predatory slits, her gaze boring into him with the intensity of a targeting laser. Around the table, seasoned veterans, men and women who'd faced down entire enemy fleets without flinching, suddenly found the ceiling fixtures absolutely fascinating. The air crackled with barely contained menace as Persica waited for his response, her silence more threatening than any verbal explosion. Draco's survival instincts, honed by countless battles, screamed warnings at maximum volume. Moving with exaggerated casualness, he slid his hand across the table until his fingers found hers, giving them a gentle, placating squeeze. Her eyes remained fixed on him like a sniper's scope. Clearing his throat with diplomatic precision, Draco addressed the room whilst very carefully not looking at the tigress beside him. "Please inform the Kingdom of Mytalan that we must respectfully decline their matrimonial proposal. The mining rights and tax incentives are acceptable. However, if they insist on including Princess Elena as part of the package deal, we'll have to pass on the entire contract." He paused, his tone growing colder. "They can watch Waymer burn their kingdom to ashes for all we care, but if they are willing to remove that particular clause, we'll deploy immediately." Only then did Persica's murderous aura begin to dissipate, though her eyes retained their dangerous gleam. "Understood, sir," Jaren replied with barely concealed relief. "I'll be leading this operation personally," Draco announced, rising from his chair. Persica flowed upward beside him like liquid shadow, her movements graceful yet somehow threatening. As they exited the conference room, hushed conversations erupted behind them like suppressed laughter finally finding release. "Would you look at that?" whispered a colonel, shaking his head in amazement. The great Draco Varlan, scourge of the Anglo-Saxon Republic, terror of 3-star systems, and he's completely whipped. "The man hasn't even married her yet and he's already jumping through hoops," another officer chuckled. "Can you imagine what he'll be like after the wedding? Did you see that look she gave him? I've seen Gundam pilots with less intimidating stares." "Boss listens to Persica about everything these days," someone else observed. Colonel Isis, the Tiani group's chief of staff, leaned forward conspiratorially. "Actually, that's not entirely accurate. In military matters and major strategic decisions, he's absolutely the one in charge. But when it comes to personal stuff, She grinned wickedly. Well, let me tell you about something I witnessed during our escort mission to the Draconis system. Every head in the room turned toward her, with the eager attention usually reserved for tactical briefings. We just finished protecting that massive merchant convoy, and our fleet was taking shore leave for 2 days. I was wandering through the main commercial district when I spotted the boss and Persica doing some shopping together. She paused for dramatic effect, enjoying the rapt attention of her colleagues. Get on with it, someone hissed impatiently. So there they were, strolling through this crowded plaza, when this absolutely stunning local woman walks past. I'm talking model quality gorgeous, the kind that makes strong men stumble over their own feet. Well, our fearless leader glances over for maybe half a second, and this woman flashes him a brilliant smile. Isis stood up, demonstrating with theatrical flair. Before the boss could even blink, Persica had grabbed his ear and was whispering what I can only assume were threats about his continued survival if he kept ogling other women. The room erupted in barely suppressed laughter, officers covering their mouths to muffle the sound. She twisted his ear, gasped Captain Fix, like he was a naughty schoolboy caught stealing sweets. Isis confirmed, mimicking the gesture and the expression on her face. I've seen less frightening looks on enemy commanders facing execution. Just as the laughter reached its peak, the conference room doors slid open with mechanical precision. Every sound died instantly as Draco and Persica reappeared, their expressions puzzled by the sudden silence. Did I forget something? Draco asked, scanning the suspiciously innocent faces around the table. Jaren cleared his throat professionally. No, sir. We were just discussing tactical deployment options. Right. Draco retrieved a data pad from the table, his movements casual but his eyes noting the barely contained mirth on several faces. As you were then. The moment the doors sealed behind them, the dam burst. Laughter exploded through the room like released pressure, officers clutching their sides and gasping for air. Oh God, Isis, please tell me there's more to this story, wheezed a major between giggles. Isis wiped tears from her eyes, waiting for the hysteria to subside. Of course there's more. After the ear-grabbing incident, Persica went into full sulk mode, pouty lips, arms crossed, completely ignoring him despite all his attempts to apologize. How'd he handle it? Asked a curious lieutenant. Like any sensible man facing an angry woman, Isis replied with knowing satisfaction. Shopping spree, clothes, jewelry, expensive handbags, whatever caught her eye. Then dinner at the most romantic restaurant in the sector, where he ordered every single dish she mentioned liking. A grizzled colonel shook his head in amazement. I always figured a man like the boss would have women falling all over him, never imagined he'd end up with a territorial tigress. Hey, watch how you talk about the future missus, Varlan warned another officer, though his grin betrayed his amusement. You want to get thrown out an airlock. Fair point, but still, I expected our legendary commander to be more like a lion, with a pride of devoted females. Instead, he's domesticated by one very dangerous tigress who's perfectly willing to claw his eyes out if he steps out of line. Could be worse, someone observed cheerfully. At least she's not a complete shrew. Just selectively terrifying. Another wave of laughter rolled through the room, carrying with it the relief that comes from discovering that even legendary figures have perfectly human weaknesses. Meanwhile, in a secure communication chamber elsewhere on the asteroid, Jaren Lee faced the Maitalan envoy across a quantum-encrypted channel. The ambassador, a distinguished gentleman whose nervousness was evident even through the holographic projection, listened with growing dismay to the contract modifications. You're telling me that Mr. Varlan has categorically rejected Princess Elena's hand. The envoy's voice carried the weight of a man whose entire diplomatic mission was crumbling. I'm afraid so, Jaren replied with professional sympathy. The mining rights and tax incentives are perfectly acceptable, but the marriage proposal is non-negotiable. Remove that clause, or find someone else to save your kingdom. The envoy's image flickered as he activated a private channel to his sovereign. Through encrypted communications that spanned light years, desperate negotiations played out in real time. King Aldrich of Maitalan, faced with the choice between his daughter's political marriage and his kingdom's total annihilation, made the only decision any rational ruler could. Pride was a luxury the dead couldn't afford. Very well, the envoy announced after several tense minutes. His Majesty agrees to remove the matrimonial clause from our proposal. When can we expect Tianyi forces to begin deployment? Jaren smiled with the satisfaction of a man who'd successfully navigated diplomatic waters without triggering an international incident or getting his boss murdered by a jealous girlfriend. Immediately, Ambassador, the Aegis fleet will deploy within 12 hours. As contracts were signed and sealed through quantum-encrypted channels, neither man could have predicted that this simple diplomatic solution would soon spark conflicts that would reshape the entire galactic balance of power. Sometimes the most dangerous wars begin not with grand declarations, but with a woman's jealous glare and a man's desperate desire to keep sleeping in his own bed. The Tigress had spoken. The galaxy would learn to listen. Chapter 156. Rising Ace mobile suit pilots. Countless swift mobile suits fell like shooting stars under the relentless barrage of emerald beam fire that carved through space with deadly precision. The Crimson Aegis Gundam wielded dual high-energy beam rifles, each weapon spitting death in perfect synchronization. Every shot found its mark, transforming enemy mobile suits into brilliant flowers of flame and twisted metal that bloomed across the battlefield like a deadly garden. Beside it, the Lunar Goddess Gundam danced through the void with ethereal grace, its pilots enhanced mind-controlling 8 remote funnels that wove deadly patterns around enemy formations. Each funnel moved with surgical precision, guided by psychic commands that turned the battlefield into a 3-dimensional chess match where only death awaited the opposing pieces. The Azure Dual Gundam plunged directly into the heart of the Weimar Mobile Suit Squadron, its armor-piercing rounds and missiles carving through swift units like a hot knife through butter. The mobile railgun mounted on its shoulder roared to life, punching clean holes through enemy cockpits with devastating efficiency. Meanwhile, the Emerald Storm Gundam established fire superiority over another enemy formation, its rapid-fire beam rifles laying down such intense covering fire that the Weimar forces couldn't even raise their weapons to return fire. They cowered behind debris and asteroid fragments, pinned down like insects under a magnifying glass. The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type swept through the remaining enemy squadron with fluid motions, its twin GN weapons painting abstract art in beams of destruction across the starfield. The remaining swift units broke formation and fled in panic, their pilot's nerve finally shattering under the relentless assault. Across all frequencies, Weimar communications dissolved into chaos and terror. What the hell is happening out there? Why are the Tianyi mercenaries attacking us? We're supposed to be allies. Those Gundams are bloody nightmares. They are slaughtering us. Mayday. Mayday. Request immediate backup. Send reinforcements now. Damn it, radar and comms are down. We're flying blind. Aboard the flagship of the Weimar Republic's 1st Army, 2nd Brigade, 1st Regiment Fleet, Colonel Mickey stared at his tactical displays in growing horror. The real-time battle data streaming across his screens defied every military doctrine he'd ever studied. 5 Gundams, just 5, had completely overwhelmed nearly 80 swift mobile suits, without requiring support from their Jim Roman 2 units or Dagger squadrons. The legendary stories of Gundams achieving 100-to-1 kill ratios suddenly seemed like conservative estimates. So the rumors were true, he muttered to his bridge crew. Those machines really can take on an entire army single-handed, and some of them are generating those blue particles that jam our radar and communications. His analysis was cut short by a massive crimson beam that curved through space like a living serpent, striking and obliterating the escort frigate Defiant in a single devastating blow. Mickey and his officers stared in shocked disbelief. Energy beams weren't supposed to change direction mid-flight. Unknown to them, Draco Valan's Crimson Aegis had transformed into artillery mode. Its 580mm multi-barrel phase energy cannon, equipped with an energy deflection system that allowed the beam to bend around obstacles and strike targets from impossible angles. Before Mickey could process this impossibility, his fleet came under direct assault. The Shadow Thunder Gundam materialized on their starboard flank like a mechanical phantom, its midnight black armor absorbing starlight. The destroyer Valiant immediately opened fire with its main beam cannons, confident in its firepower advantage, but the Shadow Thunder's response defied conventional physics. Its massive rear-mounted mechanical arms crystallized instantly, the internal structure shifting to create perfect refractive surfaces. The incoming beam struck the crystalline appendages and reflected back at the Valiant with surgical precision, boring through the destroyer's forward hull and detonating its magazine in a spectacular firework display. Another escort vessel found itself ensnared by a grappling hook fired from seemingly empty space. Before the crew could react, azure beam fire raked across the frigate's ventral hull, carving through armor plating like tissue paper. The Black Strike Gundam revealed itself after destroying its target, using its momentum to glide directly toward another mobile suit carrier. Its twin electromagnetic cannons spoke once, punching clean through the carrier's forward section and venting atmosphere into space, along with the screams of dying crew members. Above the carnage, the Lunar Goddess Gundam orchestrated destruction with artistic precision. Its 8 funnels moved in perfect formation, creating inescapable kill zones where targeted vessels found themselves caught in crossfires from multiple angles. No matter which way they turned, death waited with patient inevitability. Within minutes, all 80 swift mobile suits had been reduced to expanding clouds of superheated debris. The 5 Gundams then turned their attention to Mickey's fleet like apex predators, selecting their next meal. Mickey had ordered full retreat the moment his formation came under attack, but with communications completely jammed, his command never reached his subordinate vessels. His officers watched in growing panic as friendly indicators began winking out across their tactical displays. When the other ship captains saw Mickey's flagship attempting to withdraw, they immediately followed suit without waiting for orders. The resulting chaos resembled a panicked stampede more than a military withdrawal, with vessels competing for escape routes and actually slowing their own retreat through sheer confusion. The Shadow Thunder Gundam weaved through the fleeing formation's desperate point defense fire like a dancer avoiding raindrops. Reaching Mickey's carrier, it deployed its Tricerado's attack shield system, launching a trio of hypervelocity penetrator rounds directly at the bridge. No, Mickey's final scream echoed across the bridge as death arrived at several times the speed of sound. With their command ship destroyed, the surviving vessels immediately began broadcasting surrender signals on all frequencies. Colonel Isis, commanding the 1st Brigade Fleet from aboard her flagship, coordinated with Maitalan forces to process the Weimar prisoners. As she reviewed the battle data, one fact stood out with crystal clarity. 7 Gundams had single-handedly defeated an entire enemy task force. Makes the rest of our mobile suit squadrons feel rather redundant, she muttered to her tactical officer. Though she understood the circumstances had favored their ambush, the battlefield's chaotic magnetic fields, combined with Weimar forces lacking Tianyi's advanced superconducting communications and radar systems, had created perfect conditions for their trap. The debris field had provided excellent cover for their prepositioned forces, allowing them to spring a devastating ambush. Draco could have ended the battle immediately by targeting the enemy flagship with his opening shot, but instead had chosen to let the enemy deploy their mobile suits. This engagement served dual purposes: field testing their newest Gundam variants and evaluating their newly promoted ace pilots under combat conditions. How did our rookie aces perform? Draco asked Persica over the tactical channel as her Justice Goddess F-type returned to formation. Exceptionally well, she replied with professional satisfaction. Switching to the Lunar Goddess's frequency, Draco continued his assessment. Leica, how did the psycho-communication system handle? Still getting used to the mental interface. Boss, this thing is absolutely incredible, came the excited response from the young pilot. The psycho-communication system feels like having superpowers. Those funnels respond to my thoughts faster than I can even form them. All 8 Gundams returned to the mobile suit carrier Taurus Roman II, settling into the massive hangar bay like steel birds returning to their roost. Besides the 7 machines that had participated in the battle, the 8th unit, Judgment Goddess Gundam, waited in its maintenance cradle. Apart from Draco and the Tau sisters, the remaining 4 Gundam pilots represented the newest additions to Tianyi's ace roster: 2 men and 2 women, all bearing the rank of 2nd lieutenant. The male pilots stood at attention. Thors, a slight young man with silver hair who piloted the Black Strike Gundam, and Hamada, a towering figure with bronze skin and crimson hair who commanded the Emerald Storm Gundam. The female pilots completed the formation. Ramira, a statuesque blonde with dramatic makeup who operated the Shadow Thunder Gundam, and Joy Mao, a petite woman barely 5 feet tall with cold eyes, Asian features, and jet-black hair who had piloted the Azure Dual Gundam. All four snapped to attention as Draco approached, their postures radiating military precision. "I know some of you transferred here from elite or special forces units," Draco began, his voice carrying easily across the hangar bay. "Others have previous experience with mass-production Gundams. I want your honest assessment of these custom machines." "Absolutely outstanding, sir," came the unanimous response from all four pilots. "Good." Draco's expression grew more serious as he paced before them. "Some of you came to us as defectors from other nations. Others we acquired through less conventional channels and trained from scratch. I don't give a damn about your past. What matters is your loyalty to the Tianyi mercenary group and your personal loyalty to me. Can I count on that from each of you?" "Yes, sir," they replied in perfect unison. As Draco passed in front of each pilot, he deliberately placed encouraging hands on Hamada's and Joy Mao's shoulders, a gesture that spoke of trust and acceptance that transcended their diverse backgrounds. Persica watched her husband's interaction with their new aces, understanding the deeper psychology at work. These pilots had been carefully selected and trained not just for their technical skills, but for their psychological profiles and loyalty potential. She said nothing, but her knowing smile indicated complete comprehension of Draco's methods. The sisters followed as Draco led them from the hangar, leaving their four newest aces to process their first taste of real combat as Tianyi pilots. Meanwhile, Weimar Military Command remained completely unaware that the Tianyi mercenary group had entered the conflict. Colonel Mickey's superiors continued waiting for his routine status reports, assuming that communications difficulties in the magnetically chaotic patrol zone explained the silence. The Republic of Weimar's invasion continued according to plan, with commanders confident that their proxy war was proceeding smoothly. Similarly, the Kingdom of Maitalan maintained operational security by not publicly announcing their contract with the Tianyi mercenaries. As far as the galaxy knew, this was still a conventional war between two minor powers, but in the shadows of space, among the debris fields and abandoned installations of the frontier, a new generation of ace pilots had just announced their arrival on the galactic stage. The wolves were no longer just defending their territory, they were actively hunting, and their prey had no idea death was already circling. Chapter 157. Loss of Face. The GP-03D Gundam tore through space like a mechanical angel of death, its target locked on the rear formations of the Weimar Republic fleet. Within the command bridge of the First Army's 1st Brigade flagship, Colonel Troy basked in the warm glow of media attention, completely unaware that his moment of glory was about to become a nightmare broadcast across the galaxy. The beautiful reporter smiled into the camera, her voice carrying the practiced enthusiasm of someone selling a narrative. "Colonel Troy, your fleet was the first to successfully liberate Maitalan's 3rd colonial satellite. The local population has welcomed you as heroes. How does it feel to bring freedom to people oppressed by tyranny?" Troy straightened his uniform, his chest swelling with manufactured pride. "I'll be honest, my men and I were initially concerned about how the locals would receive us. We expected resistance, maybe even hostility. Instead, we found grateful people who celebrated our arrival, thanking us for overthrowing their oppressive government." He paused for dramatic effect, playing to both the camera and his own ego. "This confirms what we've always believed. We're fighting a righteous war, liberating people from suffering and tyranny. My soldiers and I feel tremendous pride and honor in this sacred mission." The reporter leaned forward, preparing her follow-up question, when reality shattered their carefully crafted propaganda piece. "Why is it? Why is it? Why is it?" Emergency klaxons shrieked throughout the ship, as red warning lights bathed the bridge in crimson urgency. The director's voice crackled over the intercom, "Condition red, all hands to battle stations." Troy's media-friendly smile vanished as he bolted from his interview chair, the reporter and cameraman scrambling to follow him into the command center. The colonel dropped into his command seat, his face already pale with dawning dread. "Report. Why are we at condition red?" He barked at his tactical officer, "Sir, we've detected a single Gundam unit making a high-speed approach toward our rear formation. It's moving fast and showing no signs of deceleration." The main tactical display flickered to life, showing the GP-03D's approach vector like a spear aimed at their heart. Its sleek form cut through space with predatory grace weapon systems already powering up for combat. "Colonel," another officer called out, his voice tight with stress, "we're also detecting a Tianyi mercenary group fleet, brigade strength, deploying mobile suit squadrons on an intercept course." Troy's throat went dry. He'd heard the stories, the whispered rumors about what happened to military units that faced the legendary Tianyi forces. But those were just stories, weren't they? "Launch all mobile suit and fighter squadrons immediately," he ordered, his voice cracking slightly, "and open a channel to that Gundam. Warn them they are entering Weimar Republic operational space and demand they change course immediately, or we'll consider it an act of war." The communications officer worked frantically at his console before shaking his head. "Sir, they are refusing all communications. Complete radio silence." "Damn it," Troy muttered, his hands clenching into fists. "They want a fight." Behind him, the beautiful reporter continued her live broadcast, her voice now carrying notes of genuine fear. "Ladies and gentlemen, we're witnessing what appears to be an unprovoked attack by the notorious Tianyi mercenary group against our heroic liberation fleet." Troy deployed his forces with desperate efficiency, nearly 100 swift mobile suits and ferret fighters, roughly a third of his total strength, racing to intercept the single GP-03D, while the remaining two-thirds moved to engage the approaching Tianyi mobile suit formations. Inside the GP-03D's cockpit, Sol Yu watched his targeting displays with cold amusement. The enemy formation spread before him like a vast net, beautiful in its futility. "Does their commander have any idea what this machine is capable of?" he muttered to himself, adjusting his grip on the controls. "Either he's seriously underestimating me, or he's got a dangerously inflated opinion of his own forces." The GP-03D's engines roared to full power, propelling the massive Gundam forward at speeds that defied its bulk. The incoming swift units and ferret fighters opened fire immediately, filling space with beams and missiles in a desperate attempt to stop the approaching nightmare. But the GP-03D moved like liquid lightning, weaving between incoming fire with impossible grace. Its I-field generator shimmered to life, deflecting energy weapons as casually as swatting flies. Not a single shot found its mark. Sol Yu's response was swift and devastating. The GP-03D's missile pods opened like mechanical flowers, disgorging a swarm of 108 micromissiles from each launcher. The tiny weapons spread out in perfect formation, each one seeking its own target with relentless determination. Space erupted in brilliant fireworks, as nearly half the intercepting force simply ceased to exist. The survivors scattered in panic, but there was nowhere to run from what came next. The GP-03D's 70-meter mega-particle cannon charged with an ominous whine that vibrated through the vacuum itself. When it fired, the beam was less a weapon than a force of nature, a lance of pure destruction that vaporized everything in its path. The few remaining mobile suits and fighters vanished in cascading explosions, their dying screams lost in the silence of space. On the command bridge, Colonel Troy stared at his tactical displays in mounting horror. The main battle against the Tianyi mobile suit forces was going badly. Despite outnumbering the enemy, his swift units were being systematically dismantled by superior Jim Roman II and Dagger series machines. The ferret fighters proved utterly useless, picked off by enemy mobile suits with contemptuous ease. But it was the rear action that truly terrified him. In less than 3 minutes, a single Gundam had annihilated nearly 50 combat units. Now it was turning its attention to his fleet itself. The GP-03D's mega-particle cannon spoke again, its brilliant beam slicing through the frigate, defiant like a hot knife through paper. The ships too have spun away in different directions, trailing debris and frozen atmosphere. "All ships concentrate fire on that Gundam," Troy screamed, his composure finally cracking. "Everything we have, now." But the GP-03D was already among them, moving too fast for the fleet's heavy weapons to track. Explosive cables shot out from the Gundam's frame, wrapping around the mobile suit carrier Vengeance. When they detonated, The massive ship split apart in a spectacular explosion that painted the void with fire and wreckage. The GP-03D's beam saber ignited, a massive blade of pure energy over 30 meters long. The Gundam swept through the fleet formation like a cosmic reaper, each stroke of its weapon bisecting another warship. Frigates, destroyers, even cruisers, all fell before that impassable blade. Troy watched his fleet die around him, his face a mask of absolute terror. Behind him, the reporter had gone silent, her own fear rendering her speechless as death approached on mechanical wings. "Signal surrender," Troy shrieked, his voice breaking completely. "All units, signal surrender immediately." But the GP-03D was already bearing down on his flagship, that terrible beam saber raised like an executioner's blade. Troy could see his own death reflected in the Gundam's sensors, cold, mechanical, inevitable. The colonel's nerves shattered completely. He threw himself under his command console, curling into a fetal position as tears streamed down his face. "I don't want to die," he wailed, his voice carrying clearly over the bridge speakers. "Please, I don't want to die." The cameraman, operating on pure instinct, kept filming as the great war hero collapsed into a sobbing, trembling mess on his own bridge floor. The image of Colonel Troy, the supposed liberator, the pride of the Weimar Republic, crying like a child, was broadcast live across the galaxy. At the last possible second, surrender flares burst from the flagship's hull. Sol Yu cut power to his beam saber just meters from the bridge, the GP-03D sweeping past the command ship with contemptuous grace. Troy lay on the floor for several more seconds, his uniform soaked with sweat and worse, before finally raising his head to confirm he was still alive. The remaining mobile suits and fighters, seeing their flagship surrender, immediately ceased hostilities and powered down their weapons. Across the Weimar Republic, citizens watched in stunned silence as their supposed hero revealed himself to be a coward. Social media exploded with outrage and humiliation as clips of Troy's breakdown went viral. The man they'd been told was a paragon of courage and virtue had collapsed at the first sign of real danger. In the presidential palace, the crisis meeting was already underway. The president sat at the head of a polished table, surrounded by his senior ministers, their faces grim as they discussed the political fallout. "The Troy situation is manageable," the defense minister was saying, waving dismissively. "He was always just a media creation anyway. We can make another hero just as easily." "The real problem," interrupted the foreign minister, "is the Tianyi intervention itself. We've lost contact with several frontline units. Our entire offensive momentum is collapsing." The president rubbed his temples, feeling a migraine building. "How many units have we lost?" "At least 6 full battle groups, sir," the defense minister replied reluctantly. "Initially, we assumed communication difficulties due to magnetic interference, but now—" He trailed off meaningfully. "Now we know they're dead," the president finished coldly. "How is this possible? How can the Tianyi forces coordinate so effectively in areas where our own communications fail?" The defense minister consulted his briefing notes. "Intelligence suggests they've developed advanced communication systems immune to both GN particle interference and magnetic field disruption. Moreover, these systems allegedly possess sophisticated hacking capabilities, allowing them to penetrate our own communication networks." The president's face darkened. "You're telling me our forces are fighting blind while the enemy can see everything we do?" "Essentially, yes, sir." "And what happens when word of this spreads through the ranks?" the president demanded. "When our soldiers realize they are facing an enemy that can appear anywhere, anytime, with impunity?" The defense minister had no answer. They all knew the truth. Morale would collapse and the Weimar military would defeat itself through sheer terror. The president slammed his hand on the table. "Issue immediate orders. Any soldier caught spreading rumors about Tianyi involvement faces court-martial. This information is classified at the highest levels, but they all knew it was too late. The galaxy had already seen Colonel Troy's humiliation broadcast live. The myth of Weimar military superiority lay in ruins, shattered by a single Gundam pilot, and the cold reality of technological supremacy. The proxy war was becoming something far more dangerous, a demonstration of just how powerless traditional militaries had become in the face of Tianyi's technological dominance. And in the depths of space, Sol Yu guided his GP-03D toward the next target, already calculating firing solutions for the battles yet to come. Chapter 158. Chaos in the 6th colonial sector, the Weimar Republic's desperate attempts to silence the truth proved as futile as trying to hold back the tide with bare hands. Government censors worked frantically to suppress news of the Tianyi mercenary group's devastating intervention, but secrets have a way of spreading like wildfire through military ranks. Letters from home carried whispered rumors. Battle-scarred survivors returned with haunted eyes and trembling voices, speaking of mechanical demons that carved through entire fleets like wheat before the scythe. Soon, every soldier in the Weimar military knew the terrible truth. They were facing an enemy that turned warfare itself into an art form of destruction. Fear, cold and relentless, crept through the ranks like plague through a crowded city. Ever since the galaxy had witnessed Gundams and their godlike power in battle, no rational soldier wanted to face the Tianyi forces. The very mention of their black ships was enough to make veteran pilots break out in cold sweats. When word spread that their war against the kingdom of Maitalan had drawn Tianyi's attention, something fundamental broke within the Weimar military structure. Orders were ignored, missions were refused. Mobile suit pilots and fighter crews simply walked away from their machines, preferring court-martial to certain death. "I didn't sign up to fight monsters," one pilot muttered as military police dragged him away. His sentiment echoed through every barracks, every ready room, every corner where soldiers gathered to share their fears. Mass desertions became commonplace. Entire squadrons would lay down their arms rather than face the legendary mercenaries. When military police tried to restore order through force, they found soldiers willing to rot in prison rather than die in what everyone knew would be a hopeless battle. The exodus was staggering. Thousands of experienced personnel simply disappeared overnight, filing for immediate discharge, abandoning their posts, or vanishing into the civilian population. The Weimar Republic's military strength evaporated like morning mist before the sun. Without adequate forces to maintain control, the Republic's conquered territories began slipping away like sand through desperate fingers. Colonial satellites that had fallen to Weimar occupation erupted in rebellion as local resistance movements sensed their oppressors' weakness. One by one, these worlds threw off their chains and reclaimed their independence. The humiliation was complete. Not only had Weimar lost every conquered territory, but their own 6 colonial satellites were now under threat. 2 had already fallen to vengeful neighbors, seeking to settle old scores. The democratic powers of the galaxy watched their proxies collapse with growing alarm. If Weimar could be neutralized so easily, what did that say about their own military capabilities? The answer came in the form of a massive propaganda offensive designed to demonize the Tianyi group in the eyes of galactic public opinion. International media outlets, funded by democratic governments, launched a coordinated smear campaign that painted Tianyi as the galaxy's greatest threat to freedom and justice. These mercenaries traffic in human misery, declared a prominent news anchor on the Veridian Broadcasting Network. Intelligence sources confirm they purchased children from slave markets, turning innocent youngsters into weapons of war. Another channel ran exposés claiming Tianyi's ultimate goal was galactic domination. Their advanced technology isn't meant to protect, it's designed to conquer. They want every nation to bow before their military supremacy. The Tianyi group's response was swift, devastating, and thoroughly documented. Their official website became a digital battleground, where evidence spoke louder than propaganda. Corporate intelligence assets had been gathering dirt on democratic powers for years, and now that archive opened like a floodgate. Leaked documents revealed massive human trafficking operations, run by supposedly enlightened democratic governments. Video footage showed democratic armies using chemical weapons against civilian populations. Financial records exposed arms dealers selling to both sides of conflicts, while their governments preached peace. If we're monsters, read Tianyi's official statement, then what does that make the nations who have been doing the same things for decades while hiding behind righteous rhetoric? Non-democratic nations and their media allies rallied to support Tianyi's counter-offensive, amplifying the revelations and adding their own evidence to the growing pile of democratic hypocrisy. The proxy war escalated rapidly as both sides poured resources into the conflict. The Veridian Federation and other democratic powers deployed military advisors and special forces units to reinforce Weimar's crumbling defenses. Meanwhile, non-democratic nations provided similar support to the restored governments fighting to reclaim their independence. What had begun as a localized conflict exploded into a sector-wide conflagration that drew in dozens of nations. The sixth colonial sector became a patchwork of battlefields where ideological rivals settled scores through superior firepower. Ironically, the kingdom of Maitalan, the conflict's original target, now enjoyed relative peace as one of the safest nations in the region. Their contract with Tianyi had ended successfully, with Weimar forces completely expelled from Maitalan space. Now they watched neighboring worlds tear themselves apart, while their own borders remained secure under the implicit protection of their former defenders. In corporate boardrooms across the galaxy, arms dealers celebrated with champagne and caviar as their profit margins soared to unprecedented heights. War, as always, was excellent for business, and the sixth colonial sector had become their most lucrative market in decades. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company found itself at the center of this feeding frenzy, with orders pouring in from desperate nations seeking any advantage over their enemies. Every weapon system they produced earned rave reviews from military analysts and battlefield commanders alike. The crown jewel of their catalog was the newly released Argama-class mobile suit carrier, which had arrived on the market just as the sector erupted into chaos. Though it carried fewer mobile suits than traditional carriers, the Argama's devastating firepower more than compensated for its smaller complement. In battle after battle, these ships proved their worth through overwhelming enemy formations with concentrated energy barrages. Their advanced fire control systems could provide precision support to friendly mobile suits, while simultaneously engaging enemy vessels at extreme range. Draco Varlan's innovative combat support system allowed the ships to resupply and rearm mobile suits during active combat, a revolutionary capability that turned every Argama into a mobile fortress. Nations desperate for any edge in the escalating conflict bid furiously for the limited production run. With only 3 assembly lines producing the complex vessels, Tianyi could complete just 1 ship per month, barely enough to meet a fraction of the demand. The competition intensified when leaked intelligence revealed the Argama's most closely guarded secret. Its propulsion system utilized nuclear fusion technology that surpassed anything available to the major powers. While the Viridian Federation, Garthian Empire, Cathayan Empire, Rossovian Union, and Anglo-Saxon Republic still relied on primitive nuclear fission reactors, Tianyi had achieved true fusion power. The implications were staggering. Any nation that could reverse-engineer the Argama's drive systems would leap decades ahead in military technology, gaining advantages that could reshape the entire balance of galactic power. President Saskia of Tianyi Arms Manufacturing recognized the opportunity and implemented a monthly auction system where the highest bidder claimed each new vessel. The first auction drew bids from across known space, with the Cathayan Empire ultimately claiming victory through a bid that exceeded most nations' annual military budgets. Emperor Valerius Zu wasn't taking any chances with his prize. A massive battle fleet assembled at the edge of Tianyi space to escort the Argama home, while the Guard Hunter Special Forces provided close protection during the most dangerous portions of the journey. The convoy faced multiple ambush attempts from unknown attackers, likely special forces from rival powers, attempting to claim the vessel for their own nations. Each assault was repelled with professional efficiency, though not without cost. Several escort vessels suffered damage, and dozens of crew members paid with their lives to ensure the Argama reached its destination intact. Within hours of the carrier's arrival at a classified Cathayan research facility, teams of the Empire's finest scientists began dismantling the ship with surgical precision. Every component would be analyzed, every system reverse-engineered, every technological secret laid bare. Leading the research effort were top experts from the Flying Dragon Military Sciences Corporation and other private defense contractors who had contributed to the auction's winning bid. Their investment entitled them to share in whatever technological treasures emerged from the Argama's revolutionary design. As cutting torches and analytical scanners began their work, the first phase of what would become the greatest technological intelligence coup in galactic history was officially underway. The arms race was about to enter an entirely new phase, one where the ability to harness the power of stars themselves would determine which nations survived the coming storm. Chapter 159. Escorting the Argama mobile suit carrier, the second Argama-class mobile suit carrier auction had concluded with the same result, the Cathayan Empire claiming victory once again through their overwhelming bid. But this time, Emperor Valerius Zu had different plans for his prize. Rather than immediately dismantling the vessel for reverse engineering, this ship would serve as a combat reference platform, generating real battlefield data to guide their next-generation warship development program. The Guard Hunter Special Forces unit had drawn escort duty again, but this mission carried additional weight. Anton, one of the legendary 10 Ace mobile suit pilots, had been specially assigned to reinforce their ranks. The sight of his customized Astaroth Gundam, Rebirth nestled in the carrier's hangar bay, served as both inspiration and reassurance to the younger pilots. Anton sat in the mess hall, savoring what might be his last peaceful cup of coffee for quite some time. Steam rose from the dark liquid as he contemplated yesterday's events. The afternoon attack had been swift and brutal, unknown forces striking like wolves from the void, their intentions crystal clear. Intelligence reports painted a grim picture of escalating desperation among rival nations. The previous convoy had faced multiple coordinated assaults from shadow forces, whose captured operatives, under intensive interrogation, had revealed the scope of the threat. Special forces from several major powers were actively hunting Argama carriers, with orders to capture or destroy anything to prevent the Cathayan Empire from gaining technological superiority. The failure of the first interdiction operation had only intensified their enemies' resolve. A second Argama in Cathayan hands represented an unacceptable strategic advantage, providing not just advanced technology, but also operational data that could revolutionize their entire naval doctrine. Sir Anton, a young voice interrupted his brooding. Anton looked up to see a pilot in standard Cathayan military fatigues approaching nervously. The young man's GM Roman II Gundam unit insignia marked him as one of the regular escort pilots. "Good morning. I'm Lieutenant Manhwa, sir. It's an incredible honor to serve alongside one of the legendary 10 Aces." Anton's weathered face softened into a genuine smile. Despite his fearsome reputation in battle, he'd never lost his appreciation for the courage of ordinary soldiers. "The pleasure's mine, Lieutenant. I'm honored to fight beside you and your comrades." Manhwa's eyes lit up as Anton extended his hand for a firm handshake. The gesture, simple as it was, bridged the gap between legend and reality. "Sir, if you don't mind me asking, do you have any idea which faction might be behind these attacks on the Argama carriers?" Anton paused, choosing his words carefully. "First, drop the sir business. We're all soldiers here. Call me Anton." He sipped his coffee thoughtfully. "As for your question, honestly, any nation could be behind this. Even countries that share our political system might see us as a threat. But if I had to bet, the Viridian Federation and the Anglo-Saxon Republic are my prime suspects." Manhwa nodded eagerly. "That matches what we've been hearing around the base. Word is that President Saskia deliberately excluded those two from the bidding process on direct orders from the boss. They are probably furious about being locked out. Well, they're certainly... Why is it? The conversation died as emergency klaxons shrieked through the ship's corridors. Both men were on their feet instantly, muscle memory taking over as they sprinted toward the hangar bay, alongside dozens of other pilots. Anton vaulted into the Astaroth Gundam's cockpit with practiced ease, his fingers dancing across control panels as the massive machine hummed to life. Through his monitor, he watched the Cathayan Empire's elite Tiger Roar special forces launching their Xeon mobile suits, distinctive single-eyed machines that cut through space with predatory grace. The sight of those Xeon units stirred complex emotions in Anton's chest. Technically, they were impressive machines, well-designed, properly balanced and effective in combat, but knowing their true origin left a bitter taste in his mouth. Leo Kai had shared the real story during one of their private conversations. The Xeon mobile suit wasn't the product of Flying Dragon Military Sciences Corporation's research teams. It was actually based on designs that Draco Varlan had sketched as a child, technical drawings and programming concepts created by a boy who saw the future of warfare with frightening clarity. The revelation had shocked Anton to his core, At first, he dismissed it as impossible, but considering the miraculous machines that Draco routinely produced, the idea of him designing functional mobile suits as a child suddenly seemed entirely plausible. What truly disgusted Anton was learning how those designs had been acquired. The Varlan family, Draco's own relatives, had sent agents to steal his childhood notebooks and prototypes. The betrayal was so profound, so fundamentally dishonorable, that Anton understood completely why his boss had severed all ties with his blood relatives. The Flying Dragon Military Sciences Corporation had the absolute nerve to market the Xian as their own revolutionary design, claiming credit for innovations that belonged to a child they'd robbed. If Draco hadn't shared the same surname, Anton would have publicly exposed their theft years ago. Still, he had to admit that Flying Dragon had improved upon the original concept. Where Draco's childhood design couldn't mount energy weapons, the production Xian boasted full beam armament capability. They'd clearly invested significant effort in refining and upgrading the stolen blueprints. The enhanced Xian performed admirably, certainly superior to the mass-produced strike dagger units flooding the market. Anton could respect the engineering, even while despising the engineers. His tactical display lit up with contact markers as the enemy fleet emerged from the asteroid field, where they'd been lying in ambush. Over 30 warships of various classes spread across his screen, their hostile intent unmistakable. The attacking mobile suit force consisted of units that told their own story of technological frustration. Tiger and marionette mobile suits, prototypes that the Viridian Federation had submitted for the next-generation military contract competition, only to lose decisively to superior designs. The Tiger units stood 23 meters tall, their bulked-up frames bristling with heavy armor and devastating firepower. Massive thruster arrays covered their backs, waists, and legs in a desperate attempt to overcome the mobility penalty imposed by their defensive bulk. Despite these modifications, they remained slower than average and significantly less maneuverable than modern combat suits. At 150 million colonial credits per unit, the Tigers had proven too expensive for mass production, relegating them to special operations roles where their firepower could justify the cost. The marionette units represented the opposite philosophy, 21-meter frames built for speed and agility above all else. They could mount heavy weapons when needed, and their acceleration curves put them among the fastest mobile suits in known space. But their thin armor made them vulnerable to concentrated fire. 2 or 360 solid rounds, hitting the same general area, could punch clean through their protective plating. Anton counted over 40 Tiger units and nearly 100 marionettes deploying from the enemy fleet's carriers. Additional mobile suits remained in defensive positions, protecting their motherships from counterattack. The Cathayan response was immediate and professional. 80 Xian units launched from their carriers in perfect formation, their pilots' training evident in their coordinated movements. The Guard Hunter Special Forces contributed 40 Roman II units, equipped with additional armor plating and high-mobility backpacks, along with 60 Dagger series mobile suits of various configurations. Many of the Roman II pilots carried the latest innovation, from Tianyi arms manufacturing, spiral penetrator rocket launchers, specifically designed to punch through heavy armor plating. The tactical assignment was obvious. Roman II units would engage the heavily armored Tigers, while the faster Dagger series handled the agile marionettes. The Xian units, with their balanced performance characteristics, would provide flexible support wherever needed. As the enemy formation closed to engagement range, Anton felt the familiar calm settling over his mind. This was what he'd been born to do. Not the politics or corporate maneuvering that dominated peacetime, but the pure clarity of combat where skill and courage mattered more than boardroom connections. The Astaroth Gundam's sensors locked onto target after target as the two fleets accelerated toward their inevitable collision. In moments, the void between them would erupt in fire and fury, another chapter in the endless struggle for technological supremacy. But Anton smiled grimly as his weapon systems armed themselves. Let them come. The Guard Hunters had never failed a mission yet, and they weren't about to start now. Chapter 160, The Crushing Gap. Damn it. This Tiger's armor is like a fortress wall. Nothing we're packing can punch through it. Bloody hell, I've hit the same spot twice with rocket fire, and all I've got to show for it is a dent." Frustration crackled through the communications channels as Tiger Roar Special Forces pilots struggled against their mechanical adversaries. The Xi'an mobile suit's 180mm solid ammunition rifles might as well have been throwing pebbles at the Tiger unit's massive armor plating. Worse yet, many rounds simply bounced off harmlessly, ricocheting into the void like rejected coins. Meanwhile, the Tiger's counterattacks forced the Xi'an pilots into desperate evasive maneuvers. Even the Tiger's weakest weapon, a 280mm solid rifle, could punch clean through Xi'an armor like it was tissue paper. The battle statistics painted a grim picture. Not a single Tiger had been destroyed, with the most damaged unit suffering only moderate structural damage. In stark contrast, 3 Xi'an units had already been vaporized, each falling to a single devastating blow that left no room for survival. Then everything changed. A Roman 2 unit, its frame upgraded with additional armor plating, and a high-mobility backpack, locked onto a Tiger with surgical precision. The pilot's finger tightened on the trigger of his spiral penetrator rocket launcher. The weapon fired with a distinctive whine, its specialized projectile spinning through space at tremendous velocity. The rocket struck the Tiger's chest, its most heavily armored section, and bored through like a drill through butter. The massive mobile suit erupted in a spectacular fireball, its thick armor proving worthless against Tiany's advanced weaponry. Every Tiger pilot felt their blood turn to ice. One shot, one kill, against armor that had shrugged off dozens of conventional attacks. Panic spread through their ranks as every Tiger unit immediately targeted the Roman 2 with the devastating weapon. But the Tiany pilot was already moving, his high-mobility backpack allowing him to dance between incoming fire with almost supernatural grace. Advanced combat software calculated firing solutions in milliseconds, while targeting assistance systems locked onto enemy weak points. Whoosh bang! Another Tiger exploded. Whoosh bang! Then another. In less than 60 seconds, over 20 Tiger units had been reduced to expanding clouds of superheated debris. Not a single Roman 2 had been lost. Sweet merciful God, breathed one Xi'an pilot watching the carnage unfold. The Tiany group's weapons are absolutely monstrous, and their boss is one of our own people from the Cathayan Empire, another pilot replied bitterly. All those military innovations came from his mind. Damn it all, if that Draco Varlan hadn't run off to start his precious Tiany group instead of serving the homeland, we might be piloting Gundams right now instead of these tin cans. Their squadron leader's voice cut through the chatter like a blade. Quit your whining, the Roman 2 can handle the Tigers. We're moving to support other units. The second engagement told a different story. The Xi'an squadron, assigned to combat the marionette mobile suits, found themselves in a more manageable fight. While the marionettes outclassed them in firepower, speed, and maneuverability, the Xi'ans held a decisive advantage in armor protection. The marionettes shared the Tigers' heavy firepower philosophy, but their execution fell far short of their heavily armored cousins. A Xi'an could take multiple hits to non-critical areas and keep fighting, while a marionette's paper-thin armor made it vulnerable to even light weapons fire. One burst from a 35mm submachine gun found its mark on a marionette's left leg joint. The limbs separated cleanly, sending the mobile suit into an uncontrollable spin as its carefully balanced thruster system failed catastrophically. Got another one. The Xi'an pilot whooped as his rocket launcher finished the crippled enemy, but their momentary triumph was short-lived. Across the battlefield, various Dagger series mobile suits were systematically dismantling the marionette formations with professional efficiency. The sight crushed whatever satisfaction the Xi'an pilots had managed to feel. 2 Roman 2 Gundams moved through the enemy ranks like apex predators among sheep, their superior mobility and speed making the supposedly agile marionettes look clumsy by comparison. They picked off targets with casual precision, their pilots treating the battle more like a training exercise than life-or-death combat. At the center of the carnage, Anton's Astaroth Gundam was a force of nature made manifest. His left hand gripped a beam rifle that spoke death with every trigger pull, while his right wielded the Demolition Devil blade, a weapon that cut through enemy mobile suits like they were made of cardboard. Some marionettes were bisected at the waist, others were split vertically from head to toe. The Tiger Roar Special Forces commander watched the tactical display with growing dismay. Flying Dragon Military Sciences Corporation's supposedly cutting-edge Xi'an mobile suits, marketed as the pinnacle of military technology, couldn't even compete with Tianyi's standard-issue equipment. More sobering was the realization that the Guard Hunter Special Forces didn't even need Anton or their 2 production model Gundams. Their GM Roman 2 units and Dagger variants alone could have handled both the Tiger and Marionette forces without breaking a sweat. Sir casually report, his aide announced with professional composure masking deep concern. Go ahead, current status, 9 Xi'an units destroyed, 14 suffering heavy damage, 20 with moderate damage, 30 with light damage. The commander's jaw tightened, and the Guard Hunters, 0 units destroyed, 0 heavy damage, 3 GM Roman 2 and Dagger variants with moderate damage, 8 with light damage. A heavy sigh escaped the commander's lips as he shook his head in resignation. The gap between us and them, it's not just significant, it's crushing. His aide's voice carried barely contained bitterness. If the Tianyi Group's founder had stayed loyal to the Empire instead of striking out on his own, we wouldn't be facing such humiliation. Dwelling on what-ifs won't change our current reality, the commander replied grimly. The battle's climax came as Anton's Asteroth charged the enemy fleet like a mechanical angel of death, his demolition devil blade carved through a Tiger unit's torso, as if the massive armor plating were wet paper. The ease of the kill, the casual way the legendary blade parted metal that had withstood dozens of conventional attacks, sent a chill through every observer. The unknown fleet's commander had seen enough. Retreat flares burst across the formation as ships powered up their engines for emergency withdrawal. The remaining Tiger and Marionette units formed a desperate rearguard, buying time for their motherships to escape. Anton and his fellow pilots made no move to pursue. Their mission was escort duty, not enemy annihilation. Every moment spent chasing fleeing enemies was a moment their charges remained vulnerable to other threats. Both the Tiger Roar and Guard Hunter forces conducted rapid battlefield salvage operations before resuming their escort formation around the precious Argama carrier. Colonel Di Caprio, who had commanded the Guard Hunters during the first Argama escort mission, knew this assignment would be even more dangerous than the last. The 6th Colonial Sector was erupting into full-scale war. Every parsec of their route could hide enemy fleets, and multiple nations were treating the region as an active combat zone. They would need every advantage they could get, and even then, success was far from guaranteed. The 2nd Argama represented more than advanced technology. It was a symbol of shifting power in a galaxy where the old rules no longer applied, and everyone knew that symbols were worth dying for. The convoy pressed onward through the dangerous void, carrying its precious cargo toward an uncertain destiny. Chapter 161. Chaos and Sanctuary in the 6th Colonial Sector, while Anton's Tiger Roar Special Forces fleet escorted the precious Argama mobile suit carrier through the dangerous void. Another drama was unfolding across the war-torn expanse of the 6th Colonial Sector. The Mother Base's 1st Army, 1st Brigade Fleet had just completed a routine logistics escort mission, but nothing about the sector could be called routine anymore. The colonial wars had raged for months now, and far from burning themselves out, the conflicts had metastasized into something far worse than anyone had imagined. What had begun as territorial disputes between rival nations had devolved into a sector-wide nightmare that consumed everything in its path. The economic devastation was staggering. Colonial stock markets had crashed so hard that trading floors looked like morgues. Businesses that had operated for generations packed up overnight and fled to safer sectors, abandoning factories, warehouses, and entire commercial districts to the encroaching chaos. The human cost was even more devastating. Unemployment soared to levels not seen since the darkest days of the colonial expansion era. Families that had lived comfortable middle-class lives suddenly found themselves standing in bread lines, watching their savings evaporate as rapidly as their hopes for the future. Desperation bred desperation. Former soldiers, their military pensions worthless in the collapsing economy, faced an impossible choice: answer their government's call to return to active duty for wars they might not survive, or sign up with mercenary companies for contracts that offered better pay but even worse odds. For civilians with no military experience, the options were bleaker still. Many turned to crime out of simple necessity. Theft, robbery, and extortion rates skyrocketed across every populated colony in the sector, but the truly desperate embraced more extreme solutions. Pirate gangs sprouted like poisonous flowers in the void between colonies, preying on merchant vessels and refugee transports with equal viciousness. These weren't the romanticized buccaneers of old stories. They were desperate people driven to brutality by circumstances beyond their control. Even more horrifying was the explosion in human trafficking organizations. Local criminal syndicates expanded their operations, while outside groups moved in like vultures, seeing opportunity in the chaos. Refugee camps became hunting grounds where families were torn apart, and individuals disappeared into networks that sold human beings like cattle. The trafficking operations had evolved beyond simple slavery. Medical facilities on the sector's fringe worlds offered top dollar for fresh organs. No questions asked. The mathematics of survival had become grotesquely simple. One healthy person could be worth more dead than alive. Drug cartels represented the sector's third most profitable criminal enterprise, but their approach was almost businesslike in its efficiency. With legitimate agriculture disrupted by constant warfare, they approached unemployed farmers with an offer that seemed reasonable under the circumstances. "Grow our crops instead of food crops," the cartel representatives would say. "We'll pay 3 times what you made before the war, guaranteed." Many local governments turned a blind eye to these arrangements. Drug cultivation solved multiple problems simultaneously. It gave the unemployed income, provided tax revenue for cash-strapped administrations, and reduced petty crime rates in areas where people had paying work. The cartels, for their part, kept their word about not flooding local markets with their products. Instead, they exported everything to other sectors where demand was high, and law enforcement was less desperate. Everyone won, except the distant consumers whose addiction funded the sector's survival. On the legitimate side of the economy, only 3 industries truly thrived: arms manufacturers, food companies, and mercenary groups. Weapons manufacturers couldn't keep up with demand. Every government, rebel group, and criminal organization needed guns, ammunition, vehicles, and spare parts. Prices rose weekly as supply chains collapsed, and raw materials became scarce. Food companies engaged in what could only be called profiteering, raising prices whenever supply disruptions gave them an excuse. A meal that cost 5 credits before the war now commanded 50, and families went hungry while corporate executives congratulated themselves on record quarterly profits. But mercenary groups had become the real winners in this economy of violence. Every major corporation maintaining operations in the sector needed armed escorts for their transport convoys. Even legitimate governments found themselves outsourcing logistics to private military contractors when their own armed forces proved insufficient. At the apex of this mercenary hierarchy sat the Tianyi mercenary group, whose reputation had transcended mere business success to approach legend status. Every corporate executive, every military procurement officer, every desperate politician who needed something moved safely through the war zone had the same first choice: Tianyi. Their perfect mission success rate spoke for itself. In a sector where most escort missions had a 30% failure rate, Tianyi had never lost a single client's cargo. That kind of reliability commanded premium pricing, and clients paid it gladly. The demand had grown so overwhelming that even transferring additional units from the 7th Colonial Sector's 8th sub-base couldn't provide enough personnel. Tianyi's leadership faced impossible choices daily, forced to turn down lucrative contracts simply because they lacked the manpower to accept everything. Companies and military forces that couldn't secure Tianyi protection had to settle for second-tier mercenary groups at significantly reduced rates. The pay differential was stark. Competing mercenary companies typically received less than 25% of what clients willingly paid Tianyi for identical services. The resentment among rival mercenary groups was palpable, but no one dared act on it. Challenging Tianyi militarily would be suicide, and the mercenary guild had no interest in defending groups foolish enough to pick that fight. Tianyi's leadership remained adamantly opposed to rapid expansion. Despite the financial incentives, quality control trumped quantity every time, But security concerns were equally important. The larger they grew, the greater the risk of enemy infiltration. New recruits faced exhaustive background checks and psychological evaluations that could last months. Even then, many candidates were rejected for reasons they never learned. The most trusted members of Tiany's ranks came from an unusual source: children and teenagers purchased from human trafficking rings and raised within the organization from youth. These individuals, trained from childhood to see Tiany as their family and protector, displayed loyalty that exceeded anything money could buy. They had no divided allegiances, no outside connections that might compromise operational security, and no memories of life before joining the organization. Meanwhile, Tiany Group's various subsidiary companies had begun a strategic relocation program, moving operations to colonies where Tiany maintained military bases or had strong defensive partnerships. The wisdom of this policy became apparent when the Republic of Festam military made a catastrophic error in judgment. Despite explicit warnings to avoid Felipe's 12th colonial satellite, home to Tiany's 7th sub-base, Festam forces either ignored the directive or suffered a tragic communication failure. When Festam shells struck the colony's outer ring, killing 43 civilians and damaging a Tiany logistics facility, the response was swift and absolute. The 7th sub-base deployed a full brigade-strength fleet that hunted down and annihilated the entire Festam military force responsible for the attack. Within hours, Tiany's official website published a declaration that would reshape the sector's political landscape. The following colonies are designated as protected zones under Tiany Group security guarantees. Any military force, national, corporate, or irregular, that attacks these locations will face immediate and total retaliation. This is not a negotiation. This is not a threat. This is a promise. The list that followed included every colony hosting significant Tiany Group investments, creating islands of absolute safety in an ocean of chaos. The economic impact was immediate and profound. Businesses that had been preparing to abandon the sector entirely suddenly reversed course, rushing to establish operations in the newly protected zones. Real estate values in Tiany protected areas skyrocketed, while property in unprotected regions became worthless almost overnight. National governments found themselves in an unprecedented situation. A private military organization had effectively declared sovereign control over portions of their territory, and they lacked the power to challenge it. Instead of resistance, most offered cooperation, sending diplomatic missions to beg Tiany to establish bases in their colonies. The offers were extravagant: tax exemptions, free land grants, exclusive trading rights, and diplomatic immunity for Tiany personnel. Entire colonial administrations restructured themselves around the hope of attracting Tiany investment and protection. In a sector consumed by violence and economic collapse, Tiany protected zones had become something approaching paradise. Crime rates dropped to near zero within their boundaries. Trade flourished under absolute security guarantees. Families could sleep peacefully knowing that the most feared military organization in known space stood guard over their homes. The 6th colonial sector had become a study in contrasts. Vast regions of lawlessness and suffering, punctuated by small islands of perfect order and prosperity. The zones under Tiany protection gleamed like jewels against the darkness, sanctuaries of peace in a galaxy at war. And in the void between stars, escort fleets like Anton's continued their dangerous work, carrying the cargo and passengers whose safe arrival would determine whether civilization endured or collapsed entirely. The future of an entire sector hung in the balance, and everyone knew that Tiany held the scales. Chapter 162. The pirate-occupied colonial satellite, the Kingdom of Mykion, the Kesola Republic, and other neighboring nations basked in unprecedented security, thanks to their proximity to Tiany Mercenary Group's mother base and various sub-bases. The mere knowledge that overwhelming military force could be deployed within hours had created an invisible shield around these territories, keeping the flames of war at bay. The Kingdom of Mytaland's earlier confrontation with the Weimar Republic had been no mere territorial dispute. Behind Weimar's aggression lurked the shadowy influence of major powers, whose true target had been Draco Varlan and his fortress asteroid. Draco had recognized the threat immediately and acted with characteristic decisiveness, No foreign power would be permitted to establish influence near his domain. His intervention had sent a clear message that echoed across the galaxy. Challenge Tianyi at your peril. Now, ironically, that same reputation for swift and brutal retaliation had transformed the region into a beacon of stability. Investment capital flooded into Mykian and its neighbors as businesses sought safe havens from the chaos consuming the 6th colonial sector. Even the wealthy refugees fleeing the widespread violence began cautiously establishing operations in these protected zones. King Thrax of Mykian found himself in a position he'd never imagined possible, standing at the window of his royal chambers, gazing out at construction sites where new factories and commercial centers rose daily. He shook his head with a mixture of bemusement and gratitude. The very organization that had once kept him awake with worry, whose proximity had seemed like living next to a sleeping dragon, had become the source of his kingdom's greatest prosperity. Whether to laugh or cry at the irony, he honestly couldn't decide. Aboard the Argama-class carrier Talalo Roman II, Draco lay in his private quarters, his right arm wrapped around Persica's sleeping form as he stared at the ceiling. His mind wandered to philosophical questions that seemed increasingly relevant as his responsibilities grew. My personality really has changed from my previous life, he mused silently. Back then, I would have stayed locked away in the safety of my base, forever rather than venture out like this. They say environment shapes character, and I suppose being born into this world instead of my old one has made me different. His wandering thoughts were interrupted by the warmth of Persica beside him. His hand moved almost unconsciously, tracing gentle patterns along her back as she slept peacefully against his chest. The soft touch roused her from dreams. Persica's eyes fluttered open, still heavy with sleep, and she caught sight of Draco's mischievous expression. Without ceremony, she pinched his waist with just enough force to make him yelp. "Can't you let a girl sleep in peace?" She mumbled, her voice thick with drowsiness. "Some of us need rest after everything." She turned away from him with exaggerated annoyance, though the small smile playing at her lips betrayed her true feelings. All right, Draco chuckled, pulling her closer. "I'll behave." Within minutes, Persica's breathing had settled back into the rhythm of deep sleep. Draco wrapped both arms around her slender waist, breathing in the gentle fragrance of her golden hair, and slowly drifted off himself. Their peaceful rest shattered when Draco's communicator chirped insistently. Both sat up, instantly alert with the reflexes of people accustomed to sudden crises. Draco grabbed the device, noting Brigadier General Isis's identification code. "Colonel, what's the situation?" "Sir, we've intercepted a distress signal from a colonial satellite. Local civilians appear to be calling for help. Should we investigate?" Draco felt Persica's fingers dig gently but meaningfully into his side, her silent counsel to be cautious but compassionate. "Send a reconnaissance team first," he decided. "If civilians genuinely need humanitarian assistance, we'll provide it, but I want full intelligence before we commit." "Understood, sir." As the call ended, Persica was already moving, selecting a fresh uniform from their wardrobe with practiced efficiency. Draco headed to the washroom for a quick cleanup, while she laid out his clothes with the attention to detail that made her invaluable as both lover and advisor. Together, they made their way to the bridge, where the tactical situation was rapidly developing. "Report, Colonel," Draco said, accepting a stack of photographs from Isis. The reconnaissance images painted a grim picture. Multiple pirate vessels clustered around a colonial satellite, like vultures around carrion. Different pirate flags marked distinct factions. This wasn't a single raiding party, but a consortium of criminal organizations. Debris fields containing the twisted remains of local defense forces and rival pirate units told a story of recent, brutal conquest. "Which nation does this satellite belong to?" Draco asked, studying the evidence of destruction. "And are we certain this distress call is genuine rather than a trap?" "The target is the 3rd colonial satellite of the Suleiman Republic, sir," Isis reported crisply. "Our scouts intercepted the last genuine civilian distress transmission before the pirates activated jamming equipment to block subsequent calls. The civilians are definitely real and definitely trapped." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "Suleiman Republic. They are part of the Democratic Coalition, aren't they? Even a weak democratic state should have access to military aid from stronger allies. How did pirates manage to overwhelm an entire colonial defense force?" Intelligence indicates Suleiman exhausted their military capabilities in the sector-wide conflict. ISIS explained. They've burned through their national reserves so completely that they can barely maintain domestic security, let alone defend outlying territories. Draco's expression hardened. Normally, I'd say they made their bed and can lie in it, but innocent civilians didn't choose their government's stupidity. He paused, considering, and honestly, this convoy hasn't seen real action since we started this mission. The crew needs something to keep their skills sharp, so we intervene, sir. We intervene, tell the fleet to prepare for combat operations, but frame it as a training exercise with humanitarian benefits. The men will appreciate the honesty. As they left the bridge, Persica caught Draco's arm. Her violet eyes searched his face with the intimate knowledge that came from months of shared dangers and quiet moments. "You're worried I think you're heartless," she said softly. "That's not it at all." Draco stopped walking, surprised by her insight. "Anyone else might see coldness in how you make these decisions," Persica continued, "but I know better. You're not indifferent to suffering. You just have to think of your people first. Every choice you make affects thousands of lives under your protection." He cupped her face gently, marveling at how she could read him so completely. "You don't have to justify my decisions, especially when they put you in danger." "The danger isn't why you're going," she replied, leaning into his touch. "You're going because your people need to stay sharp, and because turning away from genuine suffering when you can help. That's not who you are, even when you pretend otherwise." Draco kissed her forehead softly. "Whatever happens, the responsibility is mine alone. But you're right. The crew has been itching for action, and pirates make perfect target practice." Hand in hand, they headed for the hangar bay, where the sounds of preparation were already echoing. Weapons being armed, mobile suits powered up, and pilots running through final checks. Throughout the ship, excited voices rose in anticipation. Finally, some real action. About time we showed these pirates what happens when you mess with civilians. Let's light 'em up. In the hangar, Ramira was already sealed in her custom Spartan combat suit, running system checks in her lunar goddess Gundam. The veteran pilot's scarred face showed the focused intensity of a predator preparing to hunt. Draco and Persica suited up in their own Spartan armor, the advanced life support and combat enhancement systems that had kept them alive through countless battles. For this mission, Draco selected his Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type, while Persica opted for the Crimson Aegis Gundam. As the hangar bay doors began their cycling sequence, preparing to launch humanity's most advanced mobile suits against a pack of space pirates, Draco allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. His people needed action, innocent civilians needed help, and pirates needed to be reminded that some predators were far more dangerous than others. It was going to be a good day for justice, and a very bad day for anyone stupid enough to prey on the helpless. Chapter 163. We don't play that game. Persica's Crimson Aegis Gundam tore through the void in cruise mode, its sleek frame cutting through space like a scarlet blade of vengeance. The beam sabers at her limbs' tips ignited with brilliant crimson light, carving through pirate mobile suits one after another in a deadly dance of precision and fury. The raggedy collection of pirate pilots watched in growing horror as the red machine moved with impossible speed and grace. Their desperate salvos of cannon fire mostly missed entirely, while the few rounds that found their mark simply sparked harmlessly off the advanced VPS armor plating. Flash it, flash it, flash it. Green particle beams lanced through the darkness, each one finding its mark with surgical precision. More pirate units erupted in brilliant fireballs as Ramira's lunar goddess Gundam joined the slaughter. Her psycho frame system hummed with deadly efficiency as floating gun pods separated from the main unit, each one seeking targets with the relentless hunger of hunting wolves. Big Brother Draco's strike dagger designs. "I can't believe these pirates got their hands on them," Ramira muttered, her scarred face twisted in disgust. Either some corrupt military officer sold them out, or the black market's gotten way too organized for comfort. The pirate consortium had no idea their radar systems were being systematically jammed by solar furnace particles. GM Roman 2 units and various Dagger series mobile suits struck from multiple vectors simultaneously, their approach masked by the electronic chaos. 2 Tempest daggers unleashed their heavy artillery, reducing a converted cargo hauler to expanding plasma and twisted metal in seconds. The pirates never saw it coming. Every GM-2 unit had been painted with experimental void camouflage coating, a matte black finish that not only absorbed beam weapons, but also provided visual deception against the star field, while reducing radar cross-sections to nearly nothing. Like Special Forces soldiers wearing ghillie suits in dense jungle, these black-painted machines became nearly invisible against the cosmic backdrop. Pirate crews and mobile suit pilots found themselves under attack from enemies they couldn't see, struck down by phantoms that appeared from nowhere and vanished back into the darkness. One pirate mobile suit pilot was desperately evading fire from a 105 dagger when a GM-2 materialized beside him like death itself. A physical combat blade punched through his cockpit before he even knew the enemy was there. Draco watched the performance of his void camouflaged units with professional satisfaction. The space camouflage coding is working better than expected. Without thermal imaging, they are practically ghosts. Another GM-2, wielding a similarly coded rocket launcher, put a single shot through the bridge of a converted freighter. The pirate captain probably died without ever knowing what hit him. The black-painted GM-2 were performing flawlessly, their beam rifles picking off targets with methodical precision while remaining effectively invisible to enemy sensors. From maximum range, the 1st Brigade Fleet's laser cannons reached out like fingers of concentrated death, systematically destroying the outer ring of pirate vessels. The brilliant beams carved through hull plating and reactor cores with equal ease, leaving nothing but expanding debris clouds in their wake. The pirate consortium occupying the colonial satellite was a loose alliance of convenience, multiple gangs working together for a major score. The weaker crews assigned to perimeter duty had signed up for easy money, not a death sentence against the galaxy's most feared military force. Watching the stronger inner crews getting systematically slaughtered, while their own positions came under devastating fleet bombardment, many of the outer pirates made the smart choice. Engines flared to life as ship after ship broke formation and fled into the safety of deep space. Why die for scraps when the real players were already getting destroyed? The remaining pirates still represented a formidable force, nearly 3,000 mobile suits of various types and conditions, but quantity couldn't overcome their fundamental weaknesses: mismatched equipment, barely trained pilots, and zero coordination between competing gangs. They were facing a unified military force with superior technology, extensive training, and absolute tactical discipline. It wasn't a battle, it was a demonstration of the difference between professionals and amateurs. Veterans who had participated in the assault on the Judah Democratic Republic found themselves almost insulted by the pirates' pathetic skill level. God almighty, even those Judah pilots were better than this garbage. One Tianyi pilot complained over the comm. These pirates couldn't beat a Judah rookie 5-on-1. This isn't even a warm-up. Another voice added with obvious disappointment. I'm so bored I could take a nap in my cockpit. Inside the captured colonial satellite, several pirate leaders watched their forces getting systematically annihilated. Panic was setting in, but they still had one card to play: the classic hostage gambit that had worked against law enforcement and military forces throughout history. The transmission that reached Brigadier General Ises showed exactly what they'd expected. Dozens of terrified civilians on their knees, hands bound behind their backs, while armed pirates stood behind them with rifles aimed at their heads. Ises felt her stomach clench. The void camouflage coding that made their GM-2 so effective in open space would be useless inside the brightly lit colonial cylinder. Any rescue operation would take time to organize, and these bastards clearly weren't bluffing. "Sir," she reported to Draco with obvious reluctance, "they're threatening to execute civilians if we don't withdraw immediately." Draco's response came without hesitation, his voice cold as the void itself. "Tell them we don't play that game. How many people they kill is their business, not ours. Make it clear we're here for combat practice, and to capture them for interrogation about their base locations and stolen assets." "Understood, sir." When the pirates received Tianyi's response, they assumed it was a bluff. What military force would actually ignore civilian hostages? They decided to call what they thought was Tianyi's bluff by making good on their threat. The execution was broadcast live on external screens around the colonial satellite. 3 civilians shot in the head, while Tianyi forces watched. The message was clear: surrender or more innocents die. But Draco's expression never changed. Persica's voice crackled over the calm, tight with barely controlled fury. Draco, we can't keep fighting. They're actually killing those people. This isn't just a threat anymore. Instead of responding to his wife, Draco contacted Isis directly. Tell them we don't care. They can execute every hostage they want. It changes nothing. Offer them one chance to surrender and go home alive. If they refuse, they'll experience some very creative interrogation techniques as our prisoners. Sir, yes sir. Persica's voice exploded across the channel. Are you completely insane? There are children down there, innocent kids. You're going to get them all killed. I'm not insane, Draco replied with mechanical calm. I'm establishing a precedent. Every enemy we face needs to know that hostage tactics don't work against us. If we back down now, every future operation will involve human shields. I'm sorry for those people, but tactical consistency is more important than individual casualties. Persica fell silent for a moment, processing the cold logic behind his decision. When she spoke again, her voice was thick with emotion. You better pray those pirates don't get desperate enough to massacre everyone in that colony. If that happens, I'll hate you for the rest of my life and never forgive you. The communication cut off abruptly. Draco stared at his darkened comm screen, his jaw clenched tight. Persica didn't understand the real calculation behind his decision, couldn't see the larger picture that haunted his strategic thinking. The precedent came from his previous life's knowledge of a special forces unit that had solved hostage situations through overwhelming violence, including acceptable losses among the hostages themselves. Once word spread about their methods, hostage takers would surrender immediately rather than face that particular unit. We're robbing you pirates anyway, he muttered to himself, seeking justification for the weight on his conscience. The people you kill aren't my responsibility. Besides, your own government couldn't protect these civilians. Why should that be my problem? The rationalization felt hollow even to him. Opening a channel to Isis, Draco's voice was steady and professional. Colonel, establish a new operational protocol for future missions. When civilian hostages are involved and we determine tactical objectives take precedence, use codename. He paused, thinking. Codename Cold Irons. Make sure all unit commanders understand what that means. As the battle continued around them and more innocent lives hung in the balance, Draco Varlin faced the terrible truth that leadership sometimes required choosing between bad options and worse ones. The pirates would learn that Tianyi didn't negotiate with terrorists. The question was how many would die before that lesson was understood. Chapter 164. Operation Alpha Terror gripped the pirate commanders like ice water in their veins. Their hostage gambit, the one trick that had worked against every government and military force they'd ever faced, had not only failed, but seemed to have made the Tianyi mercenary group even more ruthless in their assault. Panic spread through their ranks like wildfire. Several pirate captains immediately abandoned their positions, scrambling to evacuate the colonial satellite before the killing ground claimed them too. But a stubborn few realized the brutal truth. Escape was no longer an option. They were trapped, and their only choice was to fight to the bitter end. In desperation, one group of pirate leaders made a final, desperate play. They shut down their jamming equipment and forced the local media crews to broadcast everything live across the galactic networks. A grizzled pirate captain stood before the cameras, his weathered face twisted with false confidence. Behind him, a line of terrified civilians knelt with their hands bound, the cold metal of rifle barrels pressed against their skulls. This is your last warning, Tianyi. The captain snarled, pressing his sidearm against a trembling man's head. Pull back your forces immediately, or we start executing these people one by one. Suddenly, an ear-splitting electronic screech filled the air. The pirate captain staggered, clutching his ears as the feedback nearly burst his eardrums. What the hell is happening? He roared over the noise. The news director, pale as death, shouted back. Someone's hijacking our transmission. The interference cut out as abruptly as it had begun. The broadcast screen flickered, then displayed the stern face of Brigadier General Isis, her cold blue eyes radiating absolute authority. Stop your attack immediately, the pirate captain screamed at the screen, or I'll blow these people's brains out. Isis's response came without hesitation, her voice carrying the chill of deep space. Go ahead. The pirate captain's jaw dropped. The news director stared in shock, certain they'd misheard. "Let me make something crystal clear," Ises continued with mechanical precision. "We're not here to liberate this colony or save innocent civilians. You pirates are nothing but fat sheep to us, sheep who have been doing quite well for themselves, judging by all the loot you've accumulated. Our objective is simple: capture you alive for interrogation, strip you of everything valuable, and eliminate any resistance. The fate of these hostages is completely irrelevant to our mission parameters." The pirate captain's blood turned to ice. In all his years of crime, he'd never encountered a military force that spoke with such casual brutality, words that made his own crew sound like choir boys. Isis leaned closer to her camera, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow carried more menace than any shout. "I want you to listen very carefully, both you and everyone watching this broadcast. What you're witnessing is the initiation of Operation Alpha, a tactical classification that means we will achieve our objectives regardless of collateral damage, civilian casualties, or international law. Under Alpha protocols, we will eliminate any obstacle to mission success. That includes hostages if necessary." The news director exploded with righteous fury. "You can't do this. You're violating every international convention, the Geneva Accords, human rights law. The entire galactic community will condemn you." Isis's expression never changed. "Your moral outrage is noted and dismissed. You have exactly 60 seconds to decide. Surrender unconditionally or face complete annihilation. Choose wisely, this offer won't be repeated." The transmission switched to live combat footage that painted a picture of absolute military dominance. The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type filled the screen, its massive beam cannons reducing a fleeing pirate vessel to expanding plasma. The ship's death screams echoed across all frequencies as its hull cracked like an egg. The feed cut to 6 dual-dagger mobile suits, providing cover for assault shuttles landing at the colony's main port. Tiani ground forces poured out in perfect formation, their movements coordinated with military precision that spoke of countless hours of brutal training. Persica's Crimson Aegis Gundam swept into the colony in cruise mode, its sleek form transforming mid-flight into its humanoid configuration. Twin-beam rifles spoke death in rapid succession, picking off pirate mobile suits, while her head-mounted 75mm SEAL systems chewed through ground-based armor like tissue paper. Draco's Justice Goddess Gundam followed closely behind, accompanied by 8 105 dagger units that moved through the colony's corridors like mechanical angels of death, systematically hunting down and eliminating every armed pirate they encountered. Outside the colony, Ramira's Lunar Goddess Gundam demonstrated the terrifying effectiveness of its psycho-frame system. Floating gun pods separated from the main unit, each one seeking targets from impossible angles with inhuman accuracy. Every shot found its mark. The pitch-black Strike Gundam moved like a gunslinger from ancient Earth legends, its twin rifles firing in different directions simultaneously. Its pilot's reflexes seemed superhuman as rocket anchors deployed, hooking enemy vessels and allowing the machine to slingshot between targets while its electromagnetic cannons cleared everything in its path. The GP-03D dominated the battlefield with its massive beam saber, the 70-meter blade carving through pirate ships like they were made of paper. Its mega-particle cannon spoke once, and 3 vessels simply ceased to exist, their atoms scattered across the void. The carnage was overwhelming. Debris fields expanded in all directions as white flags sprouted from surviving pirate vessels like flowers after rain. Mobile suits threw down their weapons and raised their manipulator arms in surrender, their pilot's nerve finally breaking under the relentless assault. The pirate captain watched the one-sided slaughter with growing horror, his hands shaking as each camera angle revealed fresh devastation. This wasn't a battle, it was an execution. When Isis reappeared on screen exactly 60 seconds later, her expression hadn't changed. "Well, do you continue this pointless resistance or do you surrender?" "I surrender," the captain whispered, his voice barely audible. The moment the words left his lips, a tremendous explosion shook the entire colony. The captain tumbled to the floor as the structure around him groaned and twisted. "A wise choice," Isis noted with professional satisfaction. "Unfortunately, some of your colleagues proved less intelligent. Remain exactly where you are until my personnel arrive to process you." The transmission ended, leaving only static. The Black Eagle pirate fleet had watched the massacre unfold with growing desperation. Their leader, a scarred veteran named Vas Blackwing, realized that attempting to escape through normal channels would be suicide. Blow a hole in the colony hull, he screamed at his demolitions team, "Emergency evacuation, now." Explosive charges detonated along the colony's outer shell, creating a gaping wound in the structure's side. The Black Eagle fleet poured through the breach like blood from an artery, their ships accelerating desperately toward empty space. But the GP-04 Gerbera was waiting. 30 Dagger Series mobile suits flanked the advanced unit as it moved to intercept the fleeing pirates. The Black Eagles deployed every mobile suit they had, knowing full well it was a suicide mission. But if their sacrifice could buy their motherships enough time to escape, all units maximum burn, Blackwing commanded. Break through at any cost. The battle was brief and brutal. Blackwing's mobile suit pilots fought with the desperate courage of the doomed, throwing their lives away in hopeless charges, while the transport ships ran for the edge of the gravity well. Several Black Eagle vessels fell to concentrated fire, their hulls cracking open to spill atmosphere and crew into the merciless void. The mobile suit screen collapsed under sustained assault, leaving only twisted metal and expanding clouds of debris. Blackwing's command ship burst through the defensive line, its engines screaming at maximum output as they clawed for the freedom of deep space. For a moment, it seemed they might actually escape. Then the GP-04 Gerbera simply appeared beside them, matching their velocity with contemptuous ease. "Shoot it down," Blackwing shrieked, his voice cracking with hysteria. "Kill that damned machine." But cargo haulers converted to pirate ships couldn't hope to target something moving at the Gerbera's speed. Even purpose-built military vessels would have struggled to track the advanced mobile suit. The Gerbera moved to the ship's bow and raised its beam rifle, the weapon's muzzle aimed directly at the bridge. "I surrender," Blackwing screamed, his hands raised high above his head. The message was clear. Operation Alpha was complete, and the galaxy had just learned that Tianyi didn't negotiate with terrorists. Chapter 165. Princess Gia and Serena Snow Draco and Persica hovered in their respective Gundams, surveying the devastation spread across the colony's surface like a grim tapestry of defeat. Below them, countless pirates had thrown down their weapons in surrender, sitting dejected in small clusters with their heads hanging low in shame and fear. Here and there, pockets of die-hard resistance still flickered like dying embers, their final struggles echoing through the damaged corridors. Suddenly a voice pierced through Draco's consciousness, fragile, desperate, achingly young. "Save me!" The psychic cry hit him like a physical blow, a little girl somewhere in this maze of destruction, calling out with the pure desperation that only a child could possess. "Persica," Draco's voice crackled over the calm channel, tight with urgency. "Did you hear that?" A little girl calling for help. "I felt it too," Persica's reply came immediately, her voice sharp with the same concern. "The direction, it's coming from behind us." Both Gundams wheeled around in perfect synchronization, their massive frames moving with surprising grace as they headed toward the source of the distress call. The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type and the Crimson Aegis Gundam cut through the debris-filled air like avenging angels responding to a prayer. What they found made Draco's blood boil. Several pirates had cornered their prey in a bombed-out section of the colony, using a damaged wall as cover, while they poured rifle fire at whatever lay beyond. The tactical situation was crystal clear. Civilians trapped, no escape route, and predators moving in for the kill. Behind the crumbling barrier, 3 figures huddled in desperate defense. A little girl with striking purple hair pressed herself against the protective embrace of a stunning woman with flowing black hair that cascaded down her back like midnight silk. Beside them, another breathtaking beauty with shoulder-length dark hair gripped a pistol with white-knuckled determination, returning fire at their attackers with precise, economical shots. The 2 women had positioned themselves as human shields around the child, but their situation was hopeless. No cover led to safety, no avenue of escape presented itself. Any attempt to run would turn them into living targets for the pirates' sport. "My ammunition's almost gone," the shorter-haired woman announced grimly, checking her pistol's magazine with professional efficiency. The black-haired beauty's voice carried the weight of command and deep affection. "Serena, I'll draw their attention. You take the little one and run. Absolutely not, Serena shot back with fierce loyalty. It's too dangerous. Serena, that's an order. Even if it's an order, I'm disobeying it. I won't let you sacrifice yourself. The pirates outside seemed to catch fragments of their heated exchange because the leader, a scarred brute with a wild beard, called out with mock courtesy laced with menace. Hey there, beautiful ladies. Want to live through this? Just hand over the little girl and we'll let you walk away. Hell, if you throw yourselves into the bargain, we might even forget about the brothers you killed. We know how to treat pretty women real nice. His words dissolved into crude laughter that was echoed by his companions. The disgust in the black-haired woman's voice could have cut steel. Over my dead body. You think I don't know you plan to sell that child? You pirates will stoop to anything for money, even human trafficking. More laughter erupted from the pirates' position. Sweet little thing, we're a criminal organization. The bearded leader called back with genuine amusement. If there's money to be made, we'll do whatever it takes. These scumbags, the black-haired woman snarled. The purple-haired girl tugged gently at her protector's sleeve, her young voice carrying an odd certainty. Sister, someone's coming to rescue us. Both women exchanged confused glances. The area around them was deserted. Who could possibly be coming to help? Then the world exploded into motion. A tremendous downdraft struck their position like a hurricane, sending debris and dust spiraling in all directions. From outside, their shelter came screams of terror and shock from the pirates. Serena risked a glance over their barrier and gasped in pure amazement. Gundams! The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type and Crimson Aegis Gundam descended into the ruined district like mechanical deities, answering mortal prayers. They moved with deadly purpose toward the source of the distress call, their sensors instantly cataloging the tactical situation. The pirates took one look at the approaching war machines and broke into panicked flight, abandoning their weapons and their prey in a desperate attempt to escape. But Persica wasn't in a merciful mood. The Crimson Aegis Gundam's head-mounted SEO systems spoke with mechanical precision, cutting down the fleeing criminals before they could take more than a few steps. Through his cockpit cameras, Draco spotted 3 figures emerging from behind the damaged wall. His calm screen split to show Persica's concerned face. Draco, look, that purple-haired girl was the one sending out the psychic distress call. Persica observed with professional interest. Yeah, he definitely heard. But those other 2 women. Draco paused, recognition dawning. I know the one with longer hair. The other one's a stranger, though. Cover me while I go down and make contact. Roger that. The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type knelt gracefully, its cockpit hatch cycling open. Draco leaped down with practiced ease, his Spartan armor's servos absorbing the impact as he landed on the debris-strewn ground. The purple-haired girl showed no fear at the sight of the massive war machines. When she saw the armored figure of Draco touch down, she actually started running toward him with obvious delight. The black-haired woman moved quickly to intercept the child, her voice gentle but firm. Little sister, don't go over there. It's dangerous. We don't know if they're friend or foe. The girl smiled with the serene confidence that only children possess. They're not bad people. They came to rescue us. Serena maintained a defensive stance, her pistol trained on Draco's armored form. Her finger rested lightly on the trigger, ready to fire at the first sign of hostile intent. Serena, lower your weapon immediately. The black-haired woman commanded with unmistakable authority. Show some respect. Though Serena complied, lowering her pistol, her eyes never left Draco's imposing figure. Draco's voice carried dry amusement through his helmet speakers. If I wanted to harm you, you'd have ended up like those pirates, quickly and permanently. The black-haired woman's breath caught as recognition struck her. Her voice carried a note of hopeful uncertainty. Are you, Draco Varlan? Draco's helmet retracted with a soft hiss, revealing his familiar features. A warm smile crossed his face as he looked at his old friend. Long time no see, Your Highness. The woman was indeed Princess Jiazu, 3rd princess of the Cathayan Empire, and Draco's former university classmate. Her eyes widened with a mixture of excitement and long-suppressed longing. Draco, I never dreamed I'd run into you here, she breathed, her royal composure cracking to reveal genuine joy. I'm equally surprised to find the 3rd princess of the Cathayan Empire in a war zone, Draco replied with gentle teasing. Jia's cheeks flushed slightly. And I was sightseeing. I was visiting one of our colonial territories in the 6th sector, When I decided to slip away for a little adventure, I had no idea things would get so dangerous. Are your bodyguards really that incompetent? How does a princess just vanish without anyone noticing? Princess Gia stuck out her tongue with endearing mischief. I may have used a body double to fool them. I didn't expect Serena to track me down so quickly, and then, well, you saw what happened next. Draco turned his attention to Serena, who continued studying him with narrowed, calculating eyes. Have we met before? He asked politely. Serena's smile was sharp as a blade. You don't know me, but I certainly know you. Didn't your grandfather mention arranging a marriage for you? Princess Gia's face went through a spectrum of emotions. Shock, disbelief, and something that looked disturbingly like heartbreak. Draco's eyes became dangerous slits as recognition dawned. You're Serena Snow. Exactly. I'm so pleased to finally meet you, my dear fiancé. Serena replied with mock sweetness. Princess Gia stared between them in stunned silence, unable to process that the man she'd harbored feelings for throughout university was apparently engaged to her own cousin. Draco's laugh was cold as winter steel. That old bastard has no right to arrange my personal life. I don't acknowledge you as my fiancé. You're not qualified for the position. Serena's eyes flashed with barely controlled fury. She was the beloved granddaughter of the defense minister, pursued by countless suitors including several princes of the royal family. She'd never been rejected by anyone, especially not someone she'd initially considered beneath her station. When her grandfather had first arranged this marriage, she'd fought against it viciously. She'd heard that Draco was an unwanted outcast from the Long family, someone her grandfather saw as a convenient political pawn. The idea of marrying such a man, or worse, having him marry into her family, had been utterly repugnant. But then Draco's accomplishments had exploded across the galactic stage. The founder and CEO of the mighty Tianyi Group, the genius behind revolutionary military technology, the man who'd built an empire from nothing. Suddenly, the arranged marriage looked like the opportunity of a lifetime. Her internal monologue seethed with aristocratic pride. How dare you, Draco Varlan? I offer you the honor of my family name, and you throw it back in my face. You think your newfound wealth makes you untouchable. In the eyes of true nobility, merchants will always be nothing but commoners, no matter how rich they become. Princess Gia, oblivious to her cousin's internal rage, focused on what truly mattered to her. But how did you know I was here? Your Highness, I have to be honest, I had no idea you were in this sector. I came here because of her. Draco pointed to the purple-haired girl, who had been watching the adult drama unfold with the wise eyes of someone far older than her apparent years. Both women turned to stare at the child, whose presence suddenly seemed far more significant than either had imagined. The mystery of the little girl's psychic abilities hung in the air like an unasked question, while the complicated web of relationships between a princess, an heiress, and the galaxy's most notorious mercenary leader promised to make their rescue far more complicated than anyone had anticipated. Chapter 166. Angelica Draco approached the purple-haired girl with gentle steps, kneeling down to meet her at eye level. His armored figure, imposing as it was, somehow radiated a warmth that made the child feel safe. What's your name, little one? His voice carried the kind of tenderness that surprised even him. I'm Angelica, she replied with the clear honesty that only children possess. Where are your parents? A shadow crossed Angelica's young face, her bright eyes dimming with remembered sorrow. Mommy and Daddy went to heaven when I was really little. I live at the children's home now. How did you end up being chased by those pirates? And how did these two ladies rescue you? Angelica's small hands fidgeted as she gathered her thoughts. I was at the home when I got this really bad feeling inside, like something scary was coming to hurt people. I told the grown-ups, but they didn't believe me. Her voice grew quieter. Before the bad men came, I ran away early in the morning, but other pirates still found me, and when they tried to grab me, these two big sisters saved me and took me somewhere safe. As she finished her story, Angelica turned toward the Crimson Aegis Gundam hovering nearby, then looked back at Draco with curious eyes. That big sister in the red machine, she's just like you and the other sister, isn't she? Draco's eyebrows rose slightly. How can you be so sure the pilot is a woman? I don't really know how, Angelica said, tilting her head with the innocent wisdom of youth. It's just this feeling I get. When I sensed you and the sisters coming to save me, it was like family was coming home. The certainty in her voice confirmed Draco's suspicions. Angelica was definitely a new human, her psychic abilities still developing but undeniably real. Princess Gia and Serena Snow exchanged bewildered glances as they listened to the strange conversation unfolding before them. "Draco, what on earth are you two talking about?" Princess Gia's voice carried genuine confusion. "I can't understand a single word of this conversation. It's difficult to explain," Draco replied, his attention suddenly diverted by a tremor that ran through the damaged colony structure. "This place is falling apart," he observed grimly. "We need to leave now." He extended his hand to Angelica, who took it without hesitation, then turned to the two women. "You can stay here if you want, or come with us. Your choice." "Of course I'm coming with you," Princess Gia declared without a moment's hesitation. The Justice Goddess Gundam F-Type's MD system responded to Draco's mental commands, the massive machine gracefully extending its right hand, like a mechanical elevator. The four of them climbed onto the palm, which then lifted them smoothly toward the cockpit. Inside the cramped space, Angelica settled comfortably on Draco's lap, while Princess Gia and Serena positioned themselves on either side of the pilot's seat. The intimate quarters created an awkward tension that was immediately made worse when Persica's face appeared on the communication screen. "Looks pretty crowded in there." Persica's voice carried a distinct edge of jealousy and irritation. "Need me to help lighten the load?" "We don't have time for this right now," Draco replied evenly. "Let's get back to the mothership first." HMPH. The screen went dark as Persica cut the connection. Princess Gia felt her heart twist painfully at the exchange, but she had to know the truth. "Draco, that woman's, is she your—" The word girlfriend stuck in her throat like a stone. "She's my woman," Draco stated matter-of-factly. The simple words hit Princess Gia like a physical blow, sending waves of heartache through her chest. Serena's eyes narrowed dangerously, fury blazing in their depths as she glared at Draco. Angelica, oblivious to the adult drama surrounding her, tugged on Draco's sleeve. "Big brother, can't you help the people on the colony? If you don't do something, lots of people are going to die when it breaks apart." "Yes, Draco," Princess Gia added, her voice heavy with emotion. "We can't just leave people to die." The communication screen flickered back to life, showing Persica's concerned face. "Draco, this colony is beyond repair. Can we at least help evacuate the civilians to another one of their nation's colonies?" Draco sighed, his resolve softening. "All right, I'll have Colonel Ises arrange something." He opened a channel to Brigadier General Ises. "Colonel, see if you can organize transport for the civilian population to one of their other colonial territories." "Understood, sir. I'll handle the arrangements immediately." As the two Gundams departed the dying colony and headed back toward the fleet, the three passengers stared in awe at the massive debris fields surrounding them. Twisted metal from destroyed ships and mobile suits drifted like a mechanical graveyard, testament to the brutal battle that had just concluded. "Look there," Princess Gia pointed to several pirate vessels moving toward the colony. "Why are those pirate ships going back?" "Those crews have probably been transferred to other vessels," Draco explained. "They are being used as emergency transports for the civilian evacuation." He turned his attention to Angelica. "Do you want to go back to your orphanage, or would you rather stay with us?" "I want to stay with Big Brother and Big Sister," she replied without hesitation. Draco's expression grew serious. "Following us isn't impossible, but you need to understand something. If you come with us, you'll need to be prepared to pilot mobile suits in combat. Do you have that kind of courage?" Both Serena and Princess Gia stared at him in shock and horror. "How can you even suggest putting a child in a war machine?" Princess Gia's voice cracked with moral outrage. "That's absolutely monstrous." Draco glanced at her with cold eyes but offered no explanation, continuing to pilot the Gundam toward the mothership. Princess Gia couldn't understand how the man she'd once admired had become so seemingly heartless in just a few years. As they flew in formation with the Lunar Goddess Gundam and GP-03D, Princess Gia and Serena found themselves witnessing something they'd only seen in military documentaries: multiple advanced Gundams operating in perfect coordination. Suddenly, a powerful psychic wave crashed over 5 of the people in the formation simultaneously. Draco, Angelica, Persica, Ramira, and Saul, you all felt the desperate mental cry echoing in their minds. "Someone, please help me." The communication screen split to show the faces of Sal Yu, Persica, and Ramira. Princess Gia and Serena gasped in amazement. Sal and Ramira looked barely older than Angelica, yet here they were piloting some of humanity's most advanced war machines. Did everyone else sense that distress call? Draco asked, his voice tense with urgency. Loud and clear came the unanimous response from the three screens. Draco immediately contacted Isis. Colonel, we're detecting a situation that requires immediate investigation. Deploy available units to these coordinates. We're moving ahead to assess. Roger that, sir. Dispatching support immediately. The Crimson Aegis Gundam immediately transformed into its high-speed cruise configuration, streaking ahead like a scarlet comet. The Justice Goddess and Lunar Goddess Gundams positioned themselves on top of the GP-03D, their feet locking onto the larger machine's armor with magnetic clamps. The GP-03D's massive thrusters roared to maximum power, carrying all three units in a desperate race toward the source of the psychic distress call. The two formations, Persica's sleek fighter mode and the three-unit combo, raced through space like competing angels of mercy. Draco, what were you all talking about with that feeling business? Princess Gia's curiosity finally overcame her confusion. What does it mean? Draco remained silent, his attention focused on the approaching crisis. Angelica turned to answer in his place, her young voice carrying surprising wisdom. Big sister, we can feel when people are calling for help. The person who needs us is over there. She pointed toward distant flashes of light on the tactical display that looked like fireworks against the star field. Princess Gia and Serena followed her gesture, seeing the telltale signs of battle. Beam weapons fire and explosions creating brief flowers of light in the darkness. Princess Gia stared at both Angelica and Draco with growing amazement and disbelief. Are you saying you have superpowers, like real superheroes? Superheroes? Angelica tilted her head thoughtfully, as if considering the comparison for the first time. Draco finally spoke, his voice carrying grim determination. Call us whatever you want, but I need you both to stay quiet and out of our way during the upcoming fight. Just watch and try not to get in the way. As they accelerated toward another battle, Princess Gia realized she was about to witness something that would change her understanding of warfare, and perhaps of Draco himself, forever. The galaxy was full of mysteries, and she was racing toward one of them at maximum velocity. Chapter 167. Meeting the old family's merchant fleet, Boss Xylia. It looks like a refugee fleet was being chased by pirates when they ran straight to our merchant convoy. Now we're caught up in their mess. A professionally dressed female assistant complained to Xylia Varlan, who wore simple yet elegant clothing. Xylia glared at her assistant with anger flashing in her eyes. The assistant quickly shrank back, ducking her head in fear. Tell our hired mercenary group to help defend the convoy. We need to assist that refugee fleet, Xylia ordered firmly. Yes, Boss Xylia. The assistant rushed to carry out the command. A pirate group flying black centipede flags approached through space. Their name was the Poison Centipede Pirates, and they had originally planned to raid a merchant convoy. But when they discovered the convoy was protected by the Tianyi mercenary group, they had to abandon that idea. Just when they thought there was no easy money to be made, they spotted a refugee fleet in the distance. The Poison Centipede leader, a scarred man called Scarface, broke into a cruel smile. Since we can't rob the merchant convoy, we'll capture these refugees instead. They'll fetch a good price on the slave markets, he growled. Scarface immediately ordered his crew to attack the refugee ships. When the refugee fleet spotted the pirates charging toward them, they pushed their engines to maximum power and fled desperately, while sending out distress signals across all frequencies. The slower refugee ships were quickly intercepted by the pirate vessels, while the faster ones continued running with pirates in hot pursuit. The refugee ships that made it to the front discovered a merchant convoy ahead of them. With pirates behind and the convoy in front, the ship captains gritted their teeth and made a desperate choice. They sent emergency help signals, while racing straight toward the merchant fleet. When Scarface learned that the refugees had reached the merchant convoy, he initially wanted to give up the chase. But when he found out the convoy wasn't protected by the Tianyi mercenary group, his excitement returned. If it's not Tianyi, then we have nothing to fear. Besides, I just bought some strike dagger mobile suits from the black market. My Poison Centipede pirates own this sector of space, He boasted. The mercenary group protecting Xylia's merchant convoy happened to have strike dagger mobile suits as well. In an instant, mobile suits from both sides clashed in fierce combat. The leading refugee ships had already made it safely into Xylia's merchant formation. From the numbers alone, the poison centipede pirates had the advantage. Gradually, the pirate forces began gaining the upper hand. Scarface stood on the bridge of his flagship, watching the battle unfold. His smile grew wider and more brilliant with each passing moment. Once this job was finished, he'd have enough money to live comfortably for a year. The female assistant beside Xylia grew more worried by the minute, silently cursing the refugee ships for dragging their convoy into this mess. Xylia's expression became increasingly grim as she watched the battle. Suddenly, a pirate strike dagger mobile suit broke through the defensive line and charged straight at Xylia's command ship. The mercenary mobile suits tried to intercept it to protect their employer, but they were tied up fighting other pirate units and couldn't break free. Just as the pirate strike dagger was about to reach Xylia's flagship, a brilliant GN beam pierced through space and cut the enemy mobile suit in half, turning it into a spectacular firework. Xylia and everyone else present looked around in amazement, wondering where that attack had come from. Then the Justice Goddess Gundam Type F flew past Xylia's field of vision. That's a Gundam, Xylia thought to herself. Could my little brother's mercenary group be nearby? Draco hadn't expected that when they reached their destination, they would find a merchant convoy bearing the logo of his family's Starlight Corporation. It seemed the pirates were trying to rob his own family's business. Draco reached out with his psychic senses and detected that the distress signal was coming from one of the refugee ships. He decided to deal with the pirates first, then investigate that refugee vessel. The Crimson Aegis Gundam transformed into its cruise mode, with beam sabers igniting from all four limbs. It sliced through several pirate strike dagger mobile suits in quick succession, then it shifted back to mobile suit form, dual-wielding beam rifles and shooting down pirate units one after another. The Moon Goddess Gundam deployed its funnels, which swarmed around destroying enemy mobile suits. The GP-03D drew its massive beam saber and sliced several pirate ships clean in half. The Justice Goddess Gundam Type F pulled out a pair of GN handguns from its waist, firing left and right in a deadly dance that brought down pirate mobile suits with every shot. Transam system activated. The Justice Goddess Gundam Type F glowed crimson red as it became a streak of light across the battlefield. Wherever it passed, pirate mobile suits instantly exploded into brilliant fireworks. Inside the cockpit, Princess Gia and Lady Serena were amazed by Draco's incredible piloting skills and the Gundam's overwhelming performance. The machine's capabilities far exceeded their expectations. Through the screens, they could see pirate mobile suits being destroyed in seconds by the Justice Goddess Gundam Type F. The arrival of 4 Gundams completely turned the tide, causing devastating losses to the pirate forces in a short time. The mercenary mobile suit pilots hired by Xylia could only stare in shock at what they were witnessing. Scarface's confident smile froze on his face. Did I forget to check my horoscope today? He thought grimly. How did I manage to run into the Tianyi mercenary group during a simple raid? He immediately ordered a full retreat. Boss, this is bad. Look at this, one of his subordinates called out. Scarface looked at the screen to see the GP-03D in the distance, aiming its 70-meter mega-particle cannon directly at his flagship. A massive beam of energy raced toward him. No, 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 no. Those were his final words. When the other pirates saw their leader destroyed, they scattered in all directions. Even the pirate ships in the rear that had captured refugee vessels abandoned their prizes and fled when they learned their boss was dead, and that the Tianyi mercenary group was responsible. After watching the pirate forces retreat, Xylia felt the tension leave her body. Her assistant approached her. Boss Xylia, one of the Gundams is requesting communication. Accept the request, Xylia replied. The screen displayed the Gundam's cockpit interior, which surprisingly contained 4 people. Xylia recognized Princess Gia and gasped, Your Highness, third princess. Draco was surprised to encounter his second sister here. He removed his helmet, revealing his face. Second sister, it's been a long time, he said with a warm smile. Xylia was shocked. She never expected to meet her younger brother after years of separation, especially in the company of the third princess. "Little brother, what are you doing here, and why are you with the third princess?" she asked, her voice filled with confusion and concern. "It's a long story, sister. I'll explain everything later. But first I need to know, are those refugee ships traveling with your merchant convoy?" "No, they are not with us. They were being chased by the pirates and ran to our convoy for protection." "I see. Let me handle the current situation first." Draco ended the communication. The Justice Goddess Gundam Type F flew toward one of the refugee ships, with the Crimson Aegis Gundam following closely behind. Draco instructed Lyra and Sol to maintain a protective perimeter around the area. Princess Gia and Lady Serena couldn't understand what Draco and his team were doing. Everything seemed so mysterious and secretive. Draco directly contacted the refugee ship and demanded they open their docking bay to allow the Gundams inside. The refugee ship's captain had just witnessed the Gundam's incredible power and didn't dare refuse the request. He immediately opened the docking bay doors. A crowd of refugees watched in awe as the two massive Gundams entered the hangar. Many of them knew these were the machines that had driven off the pirates, so they gathered around to get a closer look at their saviors. After the Gundams entered the hangar, their cockpits opened. Angelica and Draco stepped out together, while Princess Gia and Lady Serena exchanged glances before following them out. Persica also emerged from her cockpit and walked alongside Draco. Draco, Persica, and Angelica all moved in the same direction, with Princess Gia and Lady Serena following behind them. The refugees automatically made way when they saw Draco and Persica approaching in their full-body Spartan armor suits. The imposing figures commanded respect and attention as they walked with purpose through the crowded hangar. Chapter 168. The new human boy, Alonso, Draco, Persica, and Angelica moved through the crowded refugee ship with purpose, their steps drawing them toward a red-haired boy sitting quietly in the corner. Beside him stood a beautiful teenage girl with matching crimson hair, her protective instincts flaring to life as she watched the armored strangers approach. When she saw them heading directly for her and her little brother, the girl immediately stepped in front of the boy, shielding him with her body like a lioness protecting her cub. Draco removed his helmet, revealing his familiar face in an attempt to seem less threatening. "Don't worry," he said gently, his voice carrying genuine warmth. "I won't hurt him." But the girl's fear ran too deep. She'd seen too much violence, lost too much already. Her stance remained rigid, unwavering in her determination to protect the only family she had left. The little boy, however, showed no fear at all. With the fearless curiosity that only children possess, he slipped around his sister's protective embrace and walked straight up to Draco, his bright eyes full of wonder. "No, Alonso." The girl lunged forward, grabbing her brother's arm to pull him back. The boy, Alonso, looked up at Draco with an expression of pure recognition. "Big brother, did you come to save Alonso? Did you hear me calling?" Draco knelt down to meet the child at eye level, his expression softening. "I felt your distress call reaching out to me. That's why we're here." The sister stared at them both in complete bewilderment, while the crowd of refugees gathered closer, straining to understand this strange conversation. Alonso turned to his sister with the triumphant smile of a child proven right. "See, big sister, I told you someone would come save us. I said they would hear me calling for help, and they did." The girl's heart clenched as memories flooded back. She remembered her little brother saying exactly that, promising that help would come, that someone would hear his silent pleas. At the time, she'd thought he was just trying to stay brave after losing their parents. She'd even felt proud that he was handling their tragedy so well. But now, hearing him speak this way again, a terrible fear crept into her heart. What if losing mom and dad broke something inside him? What if he's having some kind of breakdown? With trembling hands, she reached out to feel his forehead, checking for fever that might explain his strange behavior. His temperature was perfectly normal. God help us, she thought desperately. Is he developing some kind of trauma-induced delusion? "Alonso, honey, what are you talking about?" Her voice cracked with barely controlled panic. "You never called out to anyone. These people came to help us by pure chance, that's all." Alonso's young face scrunched up with stubborn determination. "That's not true, sister. They really did hear me calling. I sent my voice out to find help and they caught it." "Alonso, you're scaring me," the girl whispered, her eyes wide with terror. "Please don't let my baby brother be losing his mind." We've already lost so much. Draco stood up, his voice calm and authoritative. Your brother isn't wrong. My companions and I came here because we received his psychic distress signal. That's the only reason we knew to look for you. The girl whirled on him, her fear transforming into protective rage. My brother is already suffering enough. How dare you encourage his delusions? Are you trying to make his condition worse? The watching crowd murmured in sympathy. They all recognized the signs. War and loss had driven many refugees to mental breakdowns. They saw Alonso as just another casualty, a child whose mind couldn't handle the trauma of losing everything. Draco's voice remained patient but firm. Your brother isn't having a breakdown. He genuinely possesses this ability. Simply put, he's what we call a new human. Except for Persica and Angelica, everyone present looked completely lost. Draco continued his explanation, choosing his words carefully. New humans are the next step in human evolution. They possess powerful psychic abilities. Without your brother's mental distress signal, we never would have found you. Your refugee ship's communication systems are so outdated that their distress calls couldn't penetrate the electromagnetic interference left over from the recent battle we fought. The sister's world tilted on its axis. If what you're saying is true, then how did you actually find us? We didn't receive your ship's distress signal, Draco said, pointing to Alonso. We received his. Gasps rippled through the crowd. The refugees stared at the small boy with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The girl's voice was barely a whisper. Then you and my brother are both. Not just me, Draco replied, indicating Persica and Angelica. All three of us are new humans. Princess Gia, who had been listening intently, stepped forward with curiosity written across her face. Draco, when you came to rescue us from those pirates, was that also because you heard Angelica's psychic call? Exactly, otherwise we would never have known you were in danger. Princess Gia pointed to herself with a half-joking expression. Does that make me a new human too? Draco studied her for a moment before shrugging. Maybe not. It's impossible to tell without testing. What kind of answer is that? Princess Gia sputtered, caught between laughter and frustration. Serena Snow crossed her arms impatiently. Could you be a little clearer? We're completely lost here. Draco nodded, recognizing their confusion. Some new humans have dormant abilities, powers that stay asleep unless awakened by trauma or extreme circumstances. Most new humans develop enhanced spatial awareness, danger sense, and the ability to communicate telepathically over long distances. Alonso's sister looked down at her brother with new eyes. Did losing our parents awaken his abilities? Did he show any signs of psychic powers before their death? Draco asked. She shook her head slowly. Then yes, the trauma probably triggered his awakening. Extreme emotional stress often acts as a catalyst. The girl's voice trembled as she asked her next question. Did you lose your parents too? Is that how your powers awakened? Before Draco could answer, a familiar voice called out behind them. Little brother, there you are. Xylia Valen had been watching from her merchant ship when she saw the Gundams dock with the refugee vessel. Unable to contain her curiosity, she'd taken a shuttle over with her assistant. Now she pushed through the crowd, having missed most of the conversation. Draco glanced at his sister before answering the refugee girl's question. No, my abilities awakened gradually through combat experience, not trauma. The refugees listened with rapt attention. Under normal circumstances, they might have dismissed such claims as the ravings of someone with an overactive imagination, but these words came from the pilot, who had just saved their lives in a machine that seemed pulled from the pages of science fiction. Some believed him completely. Others remained skeptical. The red-haired girl pressed on with her questions. Do you think I might be a new human? As I said before, maybe yes, maybe no. Are new humans still? Human, of course we are. We're just the next step in human evolution. We're still the same species, just with some extra abilities. Finally, she asked the question that terrified her most. Did you come here to take my brother away? Draco's honesty cut through the tension like a blade. I won't lie to you. I was curious to meet the new human who sent out that distress call, but whether he comes with us depends entirely on his choice, not mine. The girl wrapped her arms around Alonso protectively, her eyes blazing with fierce determination. My brother will never go anywhere with you. But Alonso looked up at Draco with innocent excitement and asked, Can I pilot your robot? My Gundam isn't a toy for children, Draco replied firmly. Alonso's eyes lit up with possibility. If I come with you, will you teach me to pilot a Gundam? Alonso, his sister snapped. What are you talking about? The boy's simple question hung in the air like a challenge to everything the refugees thought they knew about their world, and about the strange, powerful people who had come to save them. Chapter 169. Don't think too well of me. Xylia Varlan listened to her younger brother's conversation with growing confusion, finally turning to Princess Gia beside her. What on earth is my brother talking about? Princess Gia quickly summarized everything she'd just heard, bringing Xylia up to speed on the strange discussion about new humans and psychic abilities. Xylia shook her head in bewilderment. If it weren't for all the incredible technology my brothers developed, I'd think this new human stuff was just some kind of teenage fantasy nonsense. Though come to think of it, considering he's practically a mad scientist with all his inventions, maybe this new human thing is just another one of his research projects. Nearby, Serena Snow listened to everything in tense silence, already planning her report to her grandfather the moment she returned home. This information was far too important to keep to herself. Draco turned his attention back to the red-haired girl who had been protecting Alonso. We've been talking all this time, but I still don't know your name. Cecilia, she replied quietly. That's what I'm called. Fair enough. So what are your plans now? Where do you want to go? Cecilia fell silent, as did everyone else around them. The weight of their situation pressed down on the refugees like a physical burden. Their faces reflected the same hollow despair. They were people without a country, without identity, without hope. Their homeland had been destroyed. They were now stateless wanderers, drifting through space in search of any nation willing to accept them. Most countries had turned them away, and the few that showed mercy could only take in small numbers, leaving the vast majority to continue their endless journey through the void. The refugees' money was nearly gone. Their food supplies dwindled with each passing day. If they couldn't find sanctuary soon, they would simply waste away in the darkness between the stars. Cecilia's earlier defiant refusal now felt foolish. Every day, she and Alonso went hungry, sharing a single can of food between them when they were lucky enough to have one. The weight of responsibility for her little brother's survival was crushing her spirit. Draco observed the filthy, overcrowded conditions inside the refugee ship. These people had been wandering for months, maybe years, rejected by every civilization they encountered. Looking at all of you, I'd say you've been drifting for quite a while, Draco announced, his voice carrying clearly through the cramped space. My corporation has several subsidiaries that are short-staffed. If you're capable of doing the work, I could offer you employment. He paused, watching as hope flickered to life in dozens of desperate eyes. You look like refugees from a destroyed nation, he continued. Even if some country eventually grants you asylum and refugee status, finding real work will be nearly impossible. The local populations will see you as threats to their jobs, and the labor departments will make your lives hell with red tape and discrimination. But my corporation, we only care about whether you can contribute useful skills and honest labor. The pay won't be generous, but I can guarantee 3 meals a day and a safe place to sleep at night. Hands shot up throughout the crowd immediately. Voices called out desperately, people shouting about their various skills and abilities, begging Draco to consider them for work. The hunger for basic dignity and security was overwhelming. Draco raised his hand, and the refugees fell silent with desperate discipline. Before you get too excited, let me be brutally honest with you, he said, his tone becoming colder and more businesslike. This isn't charity. If you can't handle the work, or if we don't need your particular skills, we'll send you on your way to try your luck elsewhere. My corporation is not a humanitarian organization. Not a single voice raised in protest or complaint. These people understood survival. They would take whatever chance they could get. The possibility of steady work and basic shelter was more than most of them had dared hope for in months. Draco looked directly at Cecilia. You've lost your parents, and you need to provide for your brother. You need work. Cecilia nodded silently. Alonso was all the family she had left, and keeping him alive was her only priority now. Oh, I should mention, Draco added casually, I have 2 other children in my organization who are slightly older than your brother. They are both Gundam pilots, Gasps echoed through the crowd, even among refugees who had been cut off from regular news. Everyone knew that Gundams represented the pinnacle of military technology. The idea of children piloting such machines was almost incomprehensible. Are they new humans too? Cecilia asked. Yes, Draco's gaze shifted to include Alonso in the conversation. Whether your brother joins my mercenary group is entirely his choice, but my personal recommendation, don't waste his abilities. I suspect there's much more potential in him that we haven't even begun to explore. He addressed the entire crowd one final time. Contact the other refugee ships in your fleet. My naval forces will arrive soon to escort you to our destination. Draco turned to leave, with Persica and Angelica following close behind. Xylia immediately caught up with her brother, walking alongside him as they moved toward the Gundams. Little brother, our eldest sister Kalia and youngest sister Weenia miss you terribly. Haven't you ever thought about coming home? Sister, I haven't really considered going back yet. Then would it be all right if I came to visit your headquarters for a few days? That's fine. What about your merchant convoy? Don't worry about that. My assistant can handle the business arrangements. Xylia quickly gave instructions to her assistant about managing the convoy in her absence. Sister, you'll need to make arrangements for Princess Gia and Lady Serena as well. Princess Gia smiled sweetly, though her eyes carried a hint of annoyance. Draco, it's been so many years since we've seen each other. I'd love to visit your headquarters and stay for a few days. Surely you won't refuse an old university classmate that simple courtesy. Your Highness is always welcome at our base. Serena immediately chimed in. I'm not going anywhere else. Wherever the princess goes, I go. Assistant, get to work. Yes, Boss Xylia. The assistant quickly boarded a shuttle and departed the refugee ship to carry out her orders. Draco looked down at Angelica. Do you want to join our organization? Angelica didn't hesitate. She agreed to join Draco's mercenary group, but her decision wasn't driven by dreams of adventure or glory. She simply had nowhere else to go. The other children at her orphanage had always treated her like a freak because of her strange abilities. Meeting Draco, Persica, and the others gave her something she'd never experienced before, a sense of belonging. Maybe it was because they were all new humans, she thought. Whatever the reason, joining Draco felt like the right choice. Persica, remove your helmet, Draco said gently. When Persica revealed her face, Draco turned to his sister with obvious pride. Sister, I'd like you to meet my girlfriend. Xylia's eyes went wide with shock. She'd never expected her research-obsessed brother to find romance, let alone with someone so strikingly beautiful. Hello, Sister Xylia, Persica said politely. Xylia immediately stepped forward and took Persica's hands warmly. Don't call me Sister Xylia, call me second sister. Persica looked confused by the sudden intimacy, while Draco thought to himself, second sister, you're already treating her like family, aren't you? Hello, second sister, Persica said shyly. Perfect. Oh, little brother, you've caught me completely off guard. I don't have a proper gift for my future sister-in-law. I'll definitely make it up to you later. Second sister, that's really not necessary. Of course it is. What kind of family would we be otherwise? Xylia led Persica away to chat privately, leaving Draco behind. Draco leaned against his Gundam's leg, and Princess Gia approached to stand beside him, clearly looking for an opportunity to talk. Draco, I never imagined you were such a good person. Taking in all these refugees like this, it's truly noble. Your Highness, please don't think so well of me, Draco replied with a cynical smile. I checked the identification codes on these refugee ships when we first arrived. Their homeland was completely destroyed. They literally have nowhere else to go. Even so, you're giving these homeless people hope and a chance at decent lives. Draco's laugh was cold and humorless. Let me remind you, I'm a businessman, a capitalist. These stateless refugees are desperate enough to accept minimal wages in exchange for basic shelter. For them, having food and a roof over their heads is the absolute pinnacle of their dreams. To achieve even that much, they'll work themselves to the bone. I get extremely cheap labor and massive profit margins in return. Princess Gia smiled thoughtfully. If someone else said that, I'd think you were a heartless exploiter, the worst kind of capitalist monster, but you're not pushing them into true misery. A real monster would toss them scraps of bread, cram them into closet-sized dormitories, and work them to death for maximum profit. At least you're allowing them to maintain some basic human dignity as workers. Draco sighed deeply. As Your Highness so aptly puts it, there's only a thin line separating me from those truly monstrous capitalists. I still have certain moral boundaries I can't cross, but I need you to understand. Don't think too well of me. I'm not the hero you want me to be. The admission hung in the air between them, a reminder that even salvation could come with a price, and that sometimes the difference between exploitation and opportunity was nothing more than the thickness of a razor's edge. Chapter 170. Transforming the asteroid fields, the 9 refugee ships that Draco had rescued followed his fleet toward Brigadier General Isis's 1st Brigade flotilla, their hulls scarred by months of desperate wandering through the void. Isis efficiently sorted through the captured pirate vessels, like a quartermaster organizing supplies after a successful raid. Some of the ships were converted into emergency transports for civilians from the Saruman nation's 3rd colonial satellite, while others became floating prisons for the captured pirates. The pirate vessels designated as prison ships had their navigation systems completely destroyed, turning them into stationary metal cages floating in space. Isis sent word to the Saruman government to collect their new prisoners at their convenience. After the pirate leaders revealed their offshore accounts and hidden treasure caches, information extracted through methods Isis preferred not to document, they joined their subordinates in the prison hulks. The pirates' mobile suits received different treatment based on their value. Engineering and construction units were stripped for parts, while combat-ready machines like the strike daggers were confiscated for resale on the black market. Every piece of salvageable equipment had value in the right hands. Isis's 1st Brigade escorted the rescued civilians to Saruman's 2nd colonial satellite, where they handed them over to the proper authorities. Then the fleet turned toward home, the 9 refugee ships trailing behind like lost children following their saviors. Back at the Aegis asteroid, the surrounding asteroid field buzzed with renovation activity. Dozens of space rocks were being converted into factories, farms, and living quarters. While the MD automated systems handled most of the heavy construction work, the fine details still required human hands, and human hands were exactly what they lacked. Hiring refugees from established nations involved mountains of paperwork, work permits, insurance forms, dietary requirements, and endless bureaucratic red tape. Even worse, these refugees remained under the protection of international law and various human rights organizations. A single workplace accident could trigger lawsuits, international sanctions, and endless negative publicity campaigns. But stateless refugees, they were a capitalist's dream. No government would come looking for them. No international treaties protected them. Human rights groups might complain, but corporate money could hire enough internet trolls to drown out their protests. To the business world, stateless refugees were cheaper than slave labor and twice as disposable. When Jaren Lee received Draco's communication, he immediately resumed work on the suspended asteroid conversion projects. Meanwhile, Xylia contacted their eldest sister Kalia and youngest sister Weenia with exciting news. She'd found their missing brother. Draco arranged a video call with his sisters back in the Cathayan Empire. Kalia studied his face through the screen, noting how the boyish softness had been replaced by sharp angles and tired eyes that spoke of battles fought and burdens carried. Both sisters realized that their little brother wouldn't be coming home anytime soon. Too much had changed. Too many responsibilities weighed on his shoulders. Draco introduced Persica to his family, and both Kalia and Weenia immediately welcomed her with open arms. In their minds, she was already their future sister-in-law. Under Draco's supervision, Angelica underwent comprehensive testing. Her psychic sensitivity rated a solid B, while her spatial awareness scored an impressive A. Her other abilities varied from strong to moderate, but her mobile suit aptitude tests showed remarkable promise after just a few days of training. Alonso remained untested. His sister Cecilia's indecision prevented Draco from evaluating the boy's new human potential. 5 days later, the 1st Brigade returned to the Aegis asteroid. The 9 refugee ships were temporarily housed in partially completed conversion asteroids, while their inhabitants adjusted to their new reality. Draco disembarked with Xylia, Princess Gia, and Serena Snow in tow. I thought your troops would line up in formation to welcome their glorious leader home, Xylia teased as they walked through the surprisingly quiet Darking Bay. Draco shot her a withering look. I'm not that self-important. Xylia marveled at the port facilities, factories, and automated systems surrounding them. The level of technological advancement was staggering. Princess Gia and Serena made similar observations, but Serena's military background allowed her to appreciate the strategic implications. The mercenaries moved with efficiency that put regular soldiers to shame, and their equipment was decades ahead of anything her nation's military possessed. The old patriarch really misjudged this one, Serena thought grimly. If Draco had stayed in the Cathayan Empire, we could have conquered the entire Earth sphere by now. The Rossovian Union and Anglo-Saxon Republic wouldn't stand a chance against this level of technology. Princess Gia pointed at the wing Gundam mounted in its maintenance cradle. Isn't that the machine that destroyed an entire Anglo-Saxon fleet with one shot? That's the wing Gundam, yes, Draco confirmed matter-of-factly. Little brother, do you always live here on the main base? Xylia asked, still taking in the industrial complexity around them. This is my home now. What about those asteroids surrounding us? Are they all dormitories? Some are living quarters, others are factories or recreational facilities. Recreational facilities? Xylia's eyebrows rose with curiosity. What kind of recreation? I'll show you. Draco arranged for a shuttle to take them to one of the completed conversion projects, Prairie Star. The three women stepped out of the shuttle and immediately gasped in amazement. The asteroid's interior had been transformed into rolling grasslands, dotted with crystal-clear streams. Herds of sheep, cattle, deer, and ostriches grazed peacefully under an artificial sky that perfectly mimicked Earth's atmosphere. According to Draco's explanation, the environmental controls could simulate everything from gentle spring rains to blazing summer heat. Next, they visited Village Star, where mountain forests and rural farmland created the perfect illusion of Earth's countryside. Local workers tended chickens and ducks, while others plowed fields and maintained vegetable gardens. The peace and tranquility felt almost supernatural after the harsh metal corridors of the main base. Their tour continued through other conversion projects, mountain lakes, ocean environments, and tropical paradises. This is like stepping into a garden world, Xylia breathed as they walked through Garden Star. Colorful butterflies danced among countless varieties of flowers, while off-duty female mercenaries and workers relaxed on park benches, their stress melting away in the artificial sunshine. Draco also showed them the industrial conversion asteroids, massive factories producing everything from food and water to complex machinery and textiles. You're not just producing basic necessities, Serena observed with professional interest. You've got metal processing, manufacturing, even textile production. This asteroid cluster is practically a self-sufficient nation. Some small countries don't have industrial capabilities this diverse. Draco glanced at her but didn't respond, continuing the tour without comment. Xylia suddenly remembered something. Little brother, I noticed some asteroids you didn't show us. Are those still under construction? Yes, we had to suspend several projects due to labor shortages. Now that we have these stateless refugees, we can resume the conversion work. Once the projects are complete, the refugees will have permanent employment. That's the price of staying here. Xylia's expression darkened slightly. Little brother, these people have already suffered so much. I hope you won't exploit them too harshly. Please try to treat them with some compassion. Don't worry, sister, I still have moral boundaries I won't cross. I'm not going to work them to death or treat them like slaves. The words carried weight, but they also contained an uncomfortable truth. Those boundaries existed, which meant Draco had already considered where to draw the line between profitable efficiency and outright cruelty. In the cold mathematics of survival among the stars, even compassion had its limits. Chapter 171. Kindness to refugees. The stateless refugees found themselves living in conditions that weren't exactly luxurious, but compared to drifting endlessly through the cold void of space, it felt like paradise. Most importantly, they had 3 full meals a day, something that had become a distant memory during their months of wandering. While construction crews accelerated work on the incomplete asteroid conversions, several of the finished colony rocks desperately needed additional workers. Asteroid managers dispatched recruitment teams to evaluate the refugees, searching for capable hands who could fill the labor gaps. The refugees threw themselves into these job interviews with desperate enthusiasm. They understood the stakes, failed to prove their worth, and they'd be cast back into the merciless darkness between the stars, left to drift until their supplies ran out and death claimed them. Under Draco's direct orders, hired refugees could bring their entire families to their assigned workstations. Families received modest but private accommodations, a 400-square-foot apartment with its own bathroom. Single refugees shared 300-square-foot units with 5 roommates, but they earned higher wages to compensate for their flexibility. The pay difference made practical sense. Supporting a family required more resources. One worker's salary had to feed multiple mouths, but there was another reason for Draco's generosity, one that shocked his entire organization. He had decided to convert one of the asteroids into a school for the refugee children, complete with hired teachers and proper educational facilities. The announcement sent ripples of disbelief through the Tiani group. Employees who had worked under Draco for years couldn't believe what they were hearing. Their boss, a man who counted every penny and squeezed profit from every transaction, was suddenly funding charity work. When Leo Kai heard about the plan, he stared at the report in bewilderment. Has our fearless leader lost his mind? Did he catch some kind of brain fever? Or has all that research finally driven him completely insane? Since when does Draco Varlan do charity work? In his private quarters, Draco sat in the living room he'd had constructed after beginning his relationship with Persica, a comfortable space where they could spend evenings together away from the pressures of command. Persica set a steaming cup of coffee on the table before settling herself on his lap, her arms wrapping around his neck in a gesture of casual intimacy. Draco's arm encircled her waist, while his free hand reviewed personnel reports and construction schedules. Half the base thinks you've completely lost your mind, Persica murmured in his ear, her breath warm against his skin. They can't understand why you'd suddenly want to help these refugees, especially spending money on a school for their children. Do you think I've gone crazy too? He asked, setting the papers aside to focus on her. Persica pressed a soft kiss to his cheek, her eyes sparkling with affection and understanding. How could I think that? If I didn't understand the man I'm in love with, I'd be a pretty terrible girlfriend, wouldn't I? Then tell me, why do you think I'm doing this? Because you're helping people within your means, she said thoughtfully. You usually act like money is the only thing that matters, maximizing profit from every deal. The only time you sacrifice financial gain is for family, so when you suddenly do something genuinely kind, it shocks everyone who works for you. Draco considered her words. She was right. He had built his reputation on ruthless efficiency and profit maximization. People expected him to be calculating and cold. A single act of unexpected compassion was enough to make his employees question his sanity. Persica understood him better than anyone. She knew he would do terrible things if necessary, cross almost any line to achieve his goals. But he still had boundaries he wouldn't cross, principles that remained sacred no matter the cost. Draco, what about those children the commander-in-chief bought from the trafficking organizations? Could they attend regular school too? That's not my call to make. You'll have to discuss it with Jaren. Persica nodded, understanding his position. Jaren Lee had purchased dozens of children from slave traders, but those kids were being trained at the military academy asteroid, groomed to become future soldiers for the Tiani mercenary group. Their fate was sealed the moment they entered the program. The door chime interrupted their conversation. Persica rose to check the monitor, smiling when she saw Xylia waiting outside. Come in, second sister, Persica called, opening the door with genuine warmth. Xylia entered with a business proposition, but gestured for Persica to stay when she started to leave. This isn't some corporate secret, sister-in-law. Please sit with us. Persica settled beside Draco as Xylia explained her request. The Starlight Corporation wanted to hire the Tiani mercenary group on a permanent basis to protect their merchant convoys. Let me guess, Draco said with a knowing smirk. You want to profit from the chaos in the 6th colonial zone, while prices are inflated from the fighting. Xylia shrugged, not bothering to deny the obvious. Fine. I'll discuss rates with Commander-in-Chief Lee. I can offer you a family discount. How about cost price? Xylia pressed hopefully. Sister, business is business, even between family. I've got employees to pay and equipment to maintain. If everyone tried to use family connections for free services, how would my people make a living? All right, Xylia laughed, accepting defeat gracefully. Meanwhile, Princess Gia and Serena Snow had spent 2 days exploring the Aegis asteroid complex, and both women were astounded by the technological marvels surrounding them. The science and engineering on display surpassed anything in their home nations by decades. The asteroid colonies themselves were revolutionary, using Draco's planetary environment system. Each converted rock could simulate Earth's diverse climates with perfect accuracy. Traditional colonial satellites managed only basic weather patterns, eternal spring or summer, with artificial rain from overhead sprinklers. But these asteroids featured real clouds, natural precipitation, humidity, wind patterns, and seasonal variations. Standing inside, one felt exactly like being on Earth itself. If this technology ever reached the international market, every nation building colonial infrastructure would pay astronomical sums for environmental systems this advanced. Citizens living on enhanced colonies would never again feel the need to visit Earth for a taste of home. Princess Gia and Serena were currently exploring Prairie Star, watching herds of sheep graze under artificial sunshine that felt completely natural. Princess, look over there, Serena pointed across the grassland. Following her gesture, Princess Gia spotted Cecilia among the workers tending the livestock. Draco had wasted no time putting the refugees to work. The two women approached and greeted her warmly. "Hello, Your Highness, Lady Serena." Cecilia responded with a respectful bow. "How are you finding the work?" Princess Gia asked with genuine concern. "Is it too difficult?" "Not at all. I grew up herding animals back home, so this feels familiar and comfortable. Are people treating you well?" Serena pressed. "No discrimination or harassment." Cecilia shook her head emphatically. "Everyone here has been kind to us. No one treats us differently because we're refugees." A supervisor called for Cecilia to guide the sheep into their pen for feeding time. The women followed her to the workers' dining facility. The supervisor noticed the two well-dressed visitors, and while unsure of their exact status, recognized their obvious importance. "Ladies, our employee meals are quite simple. Perhaps you'd prefer to dine in our VIP facility instead." Princess Gia smiled graciously. "Nonsense. I'd love to eat with everyone and chat. Thank you for welcoming us. If you don't mind our humble fare, you're more than welcome." They sat with Cecilia and Alonso at one of the communal tables. The employee cafeteria served hearty, if simple, meals. Rice and noodles, meat and vegetables, with tea and coffee available. The food wasn't gourmet, but portions were generous, and workers could eat as much as they wanted without waste. During the meal, an excited refugee worker burst into the dining hall with news that set the entire room buzzing. "Everyone, I just heard our boss is converting one of the asteroids into a school. Our children will be able to get proper educations." Gasps of amazement and joy rippled through the refugee workers. They'd already felt incredibly grateful for jobs and shelter. The idea that their benefactor would also educate their children seemed almost too good to be true. Princess Gia and Serena exchanged surprised glances. They'd assumed Draco's willingness to employ the refugees was the extent of his generosity. The news that he planned to build them a school revealed a depth of compassion that completely contradicted his reputation as a ruthless businessman. Perhaps there was more to Draco Varlan than met the eye, layers of complexity, hidden beneath the calculating exterior. He showed the world. In the harsh reality of space, even small acts of kindness could mean the difference between hope and despair for those who had lost everything. Chapter 172. The Seraph Angel Gundam and GN Archive fighters. Draco stood before his latest masterpiece, drinking in every detail of the newly completed Seraph Angel Gundam and its squadron of nearly 10 GN Archive fighters. The machines gleamed under the hangar's artificial lighting, their sleek forms radiating lethal beauty. This Gundam represented the pinnacle of his engineering prowess, equipped not only with an advanced bit control system, but also fitted with a psycho-frame interface and powered by a twin GN drive solar reactor. The fusion of technologies created something that transcended mere machinery. It was an extension of human will made manifest in metal and energy. Draco had developed specialized Harrow units to assist in piloting the GN Archive fighters. These spherical AI companions could operate the GN pods either independently or alongside human pilots. When the archive fighters combined with the Seraph Angel, the GN pods could detach and function as autonomous support units. Why had he chosen to integrate Harrow assistants? The answer lay in his understanding of his own limitations. When the Seraph Angel merged with the GN archive fighters to form the Archive Seraph, Draco felt confident he could mentally control the first 3 transformation modes. But the 4th and 5th modes, those pushed beyond even his enhanced new human capabilities, the Harrow units would provide crucial support when his psychic abilities reached their breaking point. With the Seraph Angel's completion, the next project would be the Exir Gundam. The Aegis Asteroids production schedule had shifted from manufacturing 3 Gundams monthly to a more focused single-unit approach. The freed production lines now churned out Hyakushiki and Mark Roman 2G mobile suits, workhorses that would form the backbone of their expanding fleet. Beyond the main asteroid, subsidiary bases had begun mass-producing these standardized units, creating an empire of mechanical might that stretched across the solar system. Footsteps echoed behind him as Xylia, Princess Gia and Serena approached. They watched in silence as Draco admired his creation with the pride of a father observing his child. Serena's mind reeled as she contemplated the man before her, her nominal fiancé, who had single-handedly revolutionized mobile suit technology. Every scientist in the Cathayan Empire combined couldn't match his individual brilliance. When she'd overheard technicians discussing the Seraph Angel's combination capabilities, she'd nearly fallen to her knees in amazement. The concept of transforming, combining robots seemed pulled from childhood fantasies, yet Draco had made it reality. And the GN drives, those revolutionary solar reactors, represented technology that could reshape civilization itself. Draco turned to face his sister. "What's on your mind, Xylia?" "Nothing serious. I saw you standing here lost in thought and wanted to check on you. I'll be leaving tomorrow. Can you arrange transportation?" "Of course. Princess Gia and Serena should travel with you." Princess Gia's expression soured. "Draco, are you that eager to get rid of me?" "Don't misunderstand, Your Highness. You've been away from home for quite some time. The entire Cathayan Empire must be worried sick. If you stay here much longer, they might think I've kidnapped you." "Since when does the fearless Draco Varlan worry about the Cathayan Empire?" she challenged with a bitter smile. "I'm not afraid of your empire. I'm concerned about unnecessary misunderstandings that could create problems for everyone involved." Princess Gia's eyes flashed with hurt and anger. Her heart remained torn. She still harbored feelings for Draco, and seeing his intimate relationship with Persica filled her with jealousy. Part of her wanted to tear them apart and claim Draco for herself, but she understood that such actions would only earn his eternal hatred, destroying any chance of winning his affection. After a moment of internal struggle, she decided to leave with Xylia tomorrow. As Princess Gia turned away, she spotted another familiar face, Ting Fen, a former university classmate who now worked at the base. They moved aside to catch up on old times. Sal Yu approached Draco with urgent news. "Boss, we have a situation with that refugee kid, Alonso." The young new human had somehow stowed away on a transport shuttle to the main asteroid. Security had caught him quickly, but the boy had created quite a scene, screaming about wanting to pilot a Gundam. Initially, the guards had laughed at what they thought was childish fantasy, but Sal recognized Alonso immediately as the psychically gifted refugee they'd encountered. "If we're talking pure psychic potential," Sal continued, "that kid might be stronger than any of us. I'd be happy to train him, but his sister needs to consent first." Draco nodded thoughtfully. "Have someone contact Cecilia and arrange for her to collect her brother from Prairie Star." Sal studied the Seraph Angel with professional interest. "This machine has funnels too, right? Probably only new humans can pilot it effectively. Will you take it or choose someone from our ranks? Either option works." A guard rushed up with alarming news. Alonso had vanished again. "How did he disappear?" Draco demanded. "He crawled into the ventilation system, sir. We're tracking him with micro-drones." "Understood. Dismissed." Xylia watched the exchange with growing confusion. "How are you planning to handle this child?" "Once we catch him, his sister can deal with the discipline." Sal's eyes suddenly shifted, tracking something invisible to normal perception. Draco's gaze followed the same direction. "Looks like our little escape artist made it here," Draco observed. Xylia frowned in bewilderment. How could they possibly know where the hidden boy was? Serena silently followed their lead, her mind racing. Is this what new human abilities look like in action? They positioned themselves around a ventilation grate. Draco and Saul flanked the opening, while Xylia and Serena stood at a safe distance. The grate shifted, then fell away entirely. A small red-haired head emerged. Alonso, his eyes immediately locking onto the magnificent seraph angel with pure wonder and excitement. Just as the boy started to run toward the Gundam, Draco's hand shot out and grabbed the back of his shirt, lifting him clean off the ground. Alonso kicked and struggled frantically. "Did you enjoy your game of hide and seek?" Draco asked with deceptive calm. Only then did Alonso realize who had caught him. Fear replaced excitement in his young eyes. Saul whistled to nearby guards, who came to collect their struggling prisoner. One soldier hoisted the crying boy over his shoulder, while Alonso pounded weakly on his captor's back, wailing in frustration and disappointment. As the guards carried Alonso away, Draco decided to set aside the child's problems for later. He had more pressing matters to address. "I'm going to test the Seraph Angel myself," he announced. Draco climbed into the Gundam's cockpit, where a blue Harrow unit waited patiently. Harrows. "Hello, Draco." "Hello, Draco," the spherical AI chirped cheerfully. "Hello, Harrow," Draco replied with genuine warmth. "Please treat me well. Please treat me well." Blue light pulsed from the Harrow's optical sensors as it processed his response. Draco activated his Spartan armor's full helmet coverage, feeling the neural interfaces connect smoothly with the Gundam's control systems. The Seraph Angel responded to his thoughts like an extension of his own body. The massive machine stepped onto the electromagnetic launch catapult, while the GN Archive fighters aligned themselves in perfect formation. "Seraph Angel Gundam," Draco declared, his voice carrying both determination and anticipation. "Launching now." The hangar doors split wide, revealing the star-filled void beyond. In moments, Draco would put his latest creation through its paces, testing the boundaries of both machine and pilot in the endless theater of space. The future of mobile suit warfare was about to take another revolutionary leap forward. Chapter 173. The Archive Seraph. The Seraph Angel Gundam moved through space like liquid mercury, its every motion a testament to engineering perfection. Each test, reaction time, mobility, agility, revealed capabilities that pushed the boundaries of what mobile suit technology could achieve. "Draco amazing. Draco amazing." The Blue Harrow unit chirped with genuine enthusiasm, its optical sensors flashing in rhythm with its praise. "Command, deploy one GN Archive fighter," Draco ordered through the communication system. The Archive fighter launched from the Aegis asteroid's hangar, its GN pod piloted by a specialized Harrow unit that immediately synchronized with the Blue Harrow in Draco's cockpit. The orchestrated dance began. The GN pod separated from its parent craft, while the Archive fighter's main body approached the Seraph Angel. Metal merged with metal in a spectacular display of mechanical choreography. One core component and two GN prototype bits integrated seamlessly with the Seraph Angel's backpack assembly, transforming the already formidable machine into something even more devastating. The Archive Seraph first form energy crackled between the newly connected systems as the twin solar reactors fed power to the prototype bits. Draco, need help?" the Blue Harrow inquired, its voice carrying an almost childlike eagerness to assist. "Negative. I'll handle the GN prototype bits myself. You manage the support pod operations." Okay. Draco, control systems shifted and realigned as the pod's Harrow transferred command authority to Draco's Blue Harrow companion. The transformation was complete. The Archive Seraph began its trial run, and the difference was immediately apparent. Speed, responsiveness, flexibility, maneuverability. Every metric surpassed the already impressive baseline of the standalone Seraph Angel. Under Draco's psychic guidance, the two GN prototype bits detached from the main body like liberated spirits. They moved with purpose through the void, delivering precision fire, while simultaneously tracking multiple targets with the deadly efficiency of advanced funnels. Meanwhile, the Blue Harrow orchestrated the GN pod's movements, transforming it into an additional weapons platform. The pod's GN Vulcan cannons might not pack the devastating punch of the prototype bits, but they excelled at harassment and disruption, Death by 1,000 cuts. Command deploy archive fighter number 2, Draco called out. The second transformation was even more breathtaking than the first. As the new fighter merged with the archive seraph, it evolved into its second form, a configuration that prioritized target acquisition over raw mobility. The second fighter's Harrow unit also transferred control to the Blue Harrow, creating a networked intelligence that could coordinate multiple systems simultaneously. The discarded core component rocketed back toward the asteroid base, while 2 more GN prototype bits integrated with the Seraph's leg assemblies. Now armed with 4 prototype bits, the archive seraph became a nightmare for enemy formations. Each bit could engage separate targets, while the main body's GN beam rifle provided additional firepower. 5 different vectors of attack, all controlled by a single pilot's will. Add the 2 support pods, and the archive seraph could engage 7 targets simultaneously, a one-machine fleet engagement system. Draco continued testing through the 3rd, 4th, and 5th forms, each configuration revealing new tactical possibilities. He also ran combat simulations with additional archive fighters operating as support units. The beauty of the system lay in its distributed intelligence. Whenever the Seraph Angel or any archive seraph variant operated in the field, nearby archive fighters would automatically defer control to the Blue Harrow. If the Blue Harrow reached its processing limits, individual fighter Harrows would take over while following the primary unit's strategic directives. After completing the full test sequence, the archive seraph underwent final separation. Core components and prototype bits disengaged in perfect synchronization, reforming into standard archive fighters before returning to base. Back in the hangar, Draco emerged from the cockpit to find Sol Yu waiting with barely contained excitement. "Boss, your imagination is absolutely incredible. How does your brain even work to come up with combination systems like this?" Sol demanded, gesturing wildly at the machines. Draco chuckled, removing his helmet. "Well, when you put it like that, I'd better be careful. I don't want other nations kidnapping me to crack open my skull and study my brain." Meanwhile, Serena Snow had been denied access to the command center during the test. When she tried using electronic binoculars to observe from a distance, Tiani security had confiscated the equipment and escorted her to a rest area. In the lounge, Serena discovered a different kind of drama unfolding. Cecilia was disciplining her younger brother Alonso with a severity that made Serena wince. Each sharp slap on the boy's backside echoed through the room, while Alonso wailed in distress. "Stop it. He's just a child. He doesn't know any better." Serena rushed forward, grabbing Cecilia's wrist. "Doesn't know better." Cecilia's eyes blazed with protective fury. "Sneaking aboard a transport, trying to steal military equipment. You call that innocent childhood mischief? These mercenaries could have shot him on sight. He's lucky to be alive." She shook off Serena's grip and raised her hand again, but another voice interrupted. "If you keep beating him like that, you'll traumatize him for life. Then you'll spend the rest of your days regretting it." Luna Yu had entered the lounge seeking a quiet moment, only to witness the harsh discipline. Her gentle but firm tone carried the authority of experience. Cecilia paused, looking at this new stranger with suspicion. "I'm an older sister too," Luna continued softly. "My brother is a bit older than yours, and he's also a new human. I understand your desire to protect him, but overprotection can be just as damaging as neglect. You won't be able to watch over him forever. Maybe it's time to let him explore his potential." Both Cecilia and Serena stared at Luna in amazement. Another sibling of a new human, right here among them. "Why don't you let him take some tests? See what kind of abilities he really has?" Luna suggested, gently pulling the sniffling Alonso closer to her side. Cecilia wavered, torn between fear and hope, while Alonso continued sobbing quietly. At that moment, Draco and Sol entered the lounge. Draco quickly assessed the situation, purchased a chocolate bar from a vending machine, and handed it to Alonso before addressing Cecilia. "Your brother could undergo a full evaluation. If he shows potential, we could provide appropriate training, nothing that would compromise his safety or future. When he's older, he can make his own choices about how to use his abilities." Cecilia struggled with the decision for several long moments before finally nodding. "All right, let him take the tests. Sister is the best." Alonso cheered through chocolate-stained tears. Draco led the siblings toward the new human testing facility, But when Serena moved to follow, he blocked her path. "You stay here. This is private." Serena bristled with frustration but knew better than to push the issue. In someone else's territory, she had no choice but to comply. The testing battery was comprehensive and revealing. Alonso's brainwave patterns and telepathic sensitivity registered at S level, the highest rating possible. However, other aspects of his abilities proved less impressive. Spatial awareness rated only C level, while his control mechanisms barely reached C-. The boy possessed incredible raw psychic power, but lacked the refined skills to harness it effectively. "Your brother's mental strength actually exceeds most of ours," Draco explained to Cecilia as they reviewed the results. "His other abilities need development, but that's normal. Most of these skills can be improved through training and practice. I'd recommend letting him undergo specialized instruction." Cecilia considered this carefully before responding. "I'll agree to training, but only if it doesn't interfere with his regular education. His schooling comes first." Draco nodded approvingly. "Your concern for his education shows good judgment. We can arrange training that works around his academic schedule. Balance is important for any child's development." As they finalized the arrangements, Draco reflected on the day's achievements. The archive seraph had exceeded all expectations, while young Alonso represented a new generation of new human potential. The future was taking shape, one breakthrough at a time. Chapter 174. St. Ethel's secret visit. The escort fleet carrying Xylia Varlan, Princess Gia Zhu, and Serena Snow sliced through the void toward the Cathayan Empire's celestial noble colonial satellite. Princess Gia pressed her face against the observation port, watching the Aegis asteroid shrink into a distant speck of light among the stars. Her heart felt heavy with conflicted emotions. Part of her desperately wanted to stay, to fight for Draco's attention despite knowing it was futile. But reality crashed down like cold space. He belonged to another now. If she, the third princess of the mighty Cathayan Empire, stooped to becoming a mistress, the scandal would destroy not just her reputation, but bring shame upon the entire imperial family. Xylia approached with the gentle grace of an older sister, settling beside the melancholy princess. "Your Highness, I'm grateful for the affection you've shown my brother, but fate hasn't written your stories together. I truly believe there's a better man waiting somewhere in your future." Princess Gia managed a brittle smile. "Thank you for your kindness, Lady Xylia. Learning about Draco and Miss Persica was difficult, but I wish them nothing but happiness and a long life together." "Your gracious words mean more than you know, Your Highness," Xylia replied with a respectful bow. "I'm exhausted. I think I'll retire to my quarters now." "Rest well, Princess." After Princess Gia disappeared down the corridor, Xylia turned toward an apparently empty hallway and spoke in a voice sharp as steel. "Miss Serena, that arranged marriage between you and my brother, that was Patriarch Valerius Long's arrogant fantasy. Nothing more. My brother doesn't acknowledge it, and neither do I or my sisters. Let me give you some free advice. Don't even think about making moves on my brother. If you so much as threaten anyone he cares about, you and your entire family better be ready to face his wrath." Without waiting for a response, Xylia strode away, her heels clicking decisively against the metal floor. Serena emerged from her hiding spot, fists clenched so tightly her knuckles went white. The proud daughter of the Shu family had never endured such humiliation in her entire privileged life. Back on the Aegis asteroid, Draco sat across from Commander-in-Chief Jaren Lee in his office, discussing critical upgrades to the base's defensive capabilities. The holographic displays showed detailed schematics of radar arrays, weapon emplacements, and energy shields. "Beyond the standard upgrades, I'm implementing these," Draco said, sliding data tablets across the desk. The designs showed mobile Dahl Taurus and Virgo units, autonomous mobile suits he'd modified to allow human pilots when necessary. Jaren studied the specifications with growing excitement. "Boss, these MD units could serve as our primary base defense forces while reducing the strain on our pilot resources significantly. They can be piloted manually if needed," Draco explained. "Ideally, we'd use human squad leaders commanding MD formations. The automated units would follow orders from the man machines. Either way, this should ease our pilot shortage considerably. It's not an ideal solution, but it's what we've got." Draco harbored serious reservations about deploying mobile dolls. His greatest fear was enemy hackers seizing control and turning his own defenses against him. But with the Aegis asteroid requiring round-the-clock patrols and insufficient pilots to maintain proper coverage, he had little choice. He'd extensively modified the original MD systems with multiple failsafes and emergency protocols to prevent hostile takeovers. Before leaving with the design files, Jaren reported one final matter that made Draco nod approvingly. Approved. Let them come. 3 days after Xylia's departure, the Aegis asteroid received an extraordinary visitor. Saint Ethel had come calling in secret, accompanied only by Sir John and Yuffie aboard a Mardis transport shuttle. Sir John piloted, while Yuffie attended to the Saint's needs. As they approached the massive asteroid fortress, John couldn't help but marvel at the defensive formations, MS patrol squadrons, escort frigates, and sophisticated radar arrays that put most nations to shame. If our homeland possessed military assets like these, we never would have been pushed around by the Anglo-Saxon Republic during the war. We wouldn't have needed to rely on the Rosovian Union's favor or hire the Tiani mercenary group to drive off the invaders. John muttered with barely concealed envy. Yuffie puzzled over why Saint Ethel insisted on this clandestine meeting with Draco Varlan. What business could be so sensitive that the spiritual leader of an entire nation needed to handle it personally? Gone were Saint Ethel's usual pristine white robes that projected divine authority before her followers. Instead, she wore simple civilian clothes that transformed her from an untouchable religious icon into an approachable young woman, still beautiful, but radiantly human. A patrol squadron of 105 Dagger mobile suits escorted the shuttle to a designated landing bay. Ground crews guided them to a prepared berth, where Draco Varlan and Saskia waited to receive their distinguished guest. Saint Ethel descended the shuttle ramp, with Sir John and Yuffie flanking her protectively. Draco stepped forward and extended his hand in greeting. "Welcome to the Aegis asteroid, Your Holiness. The pleasure is mine, Mr. Varlan," she replied, accepting the handshake with surprising warmth. "This way, please." They proceeded to an elegant conference room dominated by a long table. Draco and Saint Ethel took seats at opposite ends, while their respective subordinates arranged themselves behind their leaders. "Before we discuss business, I want to thank you for something," Saint Ethel began. Draco looked puzzled. "Thank me for what, exactly?" "For saving my life and providing those healing gel capsules that restored my wounded guardian knights." Recognition dawned in Draco's eyes. He remembered piloting the Gundam Zero solo into her damaged vessel, rescuing her from certain death, and tossing medical supplies to aid her injured protectors. "How did you recognize me?" "I used a voice modulator and full helmet that completely concealed my appearance." Saint Ethel smiled knowingly. "Technology can disguise your voice and face, but it can't change the fundamental aura you project. From the moment we met today, I sensed the same presence that saved us that day. I assume you didn't come all this way just to express gratitude. If I recall correctly, you mentioned wanting to discuss a business arrangement. What did you have in mind?" Saint Ethel's expression became more serious. "I want to commission you to design a mobile suit specifically for the theocracy of Aurea." Draco raised an eyebrow with interest. "If you can create monsters like Gundams, designing a mass-production mobile suit should be child's play for someone of your capabilities." Child's play is right, Draco thought. "I've got dozens of production MS designs stored in my head. The technical challenge isn't the issue," he said aloud. "What concerns me is whether your nation can actually manufacture whatever I design." Sir John and Yuffie bristled at the implied insult. Yuffie started to rise from her chair, before John's restraining hand stopped her. Saint Ethel maintained her composure, though her smile grew strained. "Are you perhaps underestimating our technological capabilities, Mr. Varlan?" Draco's response was brutally direct. "The theocracy of Aurea has maintained neutrality for generations, preserving peace through diplomacy rather than military strength. That approach has left your weapons development decades behind modern standards. To put it bluntly, the small nations surrounding this asteroid field have mobile suits at least 20 years more advanced than anything in your arsenal." The color drained from Sir John and Yuffie's faces, while Saint Ethel's smile became painfully forced. Draco continued his harsh assessment without mercy. "The Anglo-Saxon Republic steamrolled your forces, because your equipment was obsolete. Without the Rosovian Union hiring my mercenary group, your nation would have fallen within a week. And frankly, if the Tianyi mercenary group had been your enemy instead of your savior, we could have conquered your entire country in under 3 days. Anything longer would indicate incompetent leadership on our part. Saint Ethel's diplomatic mask finally cracked, her face flushing with a mixture of humiliation and anger at having her nation's military weakness so coldly dissected. The truth hung in the air like a blade. Sometimes salvation required facing uncomfortable realities about one's limitations. Chapter 175. The Manhwa Mobile Suit series. Saskia watched her boss deliver his brutally honest assessment without a shred of diplomatic tact, systematically dismantling their guests' national pride piece by piece. St. Ethel's face had gone pale with barely contained humiliation. If any other company had dared speak such words, the saint would have stormed out in righteous fury. But coming from Draco Varlan, he'd earned the right to speak harsh truths through sheer force of accomplishment. Fortunately, St. Ethel possessed remarkable inner strength and self-awareness. She understood that her nation's military technology was indeed decades behind the curve. However, her guardian knight Yuffie reached her breaking point. "How dare you mock our nation's military capabilities?" Yuffie exploded, leaping to her feet and jabbing an accusatory finger at Draco. "What gives you the right to claim your mercenary group could crush our entire country in 3 days? Yuffie, control yourself," St. Ethel snapped, her voice cracking like a whip as she turned to rebuke her subordinate. Reality crashed down on Yuffie as she realized her outburst. Sir John placed a calming hand on her arm while shooting her a warning glance. "My apologies for the discourtesy," she muttered, taking deep breaths before reluctantly settling back into her chair. Draco continued his cold analysis without missing a beat. "I make these claims because I know exactly what your military is capable of. If the theocracy of Aurea truly possessed adequate defensive strength, the Rosovian Union wouldn't have needed to hire my services to bail you out." Though St. Ethel bristled at having her nation's weaknesses laid bare so mercilessly, she couldn't deny the fundamental truth behind his words. Draco had earned the right to make such judgments through demonstrated superiority. Forcing her diplomatic smile back into place, St. Ethel pressed forward. "You're absolutely correct, Mr. Varland. Our military assets are indeed outdated, but surely our manufacturing infrastructure could produce mobile suits of your design." "Frankly, no," Draco replied without hesitation, "unless you only want me to design something marginally better than your current equipment, maybe a few years ahead of what you're fielding now. That I could manage. What about our Saint mobile suits? How would you rate our most advanced machines?" St. Ethel held her breath, hoping for some validation while dreading another crushing verdict. "The Saint mobile suits are decent enough, slightly superior to strike daggers and GM units in overall performance." Relief flooded through St. Ethel's chest, while Sir John and Yuffie visibly relaxed at the backhanded compliment. Then Draco delivered the follow-up blow. "Of course, I suspect the theocracy of Aurea can't mass-produce even those Saint units. Your manufacturing equipment is too primitive, and you lack the industrial infrastructure for proper assembly line production." St. Ethel's shoulders sagged as she admitted defeat. "You're correct, so here's the fundamental problem, Your Holiness. You're asking me to design mobile suits, significantly more advanced than your Saint units. But if you can't even mass-produce your current top-tier machines, how do you expect to manufacture something even more sophisticated?" "You raise an excellent point. Do you have any suggestions?" Draco leaned back with a calculating smile. "Simple solution. Establish a branch factory for Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company in your territory. That would solve your production problems immediately." St. Ethel's eyebrows rose with interest. Having Tianyi's advanced manufacturing capabilities on Aurian soil would indeed address their immediate needs. "That's a very intriguing proposal, Mr. Varland. We'd certainly welcome your company's investment in our nation, but what kind of production mobile suits could you offer? That depends entirely on your specifications." St. Ethel outlined her requirements without hesitation. "We need machines with performance comparable to your mercenary group's standard equipment." Draco snapped his fingers. A massive display screen descended from the ceiling, while the conference room's lighting dimmed to cinema levels. The screen blazed to life, revealing an impressive array of mobile suit designs. Zaku variants, Dom series, Rick Dyer's units, Gaza C models, and dozens of other manhwa configurations. Your Holiness, please take your time reviewing these options at your leisure. The sheer variety of Zaku variants alone left St. Ethel feeling overwhelmed, while Sir John and Yuffie, both experienced mobile suit specialists, found themselves drowning in technical specifications. Your Holiness, these files are available for your detailed study. You and your guardian knights can examine them at length. I'll arrange proper accommodations and refreshments. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Varland. With so many excellent choices, we'll need considerable time to make an informed decision. Of course, Your Holiness, I'll have quarters prepared for your stay. Draco and Saskia departed the conference room, leaving their guests to digest the overwhelming selection. Boss, Saskia said once they were out of earshot, aren't you worried about showing them so many designs? What if they memorize the blueprints and steal your technology? Not a chance, Draco replied confidently. Those files contain basic performance data and general specifications, nothing about programming, software integration, or detailed engineering schematics. They're seeing the marketing brochure, not the technical manual. Do you think St. Ethel will actually choose a design, and will she agree to let us build a factory in their territory? Their technology base is so primitive that the Saint mobile suits represent the absolute peak of their capabilities, and they can barely produce those in prototype quantities. If she selects anything significantly more advanced, she'll have no choice but to accept our factory proposal. It's either that or watch their military fall even further behind. Back in the conference room, 2 Tiani guards flanked the entrance while St. Ethel's delegation dove into their technical review. The saint herself deferred to her military advisor's expertise, particularly Sir John's engineering background. As the original designer of the Saint mobile suit's later modifications, Sir John possessed the most qualified assessment capabilities among the 3 visitors. He systematically analyzed each manhwa design, immediately dismissing anything that failed to surpass their current equipment. His small notebook filled with entries as he catalogued only the most promising candidates, machines that represented at least a decade of advancement beyond their Saint mobile suits. After thorough analysis, Sir John approached his leader with carefully considered recommendations. Your Holiness, if we're going to make this investment worthwhile, I suggest selecting 2 distinct mobile suit types. What's your reasoning? One design should serve as standard equipment for regular pilots, while the second could function as a command unit or elite pilot exclusive. This would give us both quantity and quality options. St. Ethel noticed his notebook bulging with entries. I assume everything you've recorded represents significant improvements over our Saint mobile suits. Absolutely, Your Holiness. Each of these designs would revolutionize our military capabilities. Sir John began presenting his detailed analysis to St. Ethel, outlining the strategic implications of each potential choice. The future of the theocracy of Oria's military might hang in the balance of their decision. Chapter 176. Hai Zaku and Marisai St. Ethel's delegation had been living aboard the Aegis asteroid for a full week now, drowning in technical specifications and performance data from dozens of manhwa mobile suit designs. The sheer variety of options had paralyzed their decision-making process. Each machine seemed more advanced than anything the theocracy of Oria could dream of producing. Beyond mobile suits, St. Ethel had compiled an extensive shopping list of military hardware, requesting procurement options for everything from personal armor to capital ships. Draco had obligingly provided comprehensive catalogues, letting the saint and her companions browse through his arsenal like customers at a high-end weapons boutique. Back home, St. Ethel maintained encrypted communications with Pope David, seeking guidance on these momentous decisions. The religious leader found himself equally overwhelmed by the technological gap between their nation and Draco's industrial empire. Send Bishop William and Bishop Matthew immediately, Pope David finally decided. This requires expertise beyond what we currently have on site. When St. Ethel informed Draco that additional specialists would be arriving from the theocracy, he simply nodded with professional courtesy. More decision-makers meant faster resolution, exactly what he preferred. Bishop William, the Minister of Defense, and Bishop Matthew, the Military Affairs Minister, arrived with a small team of technical experts. Their shuttle docked quietly at the Aegis asteroid, maintaining the secrecy that surrounded this entire procurement mission. The expanded Orion delegation threw themselves into systematic analysis, methodically eliminating options until only the most promising candidates remained. After days of heated debate and technical review, 2 designs emerged as clear winners. The Haizaku will serve as our standard production mobile suit, Bishop Matthew announced to the assembled group. The Marasai will be reserved for elite pilots and squadron leaders. Saint Ethel nodded approvingly, though a nagging concern weighed on her mind. Bishops, our domestic manufacturing capabilities can't possibly produce these machines, can they? The 2 church officials exchanged uncomfortable glances before Matthew answered with painful honesty. Your Holiness, it's embarrassing to admit, but we lack the industrial capacity for mass production. Based on current capabilities, we couldn't manufacture at least 50% of the required components. Bishop William studied the technical specifications with growing unease. So we'd need to invite Tianyi Arms Manufacturing Company to establish factories on Orion soil. Is that our only option? I'm afraid so, Bishop William. William frowned thoughtfully, then made an observation that lightened the mood slightly. You know, in our local mythology, cyclopes are traditionally evil creatures. I wonder what our citizens will think when they see these manhwa machines patrolling our borders. Yuffie chimed in with dry humor, and Marasai is the name of a legendary demon in our folklore. Sir John cut through the cultural concerns with military pragmatism. Forget the names and appearances. What matters is never again being overwhelmed, like we were during the Anglo-Saxon invasion. Military effectiveness trumps superstition. The bishops and their technical advisors nodded in agreement. Solving their technological disadvantage took priority over cultural sensitivities. One of Matthew's specialists whispered something in his ear, prompting the bishop to address Saint Ethel directly. Your Holiness, shouldn't we also procure other weapon systems beyond mobile suits? Absolutely, Saint Ethel replied without hesitation. I want Spartan armor as our top priority for individual equipment. If that's not available, we'll settle for standard combat armor suits. We also need ground vehicles and naval vessels. What specific items have you selected? Saint Ethel handed over her preliminary choices, allowing Matthew, William, and their experts to conduct final evaluations. In the main conference room, negotiations began in earnest. Draco and Saskia sat across from the Orion delegation, ready to discuss terms and modifications. Bishop Matthew opened with a technical request. Mr. Varlan, would it be possible to modify our selected Haizaku units? What kind of modifications are you thinking? Enhanced power output to support additional energy weapons, plus improved performance specs for command variants. We'd also like some visual distinction for squadron leader units. Draco considered the request thoughtfully. Power upgrades are straightforward, and command variants with superior performance are definitely doable. For visual identification, I could add enhanced antenna arrays to the head units. They'd provide better sensor range, communications clarity, and electronic warfare resistance. Could the Marasai command units receive similar modifications? Certainly. With technical specifications settled, Saskia took over pricing negotiations with the 2 bishops. The atmosphere grew notably tenser as financial realities emerged. President Saskia, these prices seem quite steep. Bishop William began diplomatically. Is there room for negotiation? Saskia's response was brutally direct. Bishops, compare your current Saint Mobile suits to our Haizaku designs. Which is superior? And if you were selling your Saint units internationally, what price would you ask? Both bishops' eyes twitched with suppressed anger. Mentally, they cursed Saskia's bluntness. This woman doesn't leave us any dignity at all. If we weren't so technologically inferior, we'd walk out right now. Outwardly, they maintained forced smiles while remaining silent, refusing to answer her provocative question. Saskia pressed her advantage mercilessly. Let me be frank. Your Saint Mobile suits are so obsolete that our company wouldn't accept them as scrap metal. William and Matthew's faces turned rigid with humiliation, while Saint Ethel, Sir John, and Yuffie found themselves studying the ceiling and floor, rather than meeting anyone's eyes. All 3 shared the same bitter thought, like boss, like employee. If Draco doesn't spare people's feelings, his subordinates are even more ruthless. Bishop William finally found his voice, attempting a counter-argument. Our Saint units may be dated, but they still outperform your GM and Strike Dagger mobile suits, don't they? Saskia shrugged with infuriating casualness. Sure, your saints have slightly better specs than our GMs and strike daggers, but consider this. You used your nation's most advanced technology to create your best possible mobile suit. Meanwhile, our GMs and strike daggers were built using deliberately outdated technology. Your cutting-edge machine barely beats our throwaway designs. Still feeling proud? Bishop Matthew shot back defensively. If those are your obsolete units, why sell them at all? Why not offer something more advanced? Saskia's smile carried predatory satisfaction. Simple economics. The profit margins are too good to ignore, even on outdated inventory. Both bishops fell silent, recognizing the trap they'd walked into. Draco decided to deliver the finishing blow with surgical precision. If the theocracy could develop more advanced mobile suits independently, you wouldn't be here begging for our designs. You came to us because you can't build what you need, and if you truly had alternatives, you'd walk away from our prices instead of asking for discounts. If our terms are unacceptable, you're welcome to seek other suppliers. The door's right there. The entire Orion delegation's faces darkened with barely controlled fury, but they couldn't dispute the harsh logic. Their nation simply lacked the technological foundation to develop advanced mobile suits domestically. Even seeking help from other international companies would likely prove futile. No one else offered designs as sophisticated as the High Zaku and Marisai. Pride warred with necessity, as Saint Ethel realized they were trapped between humiliation and military modernization. In the cold mathematics of interstellar warfare, wounded egos counted for nothing against technological superiority. The future security of the theocracy of Aurea hung in the balance, and everyone in the room knew that Draco Varlan held all the cards. Chapter 177. Terms and Conditions. Saint Ethel stared across the conference table at Draco and Saskia, her jaw clenched tight with barely controlled frustration. These two were treating the theocracy of Aurea like a prize lamb ready for slaughter, and every fiber of her being screamed to walk away with whatever dignity remained. But the cold reality of her nation's military weakness kept her planted in her chair, swallowing her pride for the greater good. Mr. Varlan, Saint Ethel began, her voice steady despite the storm brewing in her chest. Regarding your earlier proposal to establish Tianyi arms manufacturing facilities in our territory, we can agree to those terms. We're prepared to transfer existing factory infrastructure to your company at no cost, and we'll rebuild or modify those facilities according to your specifications. In exchange, we'd like to see significant price reductions. Draco leaned back in his chair with predatory interest. When you say price reductions, Your Holiness, are we talking about just the 2 mobile suit models, or your entire procurement package? Everything, she replied without hesitation. We want discounts across the board. Draco's lips curved into a slight smile as he closed his eyes and gestured toward his colleague. Saskia, you've heard the lady's terms. What kind of reduction seems reasonable to you? Your call entirely. Saskia put on her best theatrical expression of reluctant consideration. Well, I suppose we could manage a 5% discount. The entire Orion delegation sat in stunned silence. 5%? With all those concessions on the table, they were offering a measly 5% reduction while acting like it physically pained them. The numbers burned in everyone's minds. A standard High Zaku carried a price tag of 100 million Earth sphere credits, while command variants cost 120 million. Even the theocracy's most pessimistic experts estimated that manufacturing costs, including materials, labor, weapons, and spare parts, couldn't exceed 50 million credits per unit. Saint Ethel's diplomatic training kept her voice level despite her inner turmoil. 5% is insulting, frankly. The High Zaku vastly outperforms strike dagger units, and I recall your company selling those for 40 million colonial credits. Saskia's smile widened with calculated charm. Your Holiness, that 40 million price point is ancient history. Even second-hand strike daggers command over 80 million colonial credits on the black market these days. Our current production runs go to the highest bidder through competitive auctions, averaging around 150 million colonial credits per unit. The exchange rate made the numbers even more staggering. 1 Earthsphere credit currently bought 5 colonial credits. Your inflated pricing stems entirely from the 6th colonial zone conflict, Saint Ethel countered sharply. Wartime desperation drives those astronomical bids. You're profiteering from human suffering, and everyone in this room knows it. Saskia shrugged with infuriating casualness. I won't deny that market conditions favor us right now, but why aren't our competitors capturing similar profits? The answer should be obvious to everyone present. Saint Ethel took a steadying breath. What additional terms would convince you to offer more substantial reductions? That depends entirely on what your nation is prepared to offer. After quick, whispered consultations with Bishops William and Matthew, Saint Ethel presented her counter-proposal. We can grant your subsidiaries 20-year mining rights to our metal ore and energy deposits. Plus, we'll waive all corporate taxes for 10 years. Draco's eyes snapped open for a brief moment before closing again, a telling reaction that didn't escape anyone's notice. Saskia remained silent, recognizing that these terms extended far beyond her company's direct interests into Tiani Group's broader operations. For nearly 10 minutes, Draco sat motionless in apparent deep thought. When he finally straightened and opened his eyes, his expression had grown more serious. What kind of price reduction are you seeking? He asked directly. 30%. That's excessive. We'll also deed land to the Tiani Group for establishing a new mercenary base with the same 10-year tax exemption. Any other Tiani subsidiaries get the same tax treatment. I can only agree to that for currently existing companies. Future ventures would be excluded. Draco turned to his colleague. Saskia, are these terms acceptable to you? Saskia's response carried a note of calculated indignation. With respect, boss, while these conditions benefit the overall Tiani Group tremendously, they are grossly unfair to my specific division. My company sacrifices profit margins to boost everyone else's bottom line. That's hardly equitable. You heard her, Your Holiness, Draco said with mock regret. She raises a valid point about fairness to Tiani arms manufacturing. Saint Ethel's temple throbbed as she realized she was watching a perfectly orchestrated performance. These two are playing us like a violin, she thought bitterly. Fine, she said through gritted teeth. Tiani Arms Manufacturing also receives 10 years of tax exemption. Saskia leaned forward with keen interest. Your Holiness, does this tax exemption apply only to products sold domestically within the theocracy, or does it include our exports to other markets? All products manufactured in theocracy facilities would be tax exempt. However, your export volume cannot exceed domestic sales quantities. Additionally, high Zaku and Marasai units can only be produced for theocracy forces, no exports of those specific models to Earth sphere nations. Then we have a counter-requirement, Draco interjected smoothly. No reverse engineering or unauthorized reproduction of our designs, and absolutely no export sales of our proprietary technology. Acceptable, but we want technology transfer for high Zaku production capabilities. Agreed with modifications, Saskia replied. Your demanded 30% discount drops to 20%, and technology transfer occurs 3 years after our facilities begin full production operations. The 3-year delay clearly puzzled the Orion delegation. Why the extended timeline? Bishop William demanded. Saskia's explanation carried brutal honesty. Simple risk management. We need assurance that you won't stab us in the back the moment you get what you want. 3 years gives us time to recoup our investment before you potentially betray our agreement. Saint Ethel rose from her chair, her voice trembling with wounded dignity. The theocracy of Aurea prizes honor and integrity above all else. If you doubt our word, we'll swear binding oaths before God himself. Draco's harsh laughter cut through the room like a blade. Why are you laughing? Saint Ethel's eyes flashed with anger. I'm laughing at your naivety, Your Holiness, or perhaps at your assumption of ours. Oaths are worthless in business. I don't care if your entire population considers promise-breaking the ultimate sin. We refuse to stake our company's future on your supposed moral superiority. Nations tear up treaties on a whim, and you expect us to trust verbal commitments from government officials. Even ironclad written contracts can become worthless paper when convenient. If you want high Zaku technology transfer, you'll accept our terms exactly as stated. Otherwise, we can renegotiate from scratch or you can find another supplier. With that declaration, Draco closed his eyes again, clearly considering the conversation finished. Saint Ethel nodded slowly, her diplomatic mask sliding back into place. I understand your position, Mr. Varland. Prudent business practices require such precautions. We accept your terms, pending approval from His Holiness Pope David. Once he gives his consent, we'll formalize these agreements with the entire Tianyi group immediately. The dance of power and desperation had reached its conclusion. The theocracy would get its advanced weapons, Tianyi would secure valuable concessions, and everyone would pretend that honor and necessity hadn't just engaged in mortal combat, with necessity claiming victory once again. In the cold mathematics of interstellar politics, pride was a luxury the theocracy of Aurea could no longer afford. Chapter 178. The contract. Pope David's weathered hands trembled slightly as he reviewed St. Ethel's detailed report, the weight of his nation's future pressing down on his shoulders like a mountain of marble and steel. Ethel, he said, his voice carrying the authority of decades in religious leadership, sign this contract. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. The burden falls on my shoulders alone. Yes, Your Holiness, St. Ethel replied, her voice steady despite the magnitude of what they were about to commit to. 3 days later, in a ceremony that would reshape the theocracy of Aurea's destiny, both parties signed the agreement that bound their fates together. The ink had barely dried when a storm of opposition erupted throughout the theocracy's power corridors. High-ranking officials emerged from every shadowy corner, demanding immediate renegotiation and crying foul at the terms St. Ethel had secured. Pope David's response was swift and decisive. He called for a closed-door assembly, a gathering that would either cement his authority or shatter it entirely. Only those who opposed the contract received invitations to this particular dance of power. The ornate circular conference room fell silent as His Holiness entered, carrying a thick stack of documents that seemed to weigh more than their paper suggested. Each folder landed on the polished table with the finality of a judge's gavel. The high-ranking officials opened their files with varying degrees of confidence that evaporated like morning mist. Some faces went ghostly white, others tried desperately to maintain composure while their hands shook, and a few couldn't hide the naked terror creeping into their eyes. Pope David's gaze swept the room like a lighthouse beam, illuminating every guilty conscience present. Gentlemen, His Holiness began with deceptive calm, I've been aware of your financial arrangements for quite some time. As long as your greed remained within reasonable bounds, I've chosen to turn a blind eye. The silence that followed was so complete that the whisper of turning pages sounded like thunder. But this contract threatens your personal interests, doesn't it? Pope David continued, his voice gaining an edge sharp enough to cut glass. Particularly the mining rights we're granting to Tianyi Group subsidiaries. You had your own deals lined up with certain extraction companies. Yes, I know about those too. Still, no one dared speak. The Pope's knuckles rapped against the table like hammer blows. Speak up. Your silence won't save you now. A trembling hand rose from the sea of bowed heads. Yes, Bishop Matthias. Your Holiness doesn't want those capitalists to retain domestic mining rights because when the Anglo-Saxon Republic invaded, they were the first to liquidate their assets and flee to safety abroad. Only after our victory did they slink back like carrion birds. Exactly right, Bishop. Pope David's voice carried grim satisfaction. Those profit-obsessed cowards who abandoned ship faster than rats deserve no further consideration. Anyone here who accepted bribes from such people will return every credit immediately. If they ask why, tell them it came directly from me. Another bishop mustered the courage to raise his hand. Your Holiness is granting extraction rights to Tianyi Group truly wise. Far better than those yellow-bellied capitalists, came the sharp reply. More importantly, we're establishing a Tianyi mercenary base on our soil. When enemies come knocking again, and they will, Tianyi Group will have strong financial incentives to protect their investments by crushing any aggressors. A third voice joined the increasingly one-sided conversation. But Your Holiness, our Saint Mobile suits took years to develop. Aren't we essentially throwing away all that effort? How do we explain this to our citizens? Pope David's cold laughter echoed off the chamber walls. Public accountability is secondary to the real issue. You're worried about lost profits, raw materials, components, supply contracts. You all had your hands in that particular cookie jar. He leaned forward, his presence filling the room like gathering storm clouds. Our border forces will continue purchasing Saint units, and you're welcome to market them internationally. If your salesmanship can convince foreign buyers, more power to you. The message rang crystal clear: conform to the new reality or face the consequences of exposed corruption. The Pope held their leashes, and everyone in the room knew it. The unspoken agreement settled over the gathering like a shroud. Future profiteering would be tolerated, but never again at the expense of national interests or security. When the closed-door session concluded, the once vocal opposition had transformed into unified supporters of St. Ethel's negotiated agreement. Back on the Aegis asteroid, Draco received the long-awaited confirmation. The contract had passed all bureaucratic hurdles and was ready for implementation. Jaren, Draco called to his military commander, "Coordinate with our subsidiary presidents. Time to make this partnership real." Jaren Lee immediately began drafting plans for their 13th operational base, while other Tianyi Group companies prepared massive investment packages for Orion territory. However, local commercial law presented one significant hurdle. Foreign corporations could hold maximum 51% ownership in domestic subsidiaries. Draco's response was characteristically direct. Every Tianyi company would secure exactly that controlling stake, no exceptions. President Saskia dispatched advance teams to survey available industrial facilities throughout the theocracy. The Orion government provided a selection of mothballed factories, allowing Tianyi arms manufacturing representatives to choose the most suitable locations. Once selections were finalized, Orion reconstruction crews began massive renovation projects according to Tianyi specifications, transforming outdated facilities into cutting-edge production centers. The sheer scale of Tianyi Group's Orion investment sent shockwaves through international intelligence networks. Major powers and media outlets scrambled to understand why the galaxy's most successful mercenary organization was pouring resources into a previously overlooked theocracy. The sight of both flagship companies, Tianyi Mercenary Group and Tianyi Arms Manufacturing, establishing permanent presences, raised alarm bells from the Cathayan Empire to the Martian territories. Cathayan authorities and media outlets proved most aggressive in their investigations, demanding explanations for what appeared to be a major strategic shift. When pressed by journalists, Tianyi Group representatives offered identical responses. The theocracy of Aurea represents tremendous untapped investment potential. Such generic corporate speak convinced absolutely no one. Critics pointed out the obvious question: why would Aurea grant valuable mining rights to foreign corporations instead of developing domestic extraction capabilities? The answer came sooner than expected when someone within the theocracy's government leaked the complete contract details. Suddenly, the world understood the true scope of Aurea's desperation and Tianyi's ambition. The theocracy had traded away sovereign resources, tax revenues, and economic independence in exchange for advanced mobile suit technology and manufacturing capabilities. Anonymous sources quickly provided additional intelligence to international media. The Haizaku and Marasai mobile suits matched or exceeded the performance of Tianyi's standard GM Roman II and Dagger series machines. This revelation triggered a feeding frenzy among major powers. Every significant military force in the galaxy suddenly wanted access to these advanced designs, either through direct purchase or commissioned development. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing's response remained consistent. Existing contractual obligations prevented any external sales or technology transfers. Meanwhile, alternative requests for equivalent custom designs founded on economic reality. No other nation possessed Aurea's desperation or willingness to sacrifice so much for military modernization. The Cathayan Empire's media response proved particularly vicious. News outlets and social platforms launched coordinated attacks against Draco Varlan, branding him a traitor who hoarded advanced technology while selling cutting-edge weapons to foreign powers. The harassment extended beyond Draco himself. His three sisters faced relentless online abuse, with critics demanding they control their reckless brother before he caused further damage to Cathayan interests. Kalia Varlan's response silenced her attackers more effectively than any prepared statement could have managed. She called a press conference that would be remembered for decades. "Before you judge my brother's choices," Kalia announced to the packed auditorium, "let me show you why he left the Cathayan Empire in the first place." The massive screens behind her blazed to life, displaying security footage that made the entire room gasp in collective shock. The video showed armed men breaking into a family home, terrorizing civilians and stealing research materials from a child's bedroom. The man who ordered this home invasion is our own grandfather, Patriarch Valerius Long of the Long family. He sent armed thugs to steal intellectual property from his own grandchild. If family members can commit such atrocities for profit, imagine what strangers might do. Should we have waited for kidnappers to complete the job? Kalia's voice cracked with barely restrained emotion as she continued. From our parents' generation to ours, the Long family has subjected us to endless discrimination and contempt. If you think my brother's actions are extreme, blame the people who drove him away through decades of systematic abuse. Xylia Varlan, seated beside her sister, delivered the killing blow. By the way, those advanced Xi'an mobile suits are special forces use. The designs came from my brother's childhood research. The same materials Patriarch Valerius Long's thugs stole in that video. The revelation hit Cathayan media like a thunderbolt. Not only had the Long family driven away a genius engineer, but they'd been profiting from his stolen work for years, while publicly condemning him as a traitor. Public opinion shifted like a landslide. Suddenly, Draco Varlan wasn't a treacherous arms dealer. He was a victim of family betrayal who'd been forced to seek justice abroad. The Long family found themselves at the center of a scandal that would reshape Cathayan politics and military procurement for generations to come. Chapter 179, Ruida Lin. Mr. Long, how do you explain stealing Draco's technology? Mr. Long, what's your response to the Defense Ministry cancelling all Xi'an mobile suit contracts with your company? Mr. Long, what are your plans moving forward? Will you apologize to Draco and seek forgiveness? Patriarch Valerius Long and his son Yingxuan found themselves trapped in a swirling hurricane of reporters, their bodyguards forming a defensive circle that barely held back the relentless tide of journalists. Questions flew like bullets, each one aimed with surgical precision at their crumbling reputation. The two men could barely take a single step forward through the crushing media scrum. Patriarch Valerius's weathered face was etched with deep regret. If only he could turn back time, he would never have sent those thugs to steal from his grandson. His daughter's warnings echoed mockingly in his memory, each word a dagger twist of "I told you so." The nightmare had begun just days earlier, when Kalia and her sisters held their explosive press conference. Media outlets across the galaxy immediately swarmed the Long family, demanding answers to burning questions. Had the Patriarch really ordered the theft of Draco's childhood inventions? Were the advanced Xi'an mobile suits really based on stolen designs from a brilliant child's imagination? Initially, the Long family presented a united front of denial, categorically rejecting every accusation as malicious slander. But Draco Varlan had other plans. Tianyi Arms Manufacturing's official website suddenly announced a live broadcast that would shake the very foundations of interstellar politics. The host would be none other than Draco himself, and the entire galaxy would be watching. Major powers and media conglomerates focused their attention like laser beams on this unprecedented event. When the broadcast went live, Draco's words cut through the airwaves with devastating precision. The Xi'an mobile suits are indeed based on designs I created as a child, he stated with calm authority. Furthermore, over 90% of the innovations developed by Rapid Military Sciences Company came directly from my stolen childhood research. The revelation hit like a supernova explosion across the star systems. Everything taken from my home by Patriarch Valerius Long's hired criminals has been used to build their corporate empire. Draco continued, his voice carrying the weight of years of suppressed anger. But since they seem so eager to profit from my work, I'll make sure everyone benefits equally. With surgical precision, Draco began releasing technical specifications, design schematics, and programming codes for every piece of stolen technology. The Xi'an mobile suits, advanced weapon systems, propulsion technologies. He shared it all with the international community, transforming proprietary military secrets into open-source knowledge. The galactic response was immediate and catastrophic. Government officials across the star systems screamed orders at their military research divisions. Download everything, analyze every specification. We need this technology integrated into our forces immediately. In the Cathayan Empire's imperial palace, Chaos reigned from the throne room to the lowest ministerial offices. Emperor Valerius Zu and his entire cabinet erupted in collective fury at the security breach. The Defense Ministry wasted no time severing all contracts with Rapid Military Sciences Company, citing critical technology leaks and compromised national security. Defense Minister Shu's phone call to Patriarch Valerius Long could be heard 3 rooms away, a blistering torrent of military profanity that would have made hardened mercenaries blush. The political fallout was swift and merciless. The Shu family immediately terminated all relationships with the Long clan, including the arranged marriage between Draco and Serena Snow that had never materialized anyway. Fortunately for the Cathayan Empire, their military dominance didn't depend solely on a few defense contractors. The nation possessed multiple excellent military technology companies capable of developing replacement weapon systems. Zenith Military Sciences Company, Rapid's primary competitor, seized the moment with perfect timing. Their engineers unveiled a cutting-edge mobile suit design that would salvage the Empire's military reputation. The Uelu, standing 19 meters tall with sleek black and white armor plating, the Uelu's head unit featured a distinctive visor resembling dark sunglasses and a prominent communications antenna. The machine could mount both ballistic and energy weapons, delivering superior firepower, armor protection, mobility, and agility compared to the improved Xi'an variants. The Uelu's spectacular debut allowed Cathayan leadership to exhale with relief. Despite Rapid Military Sciences' frantic explanations that their improved Xi'an designs surpassed the original stolen blueprints, the Defense Ministry remained unconvinced. Expert analysis revealed a terrifying vulnerability. Enemies possessing Draco's original specifications could exploit critical weaknesses in the modified versions. The Ministry's response was absolute: complete contract cancellation across all projects and partnerships with Rapid Military Sciences. Combat trials between the Uelu and improved Xi'an units resulted in 10 consecutive victories for the new design. The Cathayan Empire immediately placed massive orders with Zenith Military Sciences. In a sprawling mansion overlooking manicured gardens, a middle-aged man stood on his living room balcony, his smile growing more radiant with each word flowing through his phone. Even after ending the call, Lin Fingluan's brilliant grin remained frozen in place like a triumphant war mask. As head of the Lin family, one of the Cathayan Empire's most prestigious commercial dynasties and longtime rivals to the Long clan, Fingluan had endured years of playing second fiddle to Patriarch Valerius Long's dominance. But today marked a historic victory. For the first time since inheriting leadership, he had snatched a prize directly from the Long family's grasp and watched his enemies suffer public humiliation. The satisfaction was intoxicating. Fingluan strode through his mansion's corridors toward his son's private quarters, eager to share this moment of vindication. He knocked gently before entering, finding his beloved child dressed in pristine white robes, absorbed in technical manuals. "Ruida," Fingluan announced with paternal pride, "your Uelu design has secured enormous contracts for Zenith Military Sciences. We've captured every deal that used to belong to Rapid Military Sciences. I couldn't be more proud of you, son." The devastatingly handsome young man known as Ruida Lin barely acknowledged his father's words, his expression radiating annoyance and bitter frustration rather than joy. Fingluan's excitement deflated like a punctured balloon. "What's wrong, Ruida? Why aren't you celebrating? Your mobile suit design surpasses the Xi'an units in every category. This victory finally puts the Long family in their place after years of dominance." Ruida slammed his textbook onto the desk with explosive force, rising to face his father with eyes blazing with inner torment. "What exactly should we be celebrating, father?" His voice cracked with barely controlled rage. "The Xi'an mobile suits were created by Draco Valen when he was just a child. My Uelu only defeats his childhood work, nothing more. It's completely inferior to his current Gundam designs, and it barely matches the performance of his mercenary group's standard GM Roman II and Dagger series units. What kind of hollow victory is that?" Ruida punctuated his outburst by delivering a vicious kick to the desk, his frustration exploding outward like shrapnel. "But son," Fingluan said gently, "you finally beat him at something. Isn't that worth celebrating?" "Beat him?" Ruida's laugh was bitter as poison. I defeated the work of his childhood. That's like an adult claiming victory over a 10-year-old. There's no honor in such a pathetic accomplishment. Please leave, father. I need to be alone. He collapsed into his chair, burying his face in trembling hands. Fingluan studied his son's anguished posture, his heart breaking at the sight. All right, I won't disturb you further. Rest well and don't push yourself too hard. He retreated from the room, carefully closing the door behind him. A wave of parental anguish washed over his features as painful memories surfaced. His son hadn't smiled, truly smiled, since high school began. Fingluan remembered the pattern all too clearly. Every mechanical engineering competition, every academic challenge, every opportunity for recognition, his brilliant son would place second. Always second, never first, because Draco Varlan existed. Whenever that name appeared on competitor lists, Ruida Lin's fate was sealed. Silver medal, runner-up, eternal understudy to someone else's genius. Each defeat sent Ruida retreating to his room for days of obsessive study, desperate practice sessions, and grinding determination to finally, just once, surpass his nemesis. Through high school, university, and beyond, the pattern never broke. Classmates had cruelly dubbed him the Eternal Second, a title that followed him like a curse wherever Draco's shadow fell. Alone in his room, Ruida's eyes burned crimson with unshed tears of rage. His fists clenched until fingernails drew blood from his palms. Draco Varlan, he whispered through gritted teeth, his voice raw with years of accumulated hatred. No matter how hard I try, no matter how much I sacrifice, I always lose to you. If you didn't exist, all the attention, all the acclaim, all the recognition would be mine. Zhao Xinlin would have been my woman instead of pining after you. If you had never been born, how much better everything would be. His control finally snapped. Ruida grabbed the textbook from his desk and hurled it across the room, pages fluttering like dying birds as his suppressed fury finally found its voice. In the silence that followed, only his ragged breathing remained, the sound of a brilliant mind poisoned by perpetual defeat and consuming envy. Chapter 180. The next generation replacing the GM Roman II rapid military sciences companies, stock price plummeted like an avalanche down a mountainside, dragging every other Long family corporation into the financial abyss. The corporate empire that Patriarch Valerius Long had spent decades building was crumbling faster than a house of cards in a hurricane. Desperation drove the old patriarch to frantically dial his 3 granddaughters' numbers, his trembling fingers stabbing at the phone with increasing panic. All he wanted now was to grovel, to apologize for years of cruelty and beg for their help to save his dying legacy. But Kalia, Xylia, and Weenia Varlan had made their choice. Every call went straight to voicemail, each unanswered ring another nail in the coffin of family reconciliation. The 3 sisters never imagined that a single press conference, followed by their brother's devastating live broadcast, would obliterate the Long family's reputation so completely. Media vultures circled like hungry predators, while business rivals seized the opportunity to deliver killing blows to their wounded competitor. With nowhere else to turn, Patriarch Valerius reached out to his daughter in space, Lady Helena Long. Perhaps she could convince Draco to show mercy to the family that had cast him out. Lady Helena understood the gravity of their situation. The Long family name was being dragged through the mud across every news network in the galaxy. Swallowing her pride, she contacted her nephew, hoping blood ties might soften his heart. Draco's response cut through her hopes like a laser blade. What you're seeing now is just me collecting interest on an old debt, he said, his voice carrying the cold precision of surgical steel. Tell Patriarch Valerius that I still remember every insult he hurled at my mother. He can enjoy these last few years of faded glory, because I'm going to make sure he and his worthless sons and grandsons end up sleeping in gutters. His voice dropped to a menacing whisper that sent ice through Lady Helena's veins. And warn him, if he so much as breathes wrong near my 3 sisters, I'll make him wish he'd never been born. Death will seem like mercy compared to what I'll do to him. Lady Helena could only sigh in defeat as she relayed the message to her father. The bridge between Draco and the Long family hadn't just burned, it had been vaporized. Patriarch Valerius felt the crushing weight of regret as he remembered his treatment of Wu Kaiyan, Draco's mother. If only he could turn back time, His self-pity was interrupted by an incoming call from Minister Shu. "Minister Shu," Patriarch Valerius said, his voice dripping with desperate flattery, "what can this humble servant do for you? Just say the word and I'll make it happen." Minister Shu's tone was ice-cold and completely devoid of sympathy. "Listen carefully, old man. I'm calling to give you one piece of advice. Don't touch Draco's sisters, not even a hair on their heads. Of course not. They are my granddaughters. Why would I hurt them?" "Maybe you wouldn't," Minister Shu replied with cutting sarcasm, "but can you control your pack of worthless descendants? Can you guarantee they won't do something stupid?" The question hung in the air like a death sentence. "Let me make this crystal clear," Minister Shu continued, his voice carrying the full authority of the Cathayan Empire's military might. "Emperor Valerius Zu wants Draco Varlan back in the Empire. If anything, and I mean anything, happens to interfere with that possibility, your entire family will pay the price. Do I make myself understood?" The line went dead, leaving Patriarch Valerius staring at his phone in cold terror. Within minutes, he issued emergency orders throughout the long family network. No one was to approach Draco's sisters. Furthermore, he secretly assigned bodyguards to protect Kalia, Xylia and Wenia, though they would never know of his involvement. Meanwhile, aboard the Aegis asteroid, Draco was already planning his next strategic move. By releasing the Xi'an mobile suit specifications to the international community, he had potentially leveled the playing field, and that was unacceptable. The GM Roman II mobile suits that formed the backbone of Tianyi mercenary group's forces were superior to the stolen Xi'an designs, but margins of superiority had a way of evaporating when enemies gained access to advanced technology. If multiple nations began mass-producing improved Xi'an variants, Tianyi's tactical advantage would erode. The solution was obvious: upgrade everything before the competition caught up. Initially, Draco considered transitioning directly to GM Roman III units, but after running combat simulations, he realized the performance gap wouldn't be as decisive as he needed. In this business, overwhelming superiority meant survival. Anything less meant eventual defeat. Instead, he pulled up technical specifications for two competing designs, the GM Roman III and the Jigen mobile suit. Spreading the holographic blueprints across his workspace, he began a detailed comparison that would determine the future of Tianyi's military capabilities. The Jigen's most distinctive feature was its enlarged backpack system, dramatically extending operational endurance. Movable subarms mounted on the upper backpack provided equipment flexibility, while high-thrust verniers on the shoulder armor enhanced lateral acceleration capabilities. While the GM Roman III boasted superior armor protection, the Jigen outperformed it in engine output, sensor systems, and overall versatility. More importantly, the Jigen's new titanium ceramic composite armor could be manufactured without the exotic materials and extended production times required for Gundanium alloy components. Draco's active Gundam units employed various armor types: phase shift armor, E-carbon armor, nanolaminate armor, and multiple generations of Gundanium alloy. Each technology offered distinct advantages, but manufacturing complexity varied dramatically. E-carbon armor exceeded even second-generation Gundanium in defensive capability, though third-generation Gundanium eventually surpassed it in both protection and structural integrity, while remaining lighter in weight. Units like the Zeta Gundam and Astray series had been upgraded from second-generation to third-generation Gundanium armor as the technology matured. The Wing Gundam, developed during third-generation availability, incorporated the advanced alloy from initial construction. The original GM Roman III blueprints specified partial Gundanium armor implementation, dramatically increasing both production costs and manufacturing time, while limiting mass production capabilities. In contrast, the Jigen's titanium ceramic composite armor offered nearly comparable protection at a fraction of the cost and complexity. While slightly inferior to second-generation Gundanium in raw defensive power, the weight savings and manufacturing simplicity more than compensated for the difference. Draco ran simulation after simulation, modifying variables and testing performance scenarios. When he equipped the GM Roman III with composite armor to match production efficiency, defensive capabilities dropped while costs remained higher than the Jigen baseline. Upgrading the Jigen's propulsion and acceleration systems to match GM Roman 3 specifications, increased costs slightly, but still remained more economical than the alternative design. Most tellingly, in every simulated combat scenario, the modified Jigen emerged victorious. The decision crystallized in Draco's mind like a perfect engineering solution. The Jigen would replace the GM Roman 2 as Tiany's next-generation standard mobile suit. But Draco wasn't finished. He modified the base Jigen design to accommodate modular weapon systems, allowing derivative variants to be created through equipment changes rather than entirely new production lines. A simple anti-beam coding application would provide laminated armor effects comparable to the Dagger series' defensive capabilities. Satisfied with his work, Draco transmitted the finalized specifications to Commander Jaren Lee with a priority flag. Jaren immediately converted an existing production line for prototype Jigen manufacturing. The first units would undergo comprehensive testing before full-scale deployment, but early indicators suggested they had found their GM Roman 2 replacement. In another section of the facility, development of the Exir Gundam was entering its final phases, another piece of Tiany's evolving technological puzzle. Throughout the 6th colonial zone, warfare continued to rage like an unstoppable wildfire. Civilian populations fled in waves toward any safe haven they could find. Other colonial clusters, Earthsphere territories, or colonies under Tiany mercenary group protection, those unable to escape could only pray. Pray for victory, pray for merciful conquerors, or simply pray for survival in a galaxy where technological superiority often determined who lived and who died. As Draco watched test footage of the prototype Jigen's first combat trials, he allowed himself a moment of grim satisfaction. The Long family had taught him a valuable lesson about power and revenge, lessons he intended to apply on a much larger scale. The Guard engine was awakening, and the galaxy would never be the same. Chapter 181, They Want a Fight. Let them have it. Draco stood in the command center, his eyes fixed on the massive holographic display showing the Exir Gundam's field trials. The sleek white and blue machine moved with deadly grace through its combat routine, every motion a testament to engineering perfection. Behind the controls sat Persica Tau, his wife and the head of Tiany's covert operations. Her piloting skills were nothing short of extraordinary. Each maneuver flowed like a deadly dance between predator and prey. Draco had once boasted that he would personally test every Gundam his team developed. Reality had proven far more demanding. Between running a galactic mercenary empire and designing next-generation weapons, personal flight time had become an impossible luxury. On the screen, Persica's Exir completed its basic performance trials and began equipping the 7-sword system. The real test was about to begin. Deploy MD-controlled targets, Draco commanded through the comm system, special GM variants and strike daggers, full combat simulation. The testing arena erupted into controlled chaos as unmanned mobile suits powered up their weapon systems. Beam rifles charged with lethal energy, while defensive screens activated across multiple units. The Exir moved like liquid lightning, dodging concentrated beam fire with impossible agility. Persica piloted the machine directly behind a strike dagger, where the GN sword cleaved through armor plating like paper, severing the target at its waist in a shower of sparks and debris. Without missing a beat, the Exir's GN rifle swept across multiple GM variants, each precisely aimed shot punching through cockpit armor with devastating efficiency. Then came the close-quarters demonstration. Blade after blade found their marks in a lethal ballet of destruction. A short sword flew from the Exir's left hand, spinning through space like a guided missile to embed itself directly in a strike dagger's head unit. The longer blade in the right hand followed up, piercing straight through the cockpit before retrieving the thrown weapon in one fluid motion. Beam fire converged on the Exir's position, but Persica executed a perfect combat roll that brought her machine face-to-face with another GM variant. The GN sword split the target cleanly in half, metal screaming as it separated. Throughout the entire 3-minute engagement, Persica never once activated the Transam system. She didn't need overwhelming power when surgical precision would suffice. When the smoke cleared, twisted metal and sparking debris littered the testing ground. Every target had been systematically dismantled with ruthless efficiency. The Exir returned to the Aegis asteroid's hangar bay, landing with the gentle touch of a butterfly, despite its fearsome combat potential. Persica emerged from the cockpit, her face glowing with satisfaction and exertion. Her younger sister approached with a towel and a mischievous grin. "Sister, stand next to the exeer. This deserves a commemorative photo." Persica obliged, positioning herself beneath the towering Gundam as her sister captured the moment for posterity. The contrast was striking, delicate human features against the backdrop of humanity's most advanced war machine. Draco approached with genuine admiration in his voice. "That was incredible work out there. Persica's smile could have powered a small city. Just doing my job." Her sister tactfully retreated, recognizing the intimate moment between husband and wife. "You're pushing yourself too hard," Draco said with gentle concern. "Promise me you'll rest when you need to." Persica fixed him with a pointed stare that could have melted steel plating. "I'm not the one who needs rest. You're the workaholic stumbling to bed at 3 in the morning with raccoon eyes. How could you possibly know when because I sleep next to you, genius." Persica's exasperation was tempered with affection. "I go to bed before midnight like a normal person. When you finally crash into bed hours later, you wake me up. Those dark circles under your eyes tell the whole story." She reached up to trace the shadows beneath his eyes with surprising tenderness. All right, Draco surrendered with a sheepish grin. "I'll try to keep better hours." His stomach chose that moment to emit a thunderous growl that echoed through the hangar bay. "Sleep isn't your only problem," Persica scolded, grabbing his arm with determination. "When did you last eat? Come on, food now. I should really check on the look in Persica's eyes could have stopped a charging mobile suit in its tracks. "Food. Now," she repeated with deadly finality. Nearby technicians turned away to hide their grins as their fearsome CEO was dragged away by his wife. Even galactic warlords apparently answered to higher authorities. They hadn't gone far when Draco suddenly stopped, his attention captured by something in the distance. Persica followed his gaze to see a massive crane loading the decommissioned Aqua Goddess Gundam onto a transport truck, its GN drive already removed for the exeer. "Hey," Persica said softly, squeezing his hand. "Don't look so sad. After lunch, you can visit it in the storage facility if you want." "It's one of my creations," Draco said with quiet melancholy. "Watching it get sealed away feels like, I don't know, the end of an era. The beginning of a better one," Persica corrected. "Now come eat before you collapse." In the mess hall, they claimed a quiet corner table with their meal trays. The simple pleasure of sharing food together felt like a rare luxury in their high-pressure lives. "So after the exeer is fully operational, what comes next?" Persica asked between bites. "Another Angel-class Gundam. The Virtue Gundam," Draco confirmed, "also GN drive-powered." "Which Goddess unit gets retired next?" "The Justice Goddess goes into storage once the Virtue is complete." "How many more Angel units until all the Goddess series are replaced?" "2 more, the Kyrios and Nadley." Draco had already finished his first helping and was heading back for seconds. Persica watched with growing concern as he devoured food like a man who hadn't eaten in days. When he returned with a loaded tray, she studied his face with clinical precision. "You skipped lunch again, didn't you?" "Maybe," he admitted around a mouthful of rice. Persica finished her own meal and simply watched him eat, her expression mixing affection with exasperation. When he looked up questioningly, she just smiled. "Keep eating. I like making sure you're properly fed." Draco's communicator chimed with an urgent priority signal from Commander Jaren Lee. "Boss, we need to talk immediately. High priority intelligence briefing." "It's on my way," Draco replied, already standing. "Go handle business," Persica said, beginning to clear their table. "But get some sleep tonight, understood?" "Understood." Minutes later, Draco strode into Jaren's command office, where holographic displays showed tactical maps dotted with hostile force indicators. "Sir, we've confirmed multiple Democratic Coalition nations are mobilizing against territories surrounding our base of operations." Draco's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. "All Democratic nations." "Affirmative. Intelligence indicates the Veridian Federation is coordinating the overall effort." "Let me guess, their military-industrial complexes are pulling the strings." "Partially," Jaren confirmed, "but their governments are genuinely terrified of our technological capabilities. They see us as an existential threat to their power structures." Draco's laugh held no humor whatsoever. "I'm sure they've already branded us terrorists in their little democratic club meetings." Not yet, but they've officially classified us as dangerous insurgents. They are particularly scared of our confiscated tactical nuclear arsenal and the Wing Gundam's Buster rifle. International organizations are demanding we surrender all strategic weapons. International organizations run entirely by Democratic Coalition members, Draco said with disgust. They represent maybe 40% of galactic civilization, but claim to speak for everyone. Shameless, the smaller nations around us have formally requested protection. I've placed all subsidiary bases on high alert and warned our fleet contracts to watch for sabotage operations. They'll demand our client states open their borders soon, give the coalition access to deal with us directly. That's my assessment as well. All bases are preparing for potential siege conditions. They want our Gundam technology and advanced systems, Draco said flatly. Simple theft dressed up as righteous intervention. Democratic nations are worse than honest empires, Jaren observed with veteran cynicism. At least emperors admit they want your stuff. Democrats wrap conquest in moral superiority and claim they're saving you from yourself. When do you think they'll make their move? 1 month maximum, possibly sooner if they think surprise gives them an advantage. Draco's smile was sharp enough to cut diamond. They want a fight. He stood and walked to the tactical display, studying the force deployments with predatory interest. Then let's give them exactly what they're asking for. The Guard engine was about to show the galaxy what happened when democracy met superior firepower. Chapter 182. War stands on the razor's edge. The great powers of the galaxy gathered in the hallowed halls of international diplomacy. But beneath the polished marble and glittering chandeliers, the air crackled with barely contained hostility. The Democratic Coalition had finally shown their true colors, launching a coordinated assault not with weapons, but with words sharp enough to cut through steel. Draco Varlan found himself at the center of a storm that threatened to tear the known worlds apart. The democratic nations rose as one voice, their accusations flying like arrows aimed at the heart of Tianyi Group. They painted Draco not as a brilliant engineer or successful entrepreneur, but as something far more sinister, a mad scientist whose creations threatened the very fabric of civilized society. This man, declared the representative from the Viridian Federation, his voice echoing through the assembly chamber, has unleashed weapons of unprecedented destructive power upon our galaxy. His mobile suits and advanced technology pose an existential threat to every peaceful citizen across the stars. The Anglo-Saxon Republic's ambassador stood next, her tone dripping with righteous indignation. We demand that Draco Varlan surrender all proprietary technology to international oversight and submit to immediate detention. The alternative is total economic and military sanctions against his entire organization. But before the democracies could savor their moment of unified condemnation, the Empire nations struck back with devastating precision. The Garthian Empire's aged but formidable ambassador rose slowly, his weathered features carved from decades of political warfare. How dare you presume to speak for the entire galaxy? He growled, his words carrying the weight of imperial authority. Your democratic coalition represents perhaps 40% of inhabited space, yet you claim the moral high ground over sovereign nations who have never acknowledged your authority. Emperor Valerius Zu's personal envoy from the Cathayan Empire delivered the killing blow. Draco Varlan remains a citizen of the Cathayan Empire. We recognize no foreign jurisdiction over our people. Any attempt to detain him will be considered an act of war against the Empire itself. The Rossovian Union and Theocracy of Aurea quickly added their voices to the chorus of defiance, effectively shattering the Democratic Coalition's claims to universal legitimacy. The diplomatic humiliation stung deep, but rather than retreat, the Democratic powers doubled down on their propaganda campaign. Media networks across their territories unleashed a torrent of character assassination that would have impressed ancient masters of political warfare. Within days, Draco Varlan had been transformed from respected businessman into the galaxy's most wanted terrorist. News broadcasts painted him as a doomsday architect whose weapons threatened the very survival of democratic civilization. Freedom-loving citizens were told to fear the shadow of Tianyi Group's technological might. Draco's response was swift and economically devastating. Withdraw everything. He commanded during an emergency board meeting aboard the Aegis asteroid. Every credit, every facility, every employee, out of democratic territory within the week. The economic shockwaves rippled across multiple star systems as Tianyi Group's massive investments evaporated overnight. Entire colonies that had depended on Tianyi's security presence suddenly found themselves vulnerable to attacks from hostile neighbors. The most dramatic exodus came from Tianyi Mercenary Group's subsidiary bases, embedded deep in democratic space. Massive fleets lifted off from stations that had protected local populations for years, carrying not just military hardware, but thousands of civilian refugees who refused to remain behind. These desperate souls had experienced the protection of Tianyi's umbrella and knew what awaited them without it. They crowded aboard transport ships and followed the mercenary fleets toward friendlier harbors, abandoning homes rather than face the chaos that would surely follow. The kingdom of Mykion found itself at the epicenter of escalating tensions when democratic forces demanded territorial access to strike at the Aegis asteroid. King Thrax of Mykion's response was both dignified and defiant. The sovereignty of the kingdom of Mykion belongs to her people, not to foreign powers seeking passage for their armies, declared Prime Minister Dutlin during an emergency session of Parliament. Furthermore, Tianyi Group appears on no terrorist organization lists recognized by this government. The Democratic Coalition's reply came like thunder after lightning: immediate economic sanctions and a propaganda blitz that painted Mykion and its allies as evil dictatorships harboring dangerous terrorists. But the empires had their own propaganda machine, and it roared to life with imperial fury. Citizens of the Cathayan Empire, Emperor Valerius Zu proclaimed in a galaxy-wide broadcast, "One of our own stands threatened by foreign powers who would presume to judge us. We will not permit the detention of Draco Varlan or any interference with his legitimate business operations." The Garthian Empire mobilized its fleets with similar declarations, while the Rosovian Union began moving massive army formations toward democratic borders. What had begun as diplomatic posturing was rapidly transforming into preparation for the largest proxy war in recent galactic history. The Viridian Federation and Anglo-Saxon Republic found themselves leading a democratic alliance against the combined might of three major empires, a confrontation that would test the very foundations of interstellar civilization. At the center of this brewing maelstrom, the Aegis asteroid hummed with frenetic activity. Production lines that normally operated in shifts now ran continuously, their machinery glowing hot from constant use. The Virtue Gundam's development accelerated as engineers pushed themselves beyond exhaustion to meet impossible deadlines. Commander Jaren Lee stood before holographic displays showing force deployments across dozens of star systems, his weathered face grim with the weight of impending conflict. "Sir," reported a young intelligence officer, "our 9th subsidiary base near Cathayan space has received substantial material support from the Empire. They are clearly signaling their support." Draco absorbed this information with mixed emotions. His homeland was extending an olive branch wrapped in military aid, a gesture both personal and political. "Send my thanks through official channels," he instructed. "Let them know their support is appreciated." Meanwhile, the first Nahal Argama-class carrier emerged from its construction bay like a titanium leviathan, breathing its first breath of vacuum. The massive vessel represented months of accelerated development, its hull bristling with launch catapults and defensive systems. Mobile Dahl Taurus and Virgo units rolled off assembly lines in unprecedented numbers, their automated systems upgraded with Draco's latest AI improvements. These unmanned warriors would soon face their baptism by fire in what promised to be the galaxy's bloodiest conflict in generations. But Draco's most ambitious gamble involved the resurrection of older technology with modern improvements. The Strike Noir Gundam and Strike Gundam, refitted with Minovsky-type nuclear reactors, prepared for missions that would determine the course of the coming war. 4 newly constructed Noir daggers joined the elite squadron, their stealth capabilities enhanced to near invisibility. These cutting-edge machines would carry the war deep into enemy territory, gathering intelligence that could tip the balance of entire battles. Aviana completed her final equipment checks as technicians sealed the Strike Noir's cockpit. 2 weeks of reconnaissance missions lay ahead, 2 weeks of surviving behind enemy lines, with nothing but skill, technology, and determination. "Remember," she told her squadron through the comm system, "we're the eyes and ears of this entire operation. Every piece of intelligence we gather could save thousands of lives." The stealth squadron launched into the void, their mirage carloid systems rendering them invisible to conventional sensors. For 14 grueling days, they would probe democratic fortifications, map supply lines, and identify critical vulnerabilities. Living in a cockpit for weeks tested human endurance to its absolute limits. Emergency rations, recycled water, and improvised sanitation systems became their only companions as they moved like ghosts through enemy space. When Aviana finally returned to her carrier, she stumbled from her cockpit with tears streaming down her face, not from pain, but from pure relief at tasting fresh food and breathing unrecycled air. 2 weeks of canned rations and bottled water, she sobbed while devouring a perfectly grilled steak. 2 weeks of eating, sleeping, and everything else in that tiny cockpit. I swear I was ready to space myself just for a change of scenery. Her reconnaissance data proved invaluable, revealing democratic force concentrations, supply depot locations, and defensive weaknesses that would shape Tiany's strategic planning for the battles ahead. 6 additional noir daggers emerged from the production lines as final preparations reached fever pitch. Both sides had assembled their forces, democratic fleets gathering at strategic jump points, while imperial armadas moved to counter positions. The galaxy held its breath as 2 incompatible ideologies prepared to settle their differences through the ultimate arbitration of warfare. In the void between stars, where diplomacy had failed and economics had proven insufficient, only the ancient logic of battle remained. War stood balanced on the razor's edge, waiting for a single spark to ignite a conflagration that would reshape the political landscape of known space. The guard engine was about to awaken in earnest, and the galaxy would never be the same. Chapter 183. Strike east, attack west. The void around the Solani Republic's orbital fortress pulsed with the cold light of distant stars, casting eerie shadows across the massive logistics hub that served as one of the Democratic Coalition's most vital supply arteries. This wasn't just another military outpost. It was the beating heart that pumped resources to frontline forces across the 6th Colonial Zone. Colonel Tardo of the Anglo-Saxon Republic Navy stood aboard his command vessel's bridge, his weathered features carved by decades of military service. The fortress below bristled with defensive emplacements and darking arms that stretched like mechanical tentacles into space, embracing cargo vessels from across democratic space. "Sir," his female adjutant approached, her crisp uniform reflecting the bridge's amber lighting, priority transmission from the front lines. Tardo accepted the datapad, his eyes scanning the tactical reports with growing concern. 3 separate Tiani mercenary group fleets had engaged Democratic Coalition forces along the outer perimeter, a coordinated assault that spoke of serious strategic intent. "Looks like they're finally making their move," he muttered, studying the holographic displays that painted the battle lines in stark blues and reds. "Prepare for emergency evacuation protocols. If our boys up front can't hold the line, we'll need to pull everything out before those mercenary bastards get their hands on our supplies." His adjutant tilted her head thoughtfully, her brown eyes reflecting tactical curiosity. "Colonel, according to staff analysis, those 3 Tiani fleets are clearly trying to punch through our forward defenses to reach this logistics hub. But if our intelligence is accurate about their intentions, why haven't we struck at their subsidiary bases first? Cut off their support network." Tardo activated the central harloadable, its 3-dimensional star chart blooming to life between them. He pointed to a glowing orbital installation, marked in imperial red. "See this? Tiangui Colony, the Cathayan Empire's furthest forward outpost, and the only viable supply route for the Imperial Alliance to reach the Kingdom of Mykion and our other target nations." His finger traced luminous pathways across the display. "If the Democratic Coalition could sever this route, we'd create a complete encirclement, trap those little kingdoms, strangle Tiani's mother base, and force a quick resolution." He shook his head grimly. "But the Imperial Alliance knows this too. That corridor's probably the most heavily defended piece of space in the sector." The adjutant leaned forward, studying the tactical implications. What about the distribution of colonial powers throughout the Sixth Zone, the way democratic and authoritarian territories are scattered? Exactly the problem, Tado confirmed, highlighting various systems. Look at this mess. Democratic colonies surrounded by imperial territories, monarchies bordered by republics. Tiany's subsidiary bases sit comfortably inside non-democratic space, where we can't touch them without triggering a wider war. But how did our coalition forces reach these forward positions without encountering imperial fleets? Tado's smile held no humor. Unwritten rules of engagement. Both alliance systems use separate transit corridors. When our forces encounter each other during deployment, we temporarily disengage and continue to our objectives. Only then do we start shooting. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What surprises me is that Tiany didn't wait for the main event. They're jumping the gun. Crimson warning lights suddenly bathed the bridge in bloody illumination as alarm klaxons shrieked through the command center. Colonel, the communications officer's voice cracked with panic. The base is under attack. Attack from where? Tado demanded, rushing to the tactical displays. Unknown, sir. Base command reports weapons fire appearing from nowhere. That's impossible. Sir, look. His adjutant's voice rose to a terrified whisper as she pointed toward the forward viewports. Through the reinforced transparisteel, Tado watched in horror as their escort frigate's forward section erupted in a brilliant fireball. Debris and atmospheric gases vented into space, like the death scream of a wounded leviathan. Dear God, he breathed, seeing crew members tumbling through the breach in their final moments. A sleek, azure mobile suit materialized directly outside the frigate's shattered hull, its left arm raised like the hand of some mechanical reaper. Triple beam claws extended from its forearm, carving through the vessel's superstructure with surgical precision. Colonel Tado never had time to voice his final command. The Noir dagger's beam claws punched through the bridge viewport in a shower of crystalline fragments and explosive decompression. The distinguished officer's last sight was the mobile suit's sensor array glowing like malevolent eyes before everything dissolved into searing light. The stealth unit immediately reactivated its Mirage Carloid system, vanishing from all sensors as it sought its next target. With their commanding officer dead in the first seconds of battle, Tado's fleet descended into chaos. Some ship captains maintained their composure, launching mobile suit squadrons in desperate counterattacks, but most vessels fell victim to the same ghost-like assaults, invisible enemies appearing without warning to decapitate their command structures. The logistics base itself became a slaughter pen as multiple Noir daggers and the fearsome Strike Noir Gundam materialized throughout the facility. Base Commander Harrison died clutching an emergency communicator that would never transmit. Signal jammers ensured no word of the massacre would reach Coalition headquarters. Coalition mobile suits scrambled to engage enemies they couldn't see, couldn't track, couldn't predict. The Noir daggers moved like phantoms through the battlefield, using crippled vessels as cover while delivering precision strikes that left no survivors. Where are they? Screamed Lieutenant Morrison through his cockpit radio, his GM Roman 3 spinning frantically as invisible weapons fire lanced past his sensors. I can't get a lock on anything. His wing leader's response came as a death rattle transmitted over increasingly static-filled channels. A Noir dagger had materialized directly behind the veteran pilot's machine, its beam saber punching through the cockpit like a needle through cloth. Some Coalition pilots tried forming defensive circles, backs to the center, hoping mutual support might keep them alive. But the ancient military axiom held true: you cannot defeat enemies you cannot see. The stealth units would appear just long enough to fire a single, perfectly aimed shot before vanishing again. Mobile suits that had been fighting desperately for survival, one moment would simply cease to exist the next, their pilots never knowing what killed them. Terror broke the Coalition formations faster than any weapon. Pilots abandoned their comrades, fleeing toward the base's outer perimeter where Strike Noir Gundam waited like a patient spider. For 20 hellish minutes the massacre continued. Supply depots erupted in chain reactions that painted the void with burning fuel and scattered cargo. Mobile suit hangars became charnel houses as close-in weapon systems cut down fleeing personnel with precision that left few intact bodies to recover. When the carnage finally ended, the Strike Noir Gundam and its Noir dagger escorts withdrew as silently as they had arrived, leaving behind a logistics hub transformed into a floating graveyard. 300 kilometers away, the three Tianyi mercenary group fleets that had been engaging coalition forces received a coded transmission. Package delivered, returning to base. Without ceremony or explanation, the mercenary forces disengaged and withdrew, leaving confused coalition commanders celebrating what they believed was a hard-fought victory. "We did it," Captain Rodriguez of the Democratic cruiser Liberty's Dawn shouted over the calm channels. The legendary Tianyi mercenary group, running with their tails between their legs. Embedded war correspondents immediately began broadcasting news of the coalition's first decisive victory against Draco Varland's supposedly invincible forces. Headlines across democratic space proclaimed the end of the Tianyi mystique, proof that determined freedom fighters could stand against any mercenary threat. The celebration lasted exactly 97 minutes. When reconnaissance drones finally reached the Solani logistics base, they found a scene from humanity's worst nightmares. Twisted metal and frozen corpses drifted through clouds of crystallized atmosphere. The base's massive supply reserves, enough to sustain coalition operations for months, had been systematically destroyed. The truth hit coalition leadership like a physical blow. Those three retreating Tianyi fleets had never intended to break through the front lines. They were bait, a masterfully executed diversion that drew every available defender away from the real target. While coalition forces celebrated their hollow victory, a handful of stealth specialists had decapitated their entire logistical network in a single, devastating strike. High Command's emergency briefing dissolved into recriminations and desperate damage control. Admiral Hutchinson, Supreme Coalition Commander, stared at the tactical displays with the expression of a man watching his career die in real time. "They played us," he said quietly, his voice barely audible over the arguing of his subordinates. "Draco Varland made us dance to his tune like amateur puppets." The classical Chinese stratagem of strike east, attack west had claimed another victim. In the void where Colonel Tardo's logistics hub once thrived, only silence and death remained, a monument to the devastating effectiveness of misdirection in the hands of a master tactician. The guard engine had awakened, and the galaxy trembled before its terrible intelligence. Chapter 184. Clash of the Alliance forces. The vast expanse of space around the kingdom of Mykion erupted into a symphony of destruction as two mighty military coalitions prepared to write history in blood and starfire. The Democratic Alliance fleets that had celebrated their hollow victory against Tianyi's three diversionary squadrons now found themselves stranded like wolves, separated from their pack. With their critical logistics hub reduced to twisted metal and frozen corpses, these once proud armadas faced a deadly predicament. No supplies, no reinforcements, and enemies closing in from all directions. The Imperial Alliance struck with the precision of a surgeon's blade and the force of a collapsing star. Fresh battle groups, their weapons fully charged and magazines loaded, descended upon the supply-starved democratic forces like avenging angels. What followed was not a battle, but a systematic execution. Garthian Empire dreadnoughts unleashed torrents of particle beam fire that carved through democratic cruisers like molten swords through parchment. The tactical waypoint fell within hours, opening yet another corridor for Imperial reinforcements to reach the embattled kingdoms surrounding Tianyi's stronghold. The psychological impact proved even more devastating than the military losses. Democratic Command watched their carefully orchestrated offensive crumble before their eyes, morale plummeting faster than damaged starships falling into planetary gravity wells. "We need a victory," growled Admiral Richardson during an emergency strategy session aboard the coalition flagship. "Something decisive that will remind our forces why they are fighting this war." The Democratic High Command solution was audaciously simple, overwhelmed through sheer numerical superiority. Three massive battle groups would simultaneously assault three separate small kingdoms. Even if the legendary Wing Gundam appeared with its catastrophic twin-buster rifle, it could only target one fleet at a time. The mathematics of warfare demanded that at least two assaults would succeed. Additional task forces deployed to harass Imperial supply lines, creating a web of destruction designed to isolate and strangle the enemy's support network. At the heart of this maelstrom, The kingdom of Mykian mobilized every available warrior. King Thrax's forces, bolstered by Garthian Empire regulars and other Imperial Alliance contingents, prepared to face an enemy that outnumbered them 3-1. The kingdom's military backbone consisted primarily of GM mobile suits, reliable workhorses that had served faithfully for decades. A smaller number of specialized GM variants provided elite firepower, but against the technological might arrayed against them, even these advantages seemed pitifully inadequate. The Democratic Alliance brought their cutting-edge Phantom mobile suits, sleek, deadly machines that epitomized their philosophy of speed and overwhelming force. These 18-meter war machines possessed extraordinary velocity and maneuverability, their massive thruster backpacks propelling them across the battlefield like mechanical lightning bolts. But speed came at a price. The Phantom's enormous power consumption limited their operational endurance, making them deadly in short engagements but vulnerable during prolonged campaigns. The Imperial forces countered with their own technological masterpiece, the Dominator mobile suit. These 20-meter titans embodied Imperial military doctrine, heavily armored, powerfully armed, and built to endure whatever enemies could throw at them. While slower than their democratic counterparts, Dominators could absorb punishment that would vaporize lesser machines. The tactical equation was elegantly simple. Phantom suits needed multiple hits to penetrate Dominator armor, while a single shot from a Dominator's 120 autocannon could reduce a Phantom to expanding debris. Lieutenant General Melanie Ashford stood on her flagship's observation deck, watching the battle unfold with growing unease. Her forces held a slight tactical advantage, pushing Imperial lines back through concentrated firepower and superior mobility. Yet something felt wrong, terribly wrong. "General," reported her radar operator, his voice tight with barely controlled fear, detecting Tianyi mercenary group fleet signatures bearing 030. The blood drained from Ashford's face as tactical displays updated with new hostile contacts. "Signal Fleet Command," she ordered through gritted teeth. "Request immediate reinforcement." "Aye, General." "Additional contacts incoming," the radar operator continued, his instruments painting an increasingly desperate picture. 12 production model Gundams, 6 Hyaku Shiki, 6 MK Roman II variants, 6 custom Gundams of unknown configuration, over 200 GM Roman II and Dagger series mobile suits, plus 30 unidentified mobile suit signatures. Unidentified? Ashford's stomach clenched with dread. The answer materialized in the form of 15 MD Taurus units, transforming from fighter configuration to mobile suit mode with mechanical precision. Each Taurus moved with inhuman accuracy, their automated targeting systems acquiring multiple enemy signatures simultaneously. "What in God's name?" a Democratic pilot screamed over the comm as beamfire lanced past his cockpit. The Taurus units wove through enemy formations like deadly dancers, their advanced flight systems allowing them to fire with lethal precision while maintaining impossible aerial maneuvers. But the real terror came from the MD Virgo units, 15 mechanical titans that advanced across the battlefield like an unstoppable phalanx. Their planet defensors generated electromagnetic barriers that rendered conventional weapons utterly useless. "Impossible," shouted Captain Rodriguez as his cruiser's main battery fired point-blank at an advancing Virgo. The massive particle beam simply vanished into the planet defensor's shimmering barrier, absorbed as easily as a sponge drinks water. Missiles, beam weapons, projectiles, nothing's getting through. The MD Virgos moved with glacial inevitability, their planet defensors overlapping to create impenetrable defensive screens. Behind these barriers, Allied mobile suits advanced in perfect safety, while the Virgo's own beam cannons reached out to touch enemy units with fatal precision. Each Virgo cannon blast transformed a Democratic mobile suit into an expanding fireball, the automated targeting systems never missing, never hesitating, never showing mercy. Draco had modified the original Virgo specifications, replacing their Gundanium armor with the same titanium ceramic composite used in Jigen mobile suits. The change accelerated production while maintaining effectiveness. After all, enemies who couldn't penetrate the planet defensor would never test the underlying armor. GM Roman II units equipped with long-range beam cannons used the Virgo's defensive screens as mobile cover, picking off distant targets with methodical precision. The combination of automated defenders and human ingenuity created a tactical synergy that left democratic forces reeling. The battle's tide turned with mechanical inexorability. Imperial Alliance forces, their morale soaring at the sight of Tianyi reinforcements, launched devastating counterattacks that shattered democratic formations like glass. One desperate democratic destroyer captain, watching his fleet die around him, made a final, futile gesture of defiance. "All weapons target those barrier units. Everything we have." His ship's entire armament unleashed itself in a storm of destruction that would have vaporized a small asteroid. Beam cannons, missile batteries, point defense systems, every weapon fired simultaneously in a concentrated barrage that lit space with artificial stars. The MD Virgos responded by linking their planet defensors into a single, massive barrier that absorbed the entire assault without even flickering. The electromagnetic shield expanded, contracted, then stabilized as if the devastating attack had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. Before the destroyer captain could process what he'd witnessed, half a dozen GM Roman 2 units acquired firing solutions. Long-range beam cannon fire converged on his vessel from multiple angles, punching through armor plating and finding critical systems with surgical precision. The destroyer died in a sequence of internal explosions that began in the engine compartment and raced through the ship like liquid fire. Within seconds, nothing remained but an expanding cloud of superheated plasma and twisted debris. Across the battlefield, the pattern repeated endlessly. Democratic mobile suits found their weapons useless against Tianyi's automated defenders, while return fire carved through their ranks with unstoppable efficiency. The MD Taurus and Virgo units had passed their baptism of fire with mechanical excellence, introducing the galaxy to a new age of warfare where human pilots faced opponents that never tired, never feared, and never made mistakes. As Lieutenant General Ashford watched her carefully planned offensive collapse into chaos and retreat, she realized with crystal clarity that the nature of war itself had fundamentally changed. The age of human dominance in mobile suit combat was ending, replaced by something far more efficient and infinitely more terrifying. The guard engine had awakened, and its children were machines of perfect, pitiless war. Chapter 185. Reinforcements cannot turn the tide across the star-torn battlefield. Death danced on mechanical wings as Draco Varlan unleashed the terrible beauty of the Seraphim Gundam's third configuration. His eyes blazed with cold fire as targeting systems locked onto 6 enemy mobile suits simultaneously, their pilots unaware that the Reaper himself had marked them for destruction. 6 GN proto-bits erupted from the Seraphim like deadly angels seeking vengeance, each one a harbinger of annihilation. The crystalline weapon systems carved through space with lethal precision, striking their targets in perfect synchronization. Democratic Alliance mobile suits transformed into brilliant funeral pyres, their deaths painting the void in shades of orange and gold. But Draco's terrible artistry had only just begun. Through his psychic interface, he commanded the floating bits to separate from the main body, sending them hunting through 3-dimensional space like predators stalking wounded prey. From impossible angles, they struck again and again, while his GN rifle added its voice to the symphony of destruction with continuous beam fire that never missed its mark. Enemy mobile suits fell like wheat before the scythe, their pilots' final screams lost in the vacuum of space. The Seraphim Gundam had become the embodiment of death itself, a mechanical god of war that transformed the battlefield into his personal slaughterhouse. Across the combat zone, other legends wrote their own verses in blood and fire. The Hyakushiki's mega-particle cannon spoke with the voice of thunder, vaporizing an enemy mobile suit carrier in a single, devastating blast that lit space brighter than a newborn star. The ZZ Gundam's head-mounted cannon unleashed its fury in a lance of pure energy that punched through multiple enemy mobile suits, before continuing its deadly journey to pierce straight through a defending frigate. The massive vessel died in convulsions of internal explosions, spilling its crew into the merciless void. What had been an evenly matched battle between 2 mighty alliances transformed in moments into a one-sided massacre. The battlefield equation shifted from balanced combat to a devastating 9-to-1 slaughter that left Democratic Alliance forces reeling in shock and terror. Lieutenant General Melanie Ashford stared at the tactical displays with growing horror, studying photographs and combat footage of the MD Taurus and Virgo units that had turned her careful battle plans into a nightmare of blood and twisted metal. The Taurus units moved with inhuman precision, their pilots, if they even had pilots, displaying skills that defied everything she understood about mobile suit combat. But the Virgos truly terrified her, their devastating beam weapons, and those impassable planet defensor barriers, made them nearly invincible killing machines. The automated units had become mechanical reapers, second only to the legendary Gundams themselves, harvesting enemy lives with terrifying efficiency. Her radar screen told a story of systematic annihilation. Blue darts representing her forces disappeared with alarming speed, while red enemy signatures spread like infection across positions that had been secure moments before. Then, like a miracle in her darkest hour, a cluster of blue darts materialized on the tactical display. "Reinforcements, General," reported her communications officer. "Lieutenant General Dominic requests immediate conference." The main screen flickered to life, revealing the weathered features of a dark-skinned veteran whose eyes reflected the same desperate hope that burned in Ashford's chest. Both officers of the Anglo-Saxon Republic exchanged crisp salutes, military protocol maintained even in the face of catastrophe. "Dominic, thank God you're here," Ashford breathed, relief evident in her voice. "Sorry to keep you waiting, Melanie," Dominic replied grimly. "I've been monitoring the situation. We knew the Gundams were dangerous, but nobody expected Tianyi mercenary group to have kept weapons like these in reserve. If we hadn't forced their hand with this operation, they might have hidden this capability forever. Whatever the cost, if this battle reveals Tianyi's true strength, we'll finally understand what we're really fighting," Ashford said with grim determination. "At least we won't be operating blind anymore." Dominic's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. "There are other reinforcements coming, but I don't know whether to laugh or weep when I tell you where they are from." Ashford's blood chilled. "You don't mean exactly what you're thinking." The forces assigned to attack the kingdom of Nikoran got hammered by Wing Gundam's twin buster rifle, an entire brigade-level fleet gone in a single shot. Then Wing Gundam hunted down the following brigades one by one, destroying each with that cursed weapon. The main attack force took devastating losses before Imperial Alliance fleets and additional Tianyi squadrons finished the job. Most of the planned reinforcements have been redirected here instead. "Wait," Ashford interrupted, her tactical mind grappling with impossible mathematics. "Are you saying Wing Gundam fired its buster rifle multiple times in succession without recharging?" "According to our intelligence, Wing Gundam fired once, immediately pursued another fleet, then fired again. No pause, no recharge time. That's impossible. No mobile suit could generate that kind of power. Our own scientists need battleship-class reactors and multiple nuclear charging stations just to match a fraction of that destructive potential." "You're thinking of nuclear fission technology," Dominic explained with the patience of a man delivering a death sentence. "Our intelligence indicates that the turtle mobile suits sold to the Russovian Union use nuclear fusion reactors." Ashford's jaw dropped as the terrible implications crashed over her like a tidal wave. Nuclear fusion power in a mobile suit-sized package would indeed explain Wing Gundam's impassable firepower, and its ability to fire repeatedly without limitation. On the battlefield, the arrival of democratic reinforcements barely shifted the balance of destruction. The catastrophic 9-1 disadvantage improved marginally to 7-3, but the fundamental reality remained unchanged. They were still being systematically butchered. The reinforcements had bought them time to die more slowly, nothing more. Dominic stared at his tactical displays with a deepening frown, as the mathematics of annihilation continued their inexorable progression. In the heart of the chaos, Anton piloted his Barbados Gundam fifth form like a man possessed by the spirit of ancient warriors. His 300mm smoothbore cannon spoke with devastating authority, reducing a phantom mobile suit to scattered debris with a single shot. The suit's wrist-mounted mortars followed up with close-range destruction that left no survivors. Drawing his massive katana, Anton became death incarnate in close combat. The blade removed a mobile suit's head with surgical precision, before the follow-up thrust punched straight through the cockpit, ending another pilot's war permanently. Warning systems screamed as artillery rounds converged on his position from behind. Anton's enhanced reflexes, honed by countless battles, sent the Barbados into a graceful combat roll that scattered the incoming shells like rain. His wrist mortars replied instantly, finding and destroying the enemy unit with mechanical precision. A phantom mobile suit armed with an armor-piercing saber attempted a close-quarters assault, its pilot believing that speed and surprise would overcome the larger Gundam. The pilot had chosen poorly. Barbados sidestepped with liquid grace before its katana swept horizontally, cutting the Phantom in half at the waist. The enemy mobile suit's upper and lower sections drifted apart in a cloud of sparks and leaking fluids. Within Barbados's effective combat range, Anton reigned supreme as an unstoppable force of destruction. Across the battlefield, Leo Kai demonstrated why the Strike Gundam had become legend. Equipped with its perfect strike pack, the machine's hyper-impulse cannon fired with the wrath of angry gods. A destroyer vanished in nuclear fire, followed moments later by a frigate, then a mobile suit carrier that died as the beam punched completely through its hull. After annihilating 4 separate vessels in rapid succession, one of the Perfect Strike's battery packs automatically jettisoned, its power exhausted. Democratic mobile suit squadrons immediately focused their attention on the Strike Gundam, recognizing the threat it represented. All units that Gundam's armor is immune to physical rounds. Squadron commanders broadcast over tactical networks, switched to energy weapons or beam sabers for close combat. Phantom units, strike daggers, and various other mobile suits abandoned their conventional weapons in favor of beam rifles and particle cannons, designed to overcome advanced armor systems. Despite facing overwhelming odds, Leo Kai remained perfectly calm. He wasn't fighting alone. His Dagger series allies moved to support him with practiced coordination. The democratic forces soon discovered their tactical adaptation had created new problems. Their energy weapons proved far less effective against the Dagger's laminated armor, which incorporated specialized heat dissipation systems designed to counter directed energy attacks. The enemy found themselves trapped in an impossible tactical paradox. Energy weapons barely scratched the Dagger units, but switching back to conventional rounds would leave them vulnerable to the Strike Gundam's devastating firepower. Meanwhile, the Dagger's own weapon systems continued to tear through democratic formations with ruthless efficiency. Even the Strike Dagger units from their own forces found their beam rifles ineffective against the superior armor of Tianyi's Dagger variants, weapons of the same technological family, but representing entirely different generations of development. After 30 minutes of reinforced combat, Lieutenant General Dominic's fleet had lost nearly 10% of its capital ships and more than 20% of its mobile suit forces. The battle that had started at 7-3 odds was rapidly deteriorating toward an even more hopeless 8-2 ratio. The guard engine continued its mechanical harvest, and no amount of human courage could stand against the terrible mathematics of technological supremacy. Chapter 186. Reinforcements converge high above the burning wreckage of 1,000 battles. The GN Seraph fighter merged with the Seraphim Gundam in a symphony of crystalline transformation, achieving the legendary 4th configuration. Mechanical limbs locked into perfect alignment as the two war machines became one unstoppable instrument of destruction. Draco Varlan felt the strain immediately. Controlling 8 GN proto-bits simultaneously pushed even his enhanced abilities to their absolute limits. Sweat beaded on his forehead as neural feedback threatened to overwhelm his consciousness. Blue Harrow, he commanded through gritted teeth, take control of the bit system. The spherical AI companion chirped acknowledgement as its Azure sensors flared to life. Roger Draco, assuming tactical control of all GN proto-bits. Under Blue Harrow's flawless coordination, the floating weapon systems became extensions of divine wrath. When energy reserves ran low, the bits would automatically return to the main body for replenishment, creating a perpetual cycle of destruction that never ceased, never faltered. GN pods danced through space like mechanical angels, disrupting enemy formations with surgical precision, while the Seraphim Gundam carved through Lieutenant General Melanie's fleet like death incarnate. The fleet's mobile suit escorts proved utterly inadequate against Gundam-level technology. The Seraphim moved through their defensive formations like a wolf among sheep. Its 8 GN proto-bits and primary GN beam rifle transforming enemy mobile suits and warships alike into brief stars of nuclear fire. From her flagship's command deck, Lieutenant General Melanie watched in horrified fascination as the Seraphim approached with inexorable purpose. The monster moved through space without constraint, treating her carefully prepared defenses as mere inconveniences. Around her, escort vessels died in cascading explosions as GN proto-bits found their marks with mathematical precision. The Seraphim itself appeared at her flagship's bow like a mechanical angel of judgment. Bridge crew members screamed in terror as the 20-meter war machine filled their viewports. Melanie closed her eyes and whispered a final prayer, accepting the inevitable with the dignity befitting a career officer. The Seraphim's GN beam rifle spoke once, twice, 3 times. The flagship's forward sections vaporized in brilliant flashes that briefly outshone nearby stars. "General," reported Lieutenant General Dominic's communications officer, his voice tight with grief, "Lieutenant General Melanie's flagship has gone dark." Confirming KIA on Fleet Command, Dominic's weathered features hardened like steel. "Signal all surviving units from Melanie's task force. They are under my command now. We hold the line until reinforcements arrive, no matter the cost." But when reinforcements finally materialized from hyperspace, they bore the wrong colors entirely. Imperial Alliance vessels dropped out of FTL in perfect formation, their hulls gleaming with fresh paint and deadly intent. These weren't the mixed nationality squadrons they'd faced earlier. This was a pure Garthian Empire battle group, disciplined and unified under singular command. Lieutenant General Laura surveyed the battlefield from her flagship's tactical center, her keen eyes analyzing the carnage with professional detachment. The scope of destruction impressed even a veteran of her caliber. "Truly magnificent," she murmured, studying the tactical displays. "The Gundams have exceeded every projection. They are not just mobile suits, they are paradigm shifts in warfare itself." Remote camera feeds showed multiple Gundam units leading combined forces through Dominic's defensive lines, like hot knives through butter. Only one barrier remained between total Imperial victory and democratic annihilation. Dominic had been preparing retreat orders when 4 additional democratic task forces dropped out of hyperspace, massive reinforcements that instantly doubled his available firepower. The battlefield expanded exponentially as fresh fleets engaged across multiple vectors. Beam fire and projectiles created a deadly aurora that painted space in colors of war and death. Debris fields grew like metallic reefs, while casualty counts climbed toward astronomical figures. "Fascinating," Laura observed as tactical computers updated the strategic balance. 5-5 odds now, despite our numerical disadvantage. Without Tiani mercenary group, we'd never achieve tactical parity. She immediately began redistributing her forces, targeting weak points in democratic formations, while simultaneously deploying units to support the Gundams. Her tactical doctrine was ruthlessly practical: protect the assets that provided maximum battlefield multiplication. One by one, the legendary machines began cycling back to their carriers for energy replenishment. The Strike Gundam, Barbaro's Gundam, and others had pushed their fusion reactors to operational limits during the extended engagement. Democratic commanders recognized the opportunity immediately. All mobile suit squadrons, priority target acquisition. Admiral Rodriguez broadcast across encrypted channels. Capture protocols are authorized. Any Gundam taken intact justifies this entire operation. The tactical mathematics was simple. One captured Gundam would provide technological intelligence worth more than conquering a dozen star systems. The Seraphim Gundam underwent yet another transformation, as a second GN Seraph fighter integrated with the primary unit, achieving the 5th configuration, a form of mechanical transcendence that pushed the boundaries of engineering possibility. Leo Kai's Strike Gundam was first to reach the Nahal Argama's launch bays, its perfect strike equipment packages nearly depleted from continuous combat. The Seraphim maintained its guardian role, 8 GN proto-bits and multiple GN pods providing covering fire that turned approaching enemies into expanding plasma clouds. The automated MD units paid their price in blood and metal, half the Taurus squadron fell to concentrated enemy fire, though the surviving Virgo units remained untouched behind their planet defensor barriers, electromagnetic shields that rendered conventional weapons utterly useless. Roman 2 units and various Dagger series mobile suits added their own casualties to the butcher's bill. Over 50 Allied units had been destroyed, the highest losses in Tianyi mercenary group's operational history. Yet compared to the carnage inflicted on both alliance forces, Tianyi's casualties barely registered as a statistical footnote. Embedded war correspondents from both sides broadcast live coverage across the galaxy, fundamentally altering humanity's understanding of what modern warfare could become. A single brigade-level fleet had achieved results that most nations couldn't accomplish with their entire military forces. The Seraphim Gundam wielded both GN beam rifle and GN beam saber simultaneously, its 8 proto-bits creating a sphere of absolute lethality that no enemy could penetrate within 200 meters. When the bits mounted to the primary frame, Draco used them to engage multiple targets from impossible angles, turning three-dimensional space into his personal killing ground. His tactical display showed the grim mathematics of war. Nearly 200 enemy mobile suits destroyed, over 20 capital ships of various classes reduced to expanding debris fields. Big Brother Draco, I'm back to help. Lyrica's cheerful voice cut through the cockpit's combat ambience like sunlight through storm clouds. Her ZZ Gundam emerged from the launch bay wielding twin beam cannons, their rapid-fire mode reducing enemy formations to scattered atoms with each salvo. Colonel Ises appeared on his communication screen with news that changed everything. Additional Tianyi forces have arrived on station. The Albion Roman 4 mobile suit carrier launched its own mechanical apocalypse as Peach piloted the Exir Gundam 7 sword configuration, leading 6 additional Gundams into the maelstrom. Justice Goddess F-Type, Crimson Aegis, Azure Duel, and their companions formed an unstoppable spearhead that carved through enemy lines like judgment itself. 300 Roman 2 and Dagger series units followed in their wake, supported by a dozen Hyaku Shiki and MK Roman 2 variants that added their firepower to the expanding battle. Peach's Exir moved through enemy formations with lethal grace, each sword strike precise and final. But as she fought, something unprecedented caught her attention. Imperial Alliance mobile suits were actually providing cover for retreating Gundams. The Guard Engine's children had found unexpected allies in the endless dance of war, and the galaxy trembled before their combined might. Chapter 187. The A Squadron, the Exir Gundam, blazed through space like a mechanical comet, its GN blade carving through enemy ranks with divine precision. Every Democratic Alliance mobile suit that dared cross its path met the same fate, either cleaved in two by the legendary sword, or vaporized by concentrated GN particle fire. The emerald blade sang as it pivoted, slicing a phantom mobile suit clean in half before the Exir accelerated toward its mechanical brother. Sparks and debris scattered like stardust in the war machine's wake. Draco, Peach's voice crackled through the communication system as her Exir pulled alongside the towering Seraphim Gundam. Have you noticed something strange? The Imperial Alliance forces are actually helping our Gundams retreat. Draco's weathered features creased into a knowing smile within his cockpit. I caught that too. Their commander's playing politics, trying to earn favor with us, wants me to owe him a debt. Hundreds of kilometers away, aboard the Democratic Alliance flagship, Lieutenant General Franklin stood before the massive viewport, his reflection ghosting across the star field. Behind him, a crimson-haired young officer waited at rigid attention. Captain Max, Franklin's voice carried the weight of absolute authority. Take your Ace Squadron and capture one of those Tianyi Gundams. Not the mass production models. I want a custom unit, preferably one of those monsters spewing those blue particles. Captain Max's steel-grey eyes burned with anticipation as he snapped a crisp salute. Understood, General. It will be done. The hangar bay thrummed with mechanical energy as 12 war machines prepared for launch. These weren't ordinary mobile suits. They were Phantom custom units, each one a masterpiece of military engineering designed specifically for elite pilots. Grey armor plating gleamed under harsh artificial lighting, and enhanced thrusters at waist and ankle joints promised devastating speed and maneuverability. The machines shared the Phantom's distinctive silhouette, but these customs boasted heavier armor, superior weapon systems, and performance capabilities that surpassed their standard cousins in every measurable way. Captain Max settled into his cockpit, fingers dancing across control interfaces with practiced ease. A split-screen communication window materialized, revealing a middle-aged, bald-headed squadron mate. "Which target are we prioritizing, Captain?" the veteran pilot inquired. Max's tactical display highlighted the Seraphim Gundam, its distinctive form outlined in hostile red. "That one. The blue bastard's been fighting continuously, without returning to its carrier. Even the best pilot has limits. Fatigue will be our advantage. All 12 units, whatever the cost, we bring that monster down." Electromagnetic catapults hurled the Phantom Custom Squadron into the void like bullets from divine chambers. The Seraphim and Exir fought back to back, surrounded by a graveyard of twisted metal and frozen corpses, the remains of countless enemies who had dared challenge the legendary machines. Suddenly, warning klaxons shrieked through both cockpits. "Incoming fast movers." Blue Harrow's electronic voice announced with mechanical precision, 12 hostile units approaching at maximum velocity. The GN proto-bits detached from the Seraphim like azure fireflies, their beam weapons lancing out toward the approaching squadron. But these weren't amateur pilots. Every enhanced Phantom twisted and rolled, dodging the deadly light show with inhuman precision. They evaded Blue Harrow's attack pattern. Draco muttered grimly, his knuckles whitening on the controls. "Looks like the Democrats finally sent their best." The Exir's GN blade swept toward the nearest Phantom Custom in a killing arc that would have decapitated any lesser machine. But the enemy pilot's reflexes were supernatural. The grey mobile suit twisted away from certain death and immediately counterattacked with its beam rifle. Peach's enhanced reflexes saved her life as the Exir rolled away from return fire, but she could already see the tactical nightmare unfolding. "These aren't regular pilots," she breathed. "We're facing aces." The dance of death began in earnest. 2 Phantom Customs engaged the Exir in close combat, while a third provided covering fire from range. Their coordination was flawless, a testament to hundreds of hours training together and the bitter experience of survival in the galaxy's deadliest profession. The Exir's twin blades carved through space in patterns too complex for human eyes to follow, but the enemy pilots matched every move with desperate skill. When one Custom's right arm fell victim to the GN blade, its pilot's reaction time saved his life, yanking the mobile suit sideways just as death came calling. The one-armed Custom retreated, its pilot's heart hammering against his ribs. Another split second of hesitation would have meant oblivion. Meanwhile, Captain Max led 5 additional units in a coordinated assault on the Seraphim Gundam. He'd expected to find an exhausted pilot at the end of his endurance. Instead, he faced a mechanical guard whose 8 GN proto-bits danced through space like extensions of divine will. "Impossible," Max snarled through gritted teeth as beam fire forced his squadron into evasive maneuvers. "How is this pilot still operating at peak efficiency, and what kind of programming genius created those support systems?" What Max couldn't know was that Blue Harrow's artificial intelligence represented technology decades ahead of anything the Democratic Alliance possessed. The little companion had been conducting tactical analysis and fire coordination without a single glitch for hours of continuous combat. Draco felt fatigue creeping into his bones, but his voice remained steady. "Blue Harrow, all GN proto-bits return to main body for recharge. Don't deploy them until I give the word." "Roger, Draco. Roger, Draco." The AI chirped with mechanical enthusiasm. The Seraphim Gundam's 5th configuration was a sight to behold. 8 GN proto-bits arranged like mechanical angel wings, their particle emissions creating an otherworldly aurora around the machine's frame. When all 8 bits redirected their thrust output rearward, the transformation was breathtaking. The Seraphim became an emerald comet streaking across the battlefield. "Stop him," Max screamed into his communicator. "Don't let that monster escape." But the Phantom Custom Squadron might as well have been stationary. The Seraphim's impassable acceleration left them gaping at residual particle trails, their most advanced mobile suits reduced to spectators. The azure comet curved in a perfect arc and returned like divine judgment. The pursuing pilots had never encountered anything capable of such instantaneous direction changes at such velocity. Their tactical training, simply hadn't prepared them for this level of performance. Draco locked onto the lead pursuer, his GN beam rifle speaking with mechanical authority. The targeted customs pilot reacted with ace-level reflexes, raising his shield. But GN particle technology cared nothing for conventional defenses. The beam punched through reinforced armor like tissue paper, vaporizing the mobile suit's left arm. Blue Harrow, deploy all bits against the remaining 5 hostiles. 8 points of deadly light detached from the Seraphim, each one seeking a different target with predatory intelligence. The Phantom Customs found themselves dancing with death incarnate, as the bits pursued them with relentless precision. While his squadron mates battled for their lives against the floating weapons, the damaged custom pilot never saw death approaching. The Seraphim appeared beside him like a mechanical wraith, its GN beam saber igniting in his peripheral vision. The blade swept horizontally, cutting through armor, life support, and dreams with equal efficiency. Nox, Captain Max's anguished cry echoed through the squadron's communication channels as his subordinate's mobile suit became an expanding fireball. On the other side of the battlefield, Peach's Exir had carved a path of destruction through 6 Phantom Customs. Though none had been completely destroyed, each bore the scars of combat, severed limbs, breached armor, and sparking systems that testified to the Gundam's overwhelming superiority. The GN proto-bits completed their recharge cycle, just as the Seraphim engaged its 5th configuration's maximum mobility mode. Dodging concentrated fire from the remaining 5 Phantom Customs, the mechanical angel streaked toward the Exir's position. Damn it, intercept! Max recognized the tactical shift immediately, but his communication systems had been damaged in the earlier engagement. His warnings couldn't reach the squad engaging the Exir. 6 crippled Phantom Customs remained locked in desperate combat with Peach's machine, their pilots so focused on survival that they never noticed the Azure Death approaching from behind. 8 GN proto-bits achieved full charge status, the trap was set, and the guard engine prepared to claim more souls in its endless mechanical harvest. Chapter 188. The Democratic Alliance's first wave crumbles. 8 GN proto-bits detached from the Seraphim Gundam like mechanical angels of death, their azure glow painting the void in colors of divine judgment. The crippled Phantom Custom Squadron, their elite pilots still locked in desperate combat with the Exir Gundam, never saw death approaching from behind. The first custom exploded in a brilliant fireball as concentrated particle beams punched through its reactor core. The second and third followed in rapid succession, their pilots' final screams lost in the vacuum of space. By the time the 6th ace realized the trap closing around them, 5 of his squadron mates had already become expanding clouds of superheated plasma. The surviving pilot's reflexes, honed by years of elite training, saved his life for exactly 3 seconds. His custom twisted away from the proto-bits killing fire with inhuman precision, only to find the Exir Gundam's emerald blade waiting for him. Peach's GN saber punched through the cockpit from behind, ending another legendary career in a burst of sparks and shattered dreams. The lead custom, desperate to reach his dying comrades, never saw the throwing knife until it was too late. The Exir's secondary blade spun through space like a mechanical shuriken, its point finding the cockpit with surgical accuracy. The mobile suit's sensor eyes dimmed as its pilot joined the ranks of the fallen. All units, immediate withdrawal. Captain Max's voice cracked with grief and rage as he watched his elite squadron die around him. Fall back to minimum safe distance. But Max's team wasn't the only ace squadron bleeding in the void. Across the battlefield, every Democratic Alliance Special Forces unit had met similar fates. Those lucky enough to survive faced overwhelming odds. Multiple Gundams working in perfect coordination, supported by GM Roman II units whose technology surpassed anything in their arsenal. The most devastating casualties left 9 pilots alive from an entire squadron. The best outcome still meant watching 2/3 of humanity's finest warriors reduced to drifting corpses. For 3 grinding hours, the battle had raged like a mechanical hurricane across the star system. When Tianyi Mercenary Group's 2nd Brigade joined the fray, the tactical balance shifted with mathematical inevitability. The Democratic Alliance's numerical advantage crumbled against technological superiority and tactical brilliance. The engagement ratio had deteriorated from manageable resistance to a crushing 6-4 disadvantage. Despite fielding twice as many vessels, the Democratic forces found themselves barely holding the line against an enemy that treated their best efforts like training exercises. 20 Gundams, that simple number had rewritten the rules of modern warfare, combined with Roman 2 units that outclassed anything the Democratic Alliance possessed. Draco Varland's 2-brigade fleets had transformed tactical doctrine into obsolete theory. The withdrawal signal flares painted space in crimson desperation, as Democratic commanders finally acknowledged the mathematical impossibility of victory. Across multiple star systems, proud fleets that had entered battle singing songs of liberation now fled like broken remnants of a shattered dream. Imperial Alliance vessels erupted in celebration as their enemies vanished into hyperspace. Victory cries echoed through communication channels, while Tianyi forces began the grim accounting of war's true cost. The butcher's bill painted its own portrait of technological evolution. Over 120 Roman 2 and Dagger series mobile suits had been destroyed, each one representing months of industrial production and years of pilot training. Emergency escape pods told their own story of desperation. Only 40 pilots had managed to eject successfully from the mechanical graveyard. The production Gundams bore scars but remained operational, their advanced armor and defensive systems proving their worth against concentrated enemy fire. More than 10 units required extensive repairs, but none had fallen to conventional weapons. The MD Taurus squadron had paid a steeper price. Only 3 units survived the engagement, though their human pilots lived to fight another day. The MD Virgo units, protected by their planet defensor barriers, emerged unscathed from the carnage. Custom units like the Seraphim Gundam bore only superficial damage, testament to their superior engineering and the skill of their pilots. A few hours in the repair bays would restore them to full operational status. The Democratic Alliance's grand strategy lay in ruins across 3 star systems. Every target had been defended successfully. Every objective had become a killing ground for Alliance forces. The single supply corridor that might have changed the strategic equation remained firmly in Imperial hands. Even the logistics base they had managed to recapture became another monument to failure. Tianyi subsidiary forces had struck like mechanical vultures, destroying the celebrating Democratic fleets before they could consolidate their gains. The ancient stratagem of Mantis stalks cicada, unaware of sparrow behind, claimed another victim. Total strategic failure. The phrase echoed through Democratic command centers like a funeral dirge. What should have been a morale-boosting victory had become a catastrophic demonstration of technological obsolescence. International media broadcasts carried the story across human space, their embedded correspondents painting pictures of mechanical guards walking among mortals. Military analysts struggled to comprehend tactical scenarios that defied every established doctrine. The Imperial Alliance should have been at a severe disadvantage, declared Professor Harrison Vale on the Trinity Broadcasting Network. Single supply corridor, longer deployment times, inferior positioning, every metric suggested Democratic victory was inevitable. The professor's weathered features reflected the confusion shared by experts across human space. But war has evolved beyond traditional mathematics. Tianyi Mercenary Group possesses technology that fundamentally alters the tactical equation. The numbers supported his analysis with brutal clarity. Tianyi forces had participated in 3 separate engagements simultaneously, achieving decisive victories in each theater, while maintaining reserve capabilities for defensive operations. The recaptured logistics base had become another lesson in the futility of conventional warfare against technological transcendence. Democratic forces had barely finished celebrating before Tianyi subsidiary fleets reduced their positions to expanding debris clouds. Worse news arrived through encrypted channels. Another critical supply depot had been destroyed by unknown attackers. Democratic High Command attempted information control, but such secrets never remained buried long. Soldiers' families, connected to civilian media networks, passed forbidden knowledge through personal communications. Letters and voice calls carried truths that official censorship couldn't contain. The attempted courts-martial of enlisted personnel who shared classified information became another public relations disaster when the scope of the defeats became impossible to deny. The first wave's catastrophic failure left Democratic Alliance forces unable to contemplate immediate follow-up operations. Months of careful planning had evaporated in hours of mechanical slaughter. One bright spot emerged from the ashes of defeat: the metallic Liberty Republic, despite suffering its own recent humiliations, announced massive material aid packages for Democratic Alliance forces. Corporate generosity or strategic necessity, the motivation mattered less than the desperately needed supplies. Meanwhile, aboard the Aegis asteroid, Draco Varlan reviewed intelligence reports that told stories within stories. The spy networks operating within Tianyi mercenary group had been systematically exposed and neutralized, a counterintelligence operation of stunning scope and efficiency. Commander-in-Chief Jaron Lee's anti-espionage units deserved credit, but they'd received crucial assistance from unexpected sources. The Garthian Empire and Cathayan Empire had shared comprehensive files on democratic intelligence operatives, a gesture of alliance solidarity that spoke to deeper strategic partnerships. What Jaron didn't know was that Draco maintained his own shadow counterintelligence apparatus, unknown even to his most trusted subordinates. The combined operations had achieved a 99% success rate in identifying hostile operatives. The remaining 1% represented fishing nets, catching the occasional minnow that Imperial intelligence had missed. Democratic spies weren't the only foreign operatives within Tianyi ranks. Imperial intelligence agents also maintained presence throughout the organization, a reality Draco accepted with pragmatic calculation. The current alliance demanded such accommodations, and the time for settling accounts with all external influences had not yet arrived. For now, Imperial spies could continue their observations. When the strategic situation evolved, their usefulness would be re-evaluated with the same mechanical precision that had just devastated the Democratic Alliance's finest warriors. The Guard engine continued its patient evolution, and the galaxy trembled before its terrible mathematics of war. Chapter 189. Tianyi's guerrilla war and internal struggles. The crushing defeat of the Democratic Alliance had shattered more than just ships and mobile suits. It had broken the very spirit of their forces. Like wolves circling wounded prey, Tianyi mercenary group's subsidiary bases launched a relentless campaign of guerrilla warfare that turned every supply route into a potential death trap. Brigadier General Shrek commanded this shadow war from his network of hidden fortresses, orchestrating a deadly dance of hit-and-run tactics that left Democratic forces bleeding from 1,000 cuts. His raiders struck like phantoms in the night, materializing from asteroid fields and nebula clouds to savage supply convoys before vanishing into the cosmic void. "Enemy stops, we strike," Shrek growled to his assembled squadron commanders, his weathered features illuminated by the tactical hologram flickering between them. "Enemy pursues, we retreat, but when we find their supply lines isolated and vulnerable, we feast." The guerrilla fleets operated with surgical precision, targeting the logistical arteries that kept Democratic reinforcements flowing toward the main battle zones. Fuel tankers exploded in brilliant fireballs that briefly outshone distant stars. Ammunition transports became expanding debris clouds that would drift for centuries as monuments to tactical superiority. But Shrek's forces weren't content with mere harassment. They employed the ancient art of luring the tiger from the mountain, large-scale feints that drew major defensive forces away from critical installations, leaving skeletal garrison crews to face the real assault that followed like death's shadow. "Sir," reported Commander Elena Vasquez from her stealth corvette, "the supply depot at Proxima Junction has taken our bait. 3 battle groups are moving to intercept our decoy fleet." Shrek's smile held no warmth. "Execute Phase 2. Hit them where they breathe." The subsidiary bases had become more than military installations. They were economic predators that devoured democratic resources and redistributed them to imperial allies or sold them on black markets. Every stolen cargo container weakened the enemy, while strengthening their own position in an endless cycle of tactical vampirism. The Democratic Alliance High Command understood the threat, but found themselves caught in a strategic nightmare. Tianyi's bases operated from non-democratic territories, surrounded by nations that viewed any democratic military presence as an act of war. Imperial Alliance forces stood ready to intervene should their enemies attempt direct assault. Desperate attempts to hire other mercenary companies had failed catastrophically, Tianyi had issued a simple ultimatum that echoed through the galaxy's shadowy commercial networks. Any mercenary group that accepts democratic contracts against us will be annihilated. No exceptions, no survivors. The few brave or foolish enough to test this promise had been erased so completely that their names became cautionary tales whispered in spaceport bars. Even when mercenary bases operated from democratic territory, Tianyi's retribution had been swift and merciless. Entire nations left bleeding and broken as examples to others. Now no mercenary dared cross the guard engine's children, and governments issued stern warnings to their domestic companies. Provoke Tianyi mercenary group and face immediate exile. Meanwhile, in the research bays of the Aegis asteroid, a different kind of revolution was taking shape. The Jigen mobile suit had emerged from combat trials, with performance reports that sent shockwaves through Tianyi's engineering divisions. Boss, reported Chief Engineer Patricia Wang, her voice bright with excitement as she reviewed pilot evaluations. The Jigen isn't just meeting expectations, it's exceeding them in every category. Pilots are calling it the perfect fusion of GM Roman II versatility and Dagger series specialization. Draco Varlan studied the technical readouts with growing satisfaction. What he'd conceived as minor modifications to existing designs had created something approaching mechanical perfection. The Jigen combined the best characteristics of multiple mobile suit families while eliminating their individual weaknesses. Maintenance crews are reporting 40% reduction in repair time. Wang continued, her fingers dancing across holographic displays. Part standardization means they can cannibalize damaged units to repair others, something impossible with our current mixed fleet. Commander-in-Chief Jaren Lee had reached the same conclusion from a strategic perspective. Draco, this could solve our logistics nightmare. The wars exposed critical flaws in our supply chain, too many different systems requiring specialized components. The mathematics were compelling. A single Jigen production line could replace multiple manufacturing streams while providing superior performance and reduced maintenance burden. Different weapon systems from the Dagger series could be adapted with minor modifications, creating unprecedented tactical flexibility. Increased Jigen production immediately, Draco ordered. I want comprehensive combat data from at least 50 units before we commit to full-scale conversion. Across the galaxy, the political machinery of war ground forward with remorseless inevitability. In sealed communication chambers, the leaders of three great democracies engaged in desperate negotiations that would shape humanity's future. President Harrison Clark of the Anglo-Saxon Republic leaned forward in his chair, his weathered features tight with frustration. Marcus, your nation has the industrial capacity to tip this war. We need the Metallic Liberty Republic in this fight. President Marcus Aurelius of the Metallic Liberty Republic shook his head with apparent regret. Gentlemen, I wish circumstances were different. Our losses against the theocracy of Aurea were substantial. The Russovian engagement before that also took its toll. Our people demand domestic reconstruction, not foreign wars. President Rodriguez of the Veridian Federation scoffed openly. Substantial losses. Marcus, you're a superpower. These setbacks barely scratched your industrial base. The real truth hung unspoken between them. The Metallic Liberty Republic sought to benefit from the war's outcome without paying its price. Clark and Rodriguez recognized the calculation, but lacked leverage to force participation. When we capture Draco Varlan and his technologies, Clark said with dangerous quiet, don't expect generous sharing agreements with nations that sat out the hard fighting. Marcus's expression remained unchanged. Assuming you can capture him, tell me, Harrison, do you truly believe you can defeat someone who builds machines like the Wing Gundam, a man who might be holding back even deadlier weapons for the right moment? The question hung like a sword above the conference, cutting through political bluster with uncomfortable reality. Meanwhile, in the ornate chambers of imperial power, Emperor Valerius Zu of the Cathaean Empire and Emperor Taxgas VI of the Garthian Empire conducted their own strategic consultation. Valerius, Emperor Taxgas's voice carried the weight of absolute authority. We cannot allow the democracies to capture this Draco Varlan. His technologies in their hands would upset the galactic balance permanently. Emperor Valerius nodded gravely. Agreed. But our motivations extend beyond preventing democratic victory. These innovations could revolutionize our own military capabilities. Both monarchs understood the delicate dance they performed. Supporting Tianyi served multiple purposes, preventing democratic technological acquisition while potentially gaining access to revolutionary military systems. The debt of gratitude such assistance would create might prove more valuable than any territorial conquest. In his private study aboard the Aegis asteroid, Draco Varlan contemplated reports that painted a stark strategic picture. Despite their recent victories, Tianyi mercenary group remained fundamentally outnumbered and outgunned. The guerrilla campaigns bought time and inflicted losses, but mathematical inevitability suggested eventual defeat against sustained democratic pressure. He understood the imperial alliance's true motivations with crystal clarity. Their assistance came with invisible price tags, technological sharing agreements that would be presented as mutual cooperation, but functioned as barely concealed extortion. The irony wasn't lost on him. The Guard Engine's greatest creations had made him the most wanted man in human space, coveted by allies and enemies alike. Everyone wanted to possess the power he had unleashed, failing to understand that such transcendence couldn't be stolen, only earned through understanding that few possessed. Soon, very soon, imperial representatives would arrive with their carefully crafted proposals and thinly veiled threats. The next phase of the war wouldn't be fought with mobile suits and battleships, but with words and promises that carried the weight of civilizations. The Guard Engine's children had proven their worth in battle. Now their creator faced an even more dangerous challenge, navigating the treacherous currents of galactic politics while maintaining the independence that made their innovations possible. In the vast darkness between stars, the future of human civilization hung in the balance, waiting for the next move in a game where the stakes were nothing less than the evolution of warfare itself. Chapter 190. The metal devourer and steel spheres of war beyond the sprawling expanse of the Aegis asteroid. Countless celestial stones drifted in mechanical transformation, each one destined to become another cog in Draco Varlan's ever-expanding empire of steel and innovation. But among his most revolutionary creations stood a technology that would reshape the very foundations of industrial warfare, the metal decomposition and restoration furnace. Like some ancient dragon that devoured metals only to birth them anew, this magnificent machine could take the twisted remains of battleships, the shattered hulks of mobile suits, and the complex composite armors that once protected humanity's finest warriors, and reduce them all to their purest elemental forms. What emerged was not destruction, but resurrection, raw materials reborn from the bones of the fallen. The furnace complex had begun modestly, housed within a single converted asteroid. 6 towering units stood like mechanical altars, their fusion cores humming with the power to unmake and remake the very essence of metal itself. In peacetime, perhaps one furnace would operate while its siblings slumbered in silence, a gentle giant feeding the modest needs of Tianyi's manufacturing dreams. But war had changed everything. The recent catastrophic battles had painted space itself with debris fields that stretched across multiple star systems. Shattered hull plating drifted alongside the twisted remains of beam weapons. Mobile suit limbs tumbled through the void like the scattered bones of mechanical titans. The sheer volume of wreckage had transformed cleanup from routine maintenance into an industrial nightmare of staggering proportions. Now all 6 furnaces roared with endless hunger, their fusion chambers blazing day and night in an unceasing feast of destruction and rebirth. Yet even this mechanical appetite proved insufficient. Mountains of metallic debris accumulated in converted asteroid storage bays, waiting their turn for molecular disassembly. Draco's solution had been characteristically bold. Triple the capacity, 3 entire asteroids now housed sprawling furnace complexes, their combined might slowly but steadily consuming the graveyard of the recent war. But raw materials were only half the equation. The Guard Engine's newest innovation would revolutionize both salvage operations and industrial warfare itself. The steel ball, originally conceived as simple automated workers, Draco's enhanced design transformed these spherical units into versatile tools of incredible capability. Each steel ball could operate under human control or function autonomously through advanced MD systems, switching seamlessly between combat configurations and industrial applications. The workshop bays of the Aegis asteroid had become a hive of creative engineering, as Draco personally designed specialized tool sets for his mechanical spheres, plasma cutters capable of slicing through battleship armor, industrial manipulator arms that could grasp and maneuver debris weighing hundreds of tons, sensor arrays that could identify valuable materials buried within the twisted wreckage of dead ships. To transport these mechanical marvels, Draco had conceived the Steel Ball Workship, a specialized carrier vessel stretching 200 meters in length and 100 meters in width. Like a mechanical mother caring for her offspring, each ship could nurture 8 steel balls within its protective hull, providing them with weapon systems, work tools, and everything needed for their assigned missions. The ship's internal bay resembled a high-tech cathedral dedicated to mechanical precision. Adjustable mounting racks could equip each steel ball with specific loadouts, beam weapons for combat, cutting tools for salvage work, or sensor packages for reconnaissance missions. A single work harrow artificial intelligence served as the vessel's brain, coordinating complex operations with the cold efficiency that only machines could achieve. When the first Steel Ball Workship emerged from its construction bay and began operations, it immediately caught the attention of international media representatives who had been monitoring Tianyi activities with growing fascination. The distinctive corporate markings blazoned across the vessel's hull left no doubt about its origin. This was another innovation from the galaxy's most watched mercenary organization. News crews aboard civilian airships began following the mysterious vessel, their cameras recording every moment as the steel balls performed their mechanical ballet of destruction and salvage. The spherical units moved with inhuman precision, their cutting tools carving through wreckage like master sculptors working with metal and plasma. But Tianyi's reputation for ruthless efficiency extended beyond mere mechanical innovation. When curious journalists attempted to approach the work zone for closer footage, steel balls immediately responded with mechanical authority. Warning broadcasts crackled across communication channels as the spherical units positioned themselves between the worksite and the intruding aircraft. "Attention civilian vessels," came the emotionless voice of the work harrow. "You are entering a restricted industrial zone. Maintain minimum safe distance or face immediate defensive action." Some news crews, emboldened by press credentials and democratic ideals, chose to ignore the warnings. Their mistake became immediately apparent as steel balls switched from industrial tools to combat weapons with mechanical efficiency. Warning shots lanced through space, not to destroy, but to demonstrate the absolute seriousness of Tianyi's territorial policies. International protests erupted almost immediately, with media organizations demanding explanations for what they termed aggressive harassment of legitimate journalistic operations. Tianyi's response proved as direct as their warning shots had been. Unauthorized personnel entered an active industrial zone without permission, the official statement declared. Safety protocols were implemented as advertised. Any media organization wishing to conduct interviews or obtain footage may submit formal requests through diplomatic channels. Arrangements will be made for supervised access. The incident sparked a diplomatic firestorm as reporters from both the Garthian Empire and the Cathayan Empire contacted their respective foreign ministries, demanding action against what they perceived as Tianyi's high-handed treatment of the free press. The response from both imperial governments proved surprisingly coordinated. Rather than confrontation, they chose cooperation, a decision that reflected the complex political calculations surrounding Draco Varland's increasingly valuable technologies. Foreign ministry officials from both empires contacted Tianyi headquarters, proposing a solution that would serve multiple purposes. High-ranking diplomatic and defense officials would conduct formal state visits to the Aegis asteroid, accompanied by carefully selected media representatives who would provide controlled coverage of Tianyi's operations. For the imperial governments, such visits offered invaluable intelligence-gathering opportunities. Their diplomatic missions would include carefully embedded intelligence operatives disguised as journalists, technicians, and administrative staff. Every moment of access would be analyzed, recorded, and studied for potential weaknesses or technological insights. But beneath the surface of diplomatic courtesy lay deeper currents of strategic calculation. The recent catastrophic battle had demonstrated Tiany's technological superiority in terms that no military analyst could ignore. Both empires desperately wanted to understand, and if possible, acquire, the innovations that had made such dominance possible. Meanwhile, across the contested regions of space, the broader war continued its deadly stalemate. Democratic Alliance forces remained paralyzed by the guerrilla campaign waged by Tiany's subsidiary bases, a network of hidden facilities that struck with devastating effectiveness before melting back into the cosmic void. Military analysts within the Democratic Alliance had conducted exhaustive studies of potential assault strategies against these elusive bases. Their conclusions painted a grim picture of the resources required. Each individual base would demand at least 3 full army-level fleets to guarantee capture, and only if no reinforcements arrived from other Tiany facilities. With mutual support from the broader network, the resource requirements would escalate exponentially. Some scenarios suggested that entire army groups might be required to overcome the coordinated defenses of multiple bases working in concert. Such massive deployments would create fatal vulnerabilities elsewhere. Imperial Alliance forces stood ready to exploit any significant redeployment of democratic troops, turning tactical victories into strategic disasters. The result was a deadly game of strategic paralysis. Democratic reinforcement convoys attempted desperate sprint runs to avoid Tiany interdiction, while non-democratic nations provided intelligence and logistical support to the mercenary network. Every supply shipment became a potential target, every troop movement a calculated risk. In the luxurious conference chambers of imperial palaces, the Garthian Empire and Cathayan Empire made their chess moves public. Joint announcements declared the upcoming state visits to Tiany's headquarters, complete with live media coverage that would broadcast across human space. The diplomatic theater served multiple purposes. International media attention had focused intensely on Tiany operations, creating pressure for access and transparency. By arranging controlled visits with embedded media coverage, the empires could satisfy public curiosity while gathering critical intelligence. For Draco Varlan, the arrangement offered its own advantages. Rather than dealing with endless individual requests from media organizations, he could provide controlled access to carefully selected representatives while maintaining operational security. The actual diplomatic negotiations he delegated entirely to Commander-in-Chief Jaron Lee, trusting his subordinates' political acumen to handle the delicate balance between transparency and secrecy that such visits would require. As the steel bulwark ships continued their mechanical harvest of the war's debris, they unknowingly performed a deeper function. Each salvaged ton of metal, each recovered component, represented not just industrial efficiency, but strategic preparation. The guard engine was consuming the bones of the last war to build the weapons of the next one, and in the vast darkness between stars, both allies and enemies watched with growing unease as Draco Varlan's mechanical children continued their patient work, transforming death into rebirth, defeat into opportunity, and the scattered remains of human ambition into the raw materials of an uncertain future. Chapter 191. The Imperial Minister's Sacred Pilgrimage. The morning stars bore witness to history in the making, as 2 mighty empires prepared to breach the veil of Tiany's greatest secrets. Across the vast reaches of space, billions of souls would watch through flickering screens as representatives of the Cathayan Empire and the Garthian Empire embarked upon the most significant diplomatic mission of the modern age. Broadcasting stations, Wyong Network from the Cathayan Empire and Imperial Voice Network from the Garthian Empire, had been granted the unprecedented privilege of live coverage. Under Tiany mercenary group's ironclad restrictions, each network could deploy only 6 carefully selected journalists, chosen witnesses to technological marvels that would reshape humanity's understanding of warfare itself. The delegation read like a roll call of imperial power. From the Cathayan Empire came Defense Minister Theron Sterling, his weathered features bearing the weight of countless military campaigns, alongside Foreign Minister Reuben Ashford, whose diplomatic silver tongue had negotiated treaties across a dozen star systems. The Garthian Empire had dispatched their own titans. Defense Minister Thomas Blackwood, a man whose strategic brilliance was legendary throughout imperial space, and Foreign Minister Ralph Laurent, whose elegant demeanor concealed a razor-sharp political mind. Each minister's personal starship gleamed like a jewel against the cosmic darkness, their hulls bearing the proud emblems of ancient imperial houses. Military escorts formed protective formations around the diplomatic vessels, proud warships that had seen battle in 100 different conflicts, now reduced to mere honor guards in the presence of Tiany's overwhelming technological superiority. As the imperial flotillas approached the designated rendezvous coordinates, the escorts peeled away with the ceremonial precision of a military funeral. From this point forward, Tiany forces would assume responsibility for their guests' safety, a symbolic transfer of power that spoke volumes about the shifting balance of galactic politics. "By the gods," whispered Stella Sterling, granddaughter of Defense Minister Theron Sterling, as she pressed her face against the viewport of their diplomatic vessel. The young woman had served as her grandfather's aide during previous negotiations, but nothing had prepared her for this moment. The Aegis asteroid had grown beyond recognition since her last visit months ago. Where once a single converted asteroid had housed Tiany's operations, now an entire constellation of transformed celestial bodies stretched across the void like mechanical pearls on an invisible string. Each converted asteroid pulsed with the light of industrial activity, their surfaces bristling with defensive installations that seemed to bend the very laws of physics. "Snow," Defense Minister Sterling addressed his granddaughter using her childhood nickname, "during your previous visit, did you encounter those spherical work machines the media has been reporting about?" Stella lowered her electronic telescope, shaking her head with genuine bewilderment. "Grandfather, I never saw anything like those steel balls during my time here. Either Draco deliberately kept them hidden from me, or they are recent innovations." Given his track record, both possibilities seem equally likely. The defense minister's laugh carried no humor. "When you first returned home with tales of Tiany's capabilities, our scientists dismissed half your reports as youthful exaggeration. Today's visit should provide them with a rather harsh lesson in humility." The transition from imperial protection to Tiany escort occurred with seamless efficiency that bordered on the supernatural. Tiany vessels appeared from seemingly empty space, their sleek forms materializing like mechanical phantoms to guide the diplomatic party through the asteroid field's hidden passages. Every defensive installation they passed seemed pulled from the fever dreams of futuristic warfare. Radar arrays that resembled crystalline flowers tracked their passage with omniscient awareness. Sensor clusters that defied conventional engineering principles monitored their approach with technologies that imperial scientists could barely comprehend. The designated landing platform emerged from the Aegis asteroid's surface like a mechanical bloom, its docking systems engaging with the diplomatic vessels with precision that spoke of artificial intelligence far beyond anything the empires possessed. As the airlock seals engaged with mechanical size that seemed almost organic, the weight of history settled upon every delegate's shoulders. They were about to witness technologies that could reshape the future of human civilization, assuming humanity survived long enough to benefit from such knowledge. Commander-in-Chief Jaron Lee waited in the reception chamber, his bearing that of a man who had transcended his origins through sheer force of circumstance. Just years ago, he had been a mid-ranking officer in the Cathayan military hierarchy. Now he commanded forces that could challenge entire star nations, greeting ministers who had once been as unreachable as distant stars. The transformation felt almost surreal to him. These same ministers had once represented the pinnacle of military and political power, figures he could never have imagined meeting as equals. Today, they approached him with the careful respect accorded to those who held true power, the kind that flowed from technological supremacy rather than noble bloodlines. "Your Excellencies," Jaron's voice carried the calm authority of a man comfortable with his position. "Welcome to the Aegis asteroid. I am Commander-in-Chief Jaron Lee. It is my honor to serve as your guide during this historic visit." The handshakes that followed carried electric tension as cameras captured every moment for the billions watching across human space. Imperial dignity met mercenary pragmatism in a dance of diplomacy that would be analyzed by political scholars for generations. The accompanying scientists from both empires moved through the base's corridors like children in a technological wonderland. Every system they observed represented advances that their home nation's research programs couldn't match with decades of focused effort. Automated manufacturing systems operated with precision that seemed to mark conventional industrial limitations. Work robots assisted human technicians with fluid coordination that suggested artificial intelligence architectures far beyond current understanding. Viewers across human space watched in stunned silence as their screens revealed technology that rendered their own nation's capabilities obsolete by comparison. The gap wasn't merely generational, it was evolutionary. Commander Lee, Defense Minister Sterling's voice carried careful neutrality. I trust our host, Mr. Draco Varlan, will be joining us during this visit. Jaren's smile held just the right balance of respect and regret. Minister Sterling, I'm afraid Mr. Varlan is currently engaged with critical projects requiring his personal attention. He extends his sincere apologies and hopes you'll understand that genius keeps its own schedule. Sterling's diplomatic training kicked in smoothly. Of course. A man of his capabilities must have countless demands on his time. We're honored by whatever access you can provide, Commander Lee. Excellent. If you would all follow me, we'll begin with our training facilities. The tour's first stop shattered every assumption the visitors had brought with them. The training chamber existed in a state of technological impossibility, a space that could reshape itself into any conceivable environment through methods that defied conventional physics. As they watched, the sterile chamber transformed into an alien jungle complete with the sounds, smells, and textures of an entirely different world. When Jaren encouraged them to touch the simulated vegetation, their hands encountered leaves that felt real, bark that had proper texture, even moisture that seemed to cling to their fingers. The accompanying scientists stood slack-jawed as their understanding of holographic technology crumbled around them. This wasn't mere visual simulation. It was reality manipulation on a scale that suggested mastery over fundamental forces they barely comprehended. Commander Lee, Defense Minister Thomas's voice carried the strain of a man confronting the impossible. Are we to understand that Mr. Varlan developed this technology personally? That's correct, Minister Thomas. This represents just one of Mr. Varlan's independent research projects. The silence that followed spoke volumes about the psychological impact of such casual technological supremacy. If this was merely a side project, what did Tiany's primary research focus look like? The tour continued through corridors lined with wonders that would have been impossible just years earlier, but nothing prepared the delegates for what they discovered in the mobile suit hangar bay. Oh my God! The exclamation burst from Wyong Network's lead reporter as she spotted the lunar goddess Gundam being systematically disassembled. Commander, are you scrapping that magnificent machine? Every eye turned to follow her pointing finger, watching as technicians carefully removed the solar furnace from what international media had hailed as one of the most advanced mobile suits ever constructed. Jaren's smile carried a hint of melancholy. Not scrapping, miss. We're placing it in permanent storage. Foreign Minister Ashford leaned forward with the intensity of a man smelling opportunity. Storage, Commander. Forgive my confusion, but that machine has performed admirably in every engagement we've witnessed. Indeed it has, Minister Ashford. Unfortunately, its capabilities no longer meet the demands of modern warfare. The battlefield has evolved beyond its specifications. The statement hit the assembled dignitaries like a physical blow. If a machine capable of destroying entire squadrons of conventional mobile suits was considered obsolete, what did that suggest about their own nation's military capabilities? Every person present shared the same horrifying thought. If Tianyi considered such technological marvels worthy only of storage, what did their active combat units look like? Imperial Voice Network's reporter raised her hand with trembling excitement. Commander Lee, how many Gundams has your organization placed in storage? Could we possibly see your storage facility? The question hung in the air like a challenge to the natural order. If Tianyi was casually retiring machines that other nations would kill to possess, what other impossibilities might they witness? Certainly, right this way. The storage facility struck every visitor with the force of a religious revelation. 10 Gundam units stood in climate-controlled chambers, like technological artifacts from a more advanced civilization. The original Gundam and its series variants occupied places of honor, alongside the various Garda series machines that had redefined mobile suit warfare. Defense Minister Sterling approached the original Gundam with the reverence of a pilgrim approaching a sacred shrine. This machine had started the mobile suit revolution, and here it rested like a museum piece in Tiany's private collection. Across human space, viewers pressed closer to their screens as cameras panned across machines that represented the pinnacle of military engineering. Each Gundam had capabilities that most nations' entire armies couldn't match, yet here they gathered dust in Tiany's storage facility, in the hidden chambers of the mysterious Amaterasu organization within the Jovian Federation's shadow networks. Intelligence officers watched the broadcast with emotions that transcended professional jealousy. Their most advanced prototype mobile suit, the Black Prajna, had been designed to surpass the original series through years of focused development. After exhaustive simulations, their creation might match the performance of a Garda series Gundam operating at full power. To watch Tiany casually retire such machines felt like witnessing gods discard weapons that mortals would worship. Wasteful bastards, one of the intelligence directors snarled at his screen. They're throwing away more advanced technology than we could develop in a century. But even as anger filled the hidden watchers, a deeper truth crystallized in every observer's mind. If these were the machines Tiany considered obsolete, what horrors were they preparing for active deployment? The Guard Engine's children had evolved beyond conventional understanding, and the galaxy trembled before technologies that treated miracles as mere stepping stones toward transcendence itself. As cameras continued broadcasting images of casual technological superiority, one truth became undeniable across human space. The age of conventional warfare had ended, and a new era of mechanical divinity had begun. Chapter 192, Have We Met Before? The imperial ministers burned with barely contained desire, their diplomatic facades masking a hunger that gnawed at their very souls. Were it not for the sacred bonds of protocol and decorum, they would have fallen to their knees before Commander-in-Chief Jaren Lee, begging, pleading, for the chance to negotiate the transfer of those magnificent stored Gundams to their homelands. Any price, any condition, any sacrifice would have been acceptable for such technological treasures. Jaren moved through the storage facility like a master showman, his voice carrying the practiced rhythm of a tour guide, as he explained each sealed war machine to his captivated audience. But the accompanying scientists wore expressions of men who had been struck by lightning, their faces pale, their eyes wide with the crushing realization of their own inadequacy. Among the Cathayan Empire's delegation stood Ruida Lin, a man whose presence here represented both family connections and genuine scientific achievement. He had fought tooth and nail to earn his place among the chosen few, driven by a singular obsession, to finally meet and surpass his greatest rival, Draco Varlan. Now, staring at the sealed Gundams like a pilgrim beholding relics of impossible power, Ruida felt his world crumble around him. According to Jaren's casual explanations, every single machine, every miracle of engineering, had sprung from one man's mind. Not just the Gundams, but the warships, the personal weapons, the unmanned systems. All of it bore the mark of Draco's solitary genius. The revelation hit Ruida like a physical blow. His own greatest achievement, the Uelu mobile suit developed for his family's corporation, had required an entire team of specialists working for months. Yet his rival, the man he had sworn to surpass, created miracles alone, without assistance, without peer collaboration, without anything but the raw power of transcendent intellect. Am I really so far beneath him? The thought clawed at Ruida's mind like a living thing. Are we not even operating on the same level of existence? The tour continued through corridors that seemed to pulse with barely contained innovation. As they moved toward the next destination, something caught every observer's attention. A distant aircraft trailing brilliant azure particles as it launched from the Aegis asteroid's flight deck with impossible grace. The lead reporter from Wyong Network raised her hand with professional eagerness, her voice cutting through the mechanical hum of the base. Commander Lee, if I may. Jaren's smile carried the warmth of a man genuinely enjoying his role as guide. Of course, miss. What would you like to know? According to our intelligence reports, Tiani mercenary group doesn't employ conventional aircraft in combat operations. Why develop such technology if you don't intend to use it? The commander's laugh held notes of genuine amusement. That's not an aircraft, miss. That's a Gundam, our newest design, equipped with full transformation capabilities. The words fell like hammer blows upon the assembled dignitaries. Another Gundam, another impossible leap forward in military technology, another demonstration that Tiani operated by rules that other nations couldn't even comprehend. Jaren led the group toward the command center, his steps measured and confident as he prepared to unveil yet another marvel. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe you'll find our latest test quite educational. The command center's massive displays flickered to life, showing the transformed Gundam, now designated as Dominion Angel, as it conducted high-speed maneuvers that defied conventional understanding of aerospace engineering. The machine moved through space with fluid grace, switching between aircraft and mobile suit configurations as easily as a dancer changing poses. Stella Sterling leaned close to her grandfather's ear, her voice barely a whisper. Grandfather, I believe that's Draco himself piloting the test unit. Defense Minister Theron Sterling's eyebrows rose slightly. You're certain? Reasonably so. During my previous visit, the technicians mentioned that Mr. Varlan personally tests most new designs. The piloting style, it matches what I observed before. The elder Sterling nodded thoughtfully, filing away this intelligence for future reference. When the test concluded, and the group prepared to leave the command center, media cameras captured the Dominion Angel's return to the hangar bay. As the cockpit hatch opened and the pilot emerged, removing his helmet to reveal familiar features, both female reporters gasped in recognition. It's Draco Varlan. The exclamation rippled through the assembled delegation like wildfire. Every minister, every scientist, every observer suddenly focused their complete attention on the distant figure of the man who had revolutionized warfare itself. Foreign Minister Reuben Ashford seized the moment with diplomatic precision. Commander Lee, would it be possible to arrange a meeting with your employer? Jaren's expression remained professionally neutral, but his words carried subtle finality. I'm afraid Mr. Varlan prefers to avoid social interactions. He typically delegates such matters to his staff. Ah, I see. Meanwhile, across the hangar bay, Draco accepted a refreshment bottle from Persica Tau, his movements carrying the casual familiarity of long partnership. After taking several satisfying drinks, he glanced at his wife with genuine affection. Hungry yet starving, I was hoping we could grab lunch together. Let's go then. As Jaren prepared to guide the delegation toward their next destination, Stella caught sight of Draco and Persica heading toward the base cafeteria. She immediately whispered the intelligence to her grandfather. Defense Minister Sterling seized the opportunity with practiced political instinct. Commander Lee, after all this walking and these fascinating presentations, I suspect we're all getting rather hungry. Perhaps we could take a meal break and continue our discussions over food. Jaren paused, appearing to suddenly realize his oversight. He slapped his forehead with theatrical regret. My apologies. I should have considered that earlier. Let me arrange something appropriate immediately. No need for elaborate preparations, Sterling continued smoothly. Why don't you simply show us to your base cafeteria? I'm quite curious to sample Tiani's standard fare. The suggestion puzzled most observers. Imperial ministers typically expected formal dining arrangements during official visits, but the other three ministers quickly grasped Sterling's true motivation, their expressions sharpening with understanding. Jaren recognized the diplomatic maneuvering, but couldn't gracefully refuse without creating an international incident. His smile remained warm even as his mind calculated the implications. Of course, Minister Sterling, you're most welcome to experience our cafeteria. The timing proved fortuitous. Lunch period was nearly over, but Tiani's cafeteria operated continuously to accommodate the base's round-the-clock schedule. 3 shifts of kitchen staff ensured that fresh meals remained available at all hours, supporting a workforce that never truly slept. As they entered the spacious dining facility, Jaren's expression tightened slightly. There at a corner table sat his employer and Persica, sharing a quiet meal together. The commander's diplomatic smile became somewhat strained. The 4 imperial ministers, and their media escorts immediately converged on Draco's location, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The guard engine's creator looked up from his meal, his brow furrowing slightly as he realized privacy had become impossible. "Mr. Varland, what an unexpected pleasure to meet you, truly an honor." Draco rose from his seat with resigned politeness, extending his hand to each minister in turn. When Tiani security personnel moved to disperse the surrounding reporters, he raised a hand to stop them, a gesture that spoke to both confidence and calculation. Across human space, billions of viewers pressed closer to their screens as cameras captured their first clear images of the galaxy's most mysterious figure. The overwhelming impression was of youth. Draco appeared far younger than anyone had expected, his features carrying an almost impassible vitality that made his technological achievements seem even more surreal. "I must admit surprise at finding you in the cafeteria, Mr. Varlen," Sterling said with theatrical astonishment. Draco's response carried the dry precision of a man unimpressed by diplomatic theater. "Cafeterias exist for eating. Where else would I go for lunch?" Foreign Minister Ashford chuckled with carefully calculated warmth. "I assumed someone of your vast wealth, a capitalist who could challenge entire nations, would maintain personal chefs and private dining arrangements. It's refreshing to see you sharing meals with your employees. I don't particularly enjoy elaborate cuisine. I prefer eating the same food as my people." Defense Minister Thomas Blackwood of the Garthian Empire nodded with apparent approval. "How admirably down-to-earth. No pretense or artificial barriers. I assume you're here for lunch." Draco's tone suggested he hoped the conversation would end quickly. "Indeed we are. Then I hope our food meets your standards." With that dismissal, Draco returned to his seat and resumed eating. The four ministers exchanged rapid glances before moving toward the serving area, their diplomatic minds already working to extend the encounter. The cafeteria itself impressed them more than protocol demanded they admit. Advanced service robots handled cleanup and sanitation duties with mechanical precision, while the food selection rivaled establishments that catered specifically to high-ranking officials. Tiani clearly invested heavily in employee welfare. "Our people eat well," Jaren explained with genuine pride. "All-you-can-eat policy, extensive variety, minimal waste. We believe in taking care of our own." The ministers deliberately chose seats near Draco's table, hoping to engage him in conversation that might lead to more substantive negotiations. Their efforts proved futile. "Ministers," Draco said without looking up from his meal, his voice carrying polite but absolute finality, "I don't handle social interactions or business negotiations. Those matters go through Commander Lee and my other staff. If you're interested in purchasing equipment, I can arrange for President Saskia to discuss terms. I apologize, but I have pressing work to attend to." He stood abruptly, Persica rising to accompany him. Their security detail formed a protective formation as they exited the cafeteria, leaving four of the galaxy's most powerful political figures sitting in awkward silence. The media crews captured every moment of the diplomatic dismissal. Across human space, observers marveled at the sight of a man casually brushing aside ministers who could command entire star systems. Most corporate leaders would have prostrated themselves for such access to imperial power, yet Draco treated it as an unwelcome interruption to his lunch. The four ministers maintained their composure with practiced skill, quickly resuming animated conversation with Jaren as though nothing unusual had occurred. They were seasoned political operators, well versed in recovering from unexpected setbacks, but Ruida Lin had different priorities. While others focused on salvaging diplomatic face, he slipped quietly from the cafeteria, his scientific obsession driving him toward a confrontation years in the making. Draco, Persica, and Leo Kai stood together in a maintenance corridor, their conversation interrupted by an unfamiliar voice. "Excuse me." All three turned toward the sound. Ruida Lin approached with determined strides, only to be intercepted by Tiani security personnel. Leo frowned with the expression of a man trying to place a half-remembered face. Draco studied the stranger with mild curiosity, sensing something familiar but unable to identify it. Persica remained alert, ready to intervene if the situation escalated. Draco gestured for his guards to allow the approach. Ruida stepped forward, his voice carrying years of suppressed rivalry and desperate ambition. Draco, it's been far too long. The Guard Engine's creator tilted his head slightly, his expression genuinely puzzled. Have we met before? Chapter 193. A dimension apart, Ruida Lin's eye twitched with barely contained fury, his voice cracking like a whip through the corridor's silence. During high school and university, I competed against you in every mechanical tournament. I was your opponent, your rival. Draco Varlan squinted at the man before him, studying Ruida's face with the clinical detachment of someone examining an interesting but ultimately forgettable specimen. Yes, he had seen this face before, somewhere in the blur of countless competitions, but the man had left no lasting impression whatsoever. Mechanical tournaments. Draco had been competing since middle school, facing wave after wave of challengers who thought they could match his genius. Not one, not a single opponent had ever been worth remembering, whether in scoring competitions or direct mechanical combat. Even the second-place finishers scored so far below his marks that they might as well have been playing a different game entirely. In combat trials, no machine had lasted more than 30 seconds against his creations. This man standing before him was probably just another face in that endless parade of the defeated, another soul whose mechanical ambitions had been crushed beneath the weight of true innovation. Liu Kai suddenly straightened, recognition dawning in his enhanced eyes like sunrise breaking over a battlefield. Draco, I remember now. All 6 years, middle school through high school, we competed together, every single mechanical combat tournament, whether state level or national championships. We were always a team, weren't we? Indeed. Draco nodded with the casual certainty of stating natural law. I handled the design and manufacturing, you piloted them in combat. That's exactly right. Leo's voice carried the enthusiasm of a man recounting legendary victories. This fellow here was one of the regular competitors during our high school years. Like you, he focused on design and manufacturing, always showed up with his team. Every single time they lost to us, their best performance was probably runner-up. And that was only when they managed to avoid facing us until the finals. But whenever they encountered our machines directly, complete defeat. As Leo spoke, fragments of memory crystallized in Draco's mind. Yes, there had been something like that. Patterns of victories so routine they blurred together into mechanical repetition. After high school graduation I enlisted, Leo continued, so I wouldn't know about the university competitions. Draco's thoughts drifted to his university tournament days. Sometimes he had competed alone, sometimes with Princess Jiazhu as his partner. He had refused Zhao Xinlin when she asked to join. The girl's mechanical control skills were embarrassingly clumsy. But this Ruida Lin, still no clear memory emerged from those years. Meanwhile, the Wyong Network media team had spotted the confrontation and moved into position. Camera operators zoomed in with predatory precision, while sound technicians adjusted their equipment to capture every word of what promised to be a dramatic encounter. I honestly have no recollection of you, Draco said with brutal honesty. Persica Tao glanced between her husband and the increasingly agitated stranger, her intelligence-strained mind reading the emotional undercurrents with crystal clarity. Your complete lack of memory is absolutely devastating this man's ego, she thought. Ruida Lin clenched his fists until his knuckles went white, his entire body trembling with barely contained rage. Draco, he screamed, pointing an accusatory finger like a weapon, do you look down on me that much? Both Draco and Leo jumped at the sudden explosion of fury. Draco's brow furrowed with genuine confusion. I don't even know who you are. How could I look down on you? And I'm telling you the truth, I have absolutely no memory of you. I was your strongest opponent. Ruida continued his tirade, his voice echoing off the corridor walls. The live broadcast had captured every moment, and across human space, viewers leaned forward with fascination. Here were two scientists with shared history, though apparently only one side remembered it. Strongest opponent. Draco's voice carried the patient tone of someone explaining basic physics to a child. I have no such recollection, not a single competition. Not a single challenger ever lasted more than 30 seconds against my designs. In scoring competitions, no opponent ever came within 100 points of my marks. If anyone had, I would definitely remember them. Since you claim we competed, tell me, Did you ever last 30 seconds against my machines? Did you ever score within 100 points of my total? The questions hit Ruida like physical blows, each word draining the color from his face. The complete absence of recognition in Draco's eyes was more devastating than any insult could have been. It was the look of a god gazing upon mortals, not with contempt, but with the kind of benign indifference reserved for things too insignificant to warrant hatred. Leo's next words delivered the killing stroke with cheerful brutality. If we're talking about strongest opponents, you'd need to perform significantly better than all the other challengers. Otherwise, who would know? Claiming to be someone's strongest rival just to get their attention makes you look like a circus clown. Ruida's face turned crimson, steam practically rising from his ears as humiliation burned through his veins like liquid fire. Draco Varlan, he roared with the fury of a man whose entire identity had just been casually dismantled. Today you refuse to acknowledge me, but mark my words, someday I will force you to look up at me. I'll make you experience what it feels like to be dismissed and forgotten. He spun on his heel and stormed away, leaving behind only the echo of his rage and the scent of wounded pride. Draco watched the dramatic exit with genuine bewilderment. I really don't understand what just happened. Your honesty isn't exactly gentle, Persica observed with dry amusement. Gentle about what? I genuinely have no memory of him. Someone I don't know just screamed accusations at me about looking down on him. I'm completely lost here. Draco's expression carried the innocent confusion of a man who had accidentally triggered an emotional landmine. Don't blame Draco for being blunt. Leo interjected with the loyalty of a lifelong friend. I was his partner through 6 years of competitions, and even I had trouble remembering that guy until he explained the context. From middle school through high school, truly not one opponent lasted 30 seconds in combat. Some fell in less than 5 seconds to Draco's designs. Persica nodded with understanding. When your opponents never provided meaningful resistance, forgetting them became inevitable rather than malicious. Across the networks, internet investigators had already begun digging into the confrontation's background. Ruida Lin's competition history painted a picture of consistent participation and routine defeat. Every tournament where he faced Draco Varlan ended the same way: swift, decisive loss in under 30 seconds. Photo archives from award ceremonies told the complete story. In every image, Draco's teammates celebrated with brilliant smiles and raised championship trophies, while Draco himself wore expressions of casual indifference, as though victory was simply the natural order of things. Meanwhile, whether Ruida held runner-up trophies, third-place medals, or nothing at all, his face showed the same constant fury directed at Draco's distant figure. Online commentators quickly reached consensus. Every competition Draco entered was dimensional annihilation, crushing opponents who existed on an entirely different level. Defense Minister Theron Sterling and Foreign Minister Reuben Ashford received detailed reports from their embedded intelligence operatives within the media teams, learning every detail of the confrontation's cause and progression. Both ministers reached the same conclusion. Ruida Lin was undoubtedly talented, but compared to Draco Varlan, he operated in a completely different dimension of capability. Draco's lack of memory wasn't personal slight, it was inevitable consequence. If Ruida possessed even a fraction of Draco's genius, he would have been memorable. Unfortunately, such ability had never materialized. After the meal concluded, Commander-in-Chief Jaren Lee guided the assembled delegation aboard a specialized transport vessel for tours of the converted asteroids. Ruida Lin joined the group, his wounded pride masked beneath a thin veneer of professional composure. But beneath the surface, the seeds of obsession had taken root. In the vast cosmos of human achievement, some individuals were destined to remain footnotes in the legends of others, forever striving to bridge dimensional gaps that genius had carved into the very fabric of reality itself. The guard engine's shadow fell long indeed, eclipsing those who dared to challenge the boundaries of transcendence with nothing but mortal ambition to guide them. Chapter 194. The minister's bold bargains and hidden costs. The delegation's journey through the Aegis asteroids transformed celestial empire, stretched far beyond a single day's wanderings, each converted asteroid a testament to mechanical miracles that bent the very laws of nature itself. These floating fortresses weren't mere rocks anymore. They were living, breathing worlds, their surfaces blooming with artificial ecosystems that mimicked Earth's most sacred paradises. As their transport vessel glided between the stars, the visitors gazed upon one particularly breathtaking creation, an asteroid hollowed out and reborn as a verdant haven. Cascading waterfalls tumbled into crystal streams that wound through lush meadows, while exotic birds sang melodies amid flowers that released scents of forgotten earthly springs. The air hummed with life, pure and invigorating, as if the God Engine himself had captured fragments of paradise and woven them into cold space rock. Every soul aboard, ministers, scientists, reporters, stood frozen in awe, their breaths stolen by the impassable beauty before them. Jaws dropped, eyes widened, whispers of disbelief rippled through the group like wind through sacred groves. Only Stella Sterling remained composed, her previous visits having tempered her wonder into quiet appreciation. But for the others, this was divine craftsmanship made manifest, technology so advanced it felt like staring into the face of creation itself. Billions watching the live broadcasts across human space shared that holy shock, their screens becoming windows to wonders that shattered every preconceived notion of what humanity could achieve. As they toured deeper, sharp-eyed reporters from both networks spotted something profound amid the mechanical marvels. Workers in the factories and breeding facilities who carried the haunted looks of displaced souls, refugees from nations crushed beneath the wheels of galactic war. One elegant reporter from Wyong Network stepped forward, her voice carrying the polished grace of someone trained in diplomatic dance. "Commander Lee, we've noticed these workers appear to be refugees from fallen nations. How does Tianyi handle their legal status?" Jaren spread his hands in a gesture of honest helplessness, his tone laced with pragmatic wisdom. "That's up to whatever nation steps forward to grant them proper identification papers. We're not in the business of forging destinies, we just give them honest work." The Imperial Voice Network's correspondent, her features sharp and inquisitive, pressed further. "And their wages? Are they paid the same pittance as refugees in other places?" "Exactly the same as any other refugee labor," Jaren confirmed without apology. "Aren't you concerned about criticism from democratic nations or human rights groups? They might accuse you of exploitation." Jaren's laugh carried the edge of a man who had seen too many empty promises. "Oh, let those so-called champions of rights step up then. They can take every last refugee off our hands and care for them properly. We'll even pack their bags." The words hung heavy in the air, a subtle blade that cut deep into the hypocrisy of those who preached compassion from ivory towers. Ministers exchanged knowing glances, while viewers across the stars let out collective chuckles, cold, bitter sounds born from shared frustration. These rights organizations and democratic powers loved to wag fingers and demand action, but when the time came to actually help, they vanished faster than shadows at dawn. Then Jaren leaned in, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that carried across the broadcasts like forbidden knowledge. "You know, all those folks who shout about human rights, 9 times out of 10 they're just saintly whores. Saintly whores." Confusion rippled through the group, heads tilting like puzzled disciples awaiting enlightenment. Viewers at home scratched their heads, the strange phrase bouncing around digital forums like a viral mystery. Jaren grinned, enjoying the moment. Saintly whores, folks who perch on their moral high ground, judging and condemning everyone else. But when you ask them to practice what they preach, they make excuses or run for the hills. My boss came up with another term for double standard dogs, perfectly describes how they demand saint-like behavior from others while acting like complete hypocrites themselves. These phrases, your boss Draco invented them, straight from the God Engine's own mind. Cuts right to the truth, don't they? The terms exploded across human space like wildfire through dry grass. Saintly whores and double standard dogs became instant weapons in the arsenal of public discourse, perfect for skewering democratic governments and rights organizations that talked big but delivered nothing. As evening draped its velvet cloak over the asteroid field, Jaren arranged luxurious accommodations for the delegation, their quarters nestled within an environmental paradise, cascading waterfalls murmuring secrets to winding streams, while fragrant blooms and birdsong created a symphony of peace that felt stolen from Earth's most sacred gardens. Sleep came easy that night, wrapped in wonders that blurred the line between technology and divine creation. Dawn brought fresh revelations, as Jaren guided them to the manufacturing hearts of Tiany's industrial empire. The steel ball and steel ballwork ship production facilities. The factories operated like living organisms, their automated systems humming with mechanical life. Human workers handled only the finest details. Everything else flowed through precision machinery and intelligent systems that completed 90% of the labor with flawless efficiency. Finished steel balls rolled from assembly lines like mechanical eggs hatching into purpose, automatically boarding their designated workships. Then came the most charming sight: a sleek black harrow unit, its ear-like appendages flapping as it bounced toward a vessel, chirping harrow, harrow in cheerful mechanical tones. The Wyong reporter pointed with wide-eyed wonder. "Commander Lee, what in the stars is that delightful little thing?" "That's a harrow, work robot developed by our boss. It pilots the steel ball workships and coordinates the sphere's tasks." "Does the harrow handle everything? No human operators at all?" "It can, though humans can take control if needed, but typically harrow runs the show, efficient and reliable." The Imperial voice reporter chimed in, her curiosity burning bright. "Commander, the galaxy's been wondering, why deploy these steel balls and their ships to scavenge battlefield wreckage?" "Ah, that mystery solves itself at our next stop." The group arrived at the metal decomposition and restoration furnace complex, where twisted wreckage from shattered warships and mobile suits fed into massive machines that unmade them molecule by molecule, only to rebirth them as pure, pristine raw materials. Chemical compounds separated and recycled with surgical precision, work robots sorting and storing under careful human supervision. The scientists gasped in unison. What sorcery of technology is this? Restored metals flowed to automated transports, bound for Tiany's manufacturing hubs across the asteroid network. Defense Minister Theron Sterling stepped forward, his voice steady despite the wonder in his eyes. "Commander, what's the quality of these restored materials?" Jaren signaled for tests, and the results proved stunning, identical to virgin resources in every measurable way. The ministers could no longer contain their eagerness. "Commander," one burst out, "are these restored materials available for purchase?" "We've considered it, but demand exceeds our supply. This facility's 6 furnaces run non-stop, yet we can barely keep up. We're converting more asteroids just to meet internal needs." Foreign Minister Reuben Ashford seized the moment. "Commander, I have a proposal. Tiany could establish facilities within Cathayan borders. All government-managed wreckage, from battlefields to scrap yards, would be yours free of charge. In exchange, 50% of your output prioritizes sales to our state enterprises." The Garthian ministers echoed the offer, their terms identical, desperate bids to secure this revolutionary technology amid wartime scarcity. Why such generous proposals? The standoff between democratic and imperial alliances had driven resource prices to astronomical heights. Metals cost twice their pre-war value, with capitalists hoarding supplies and inflating markets for obscene profits. Nations struggled under the economic weight, their war machines grinding to a halt without affordable materials. Tiany's furnaces could flood markets with cheap, perfect resources, crashing prices and easing national burdens. Capitalists would lose fortunes, but empires would gain strategic lifelines. "This requires consultation with Mr. Varlan," Jaren replied carefully. "I can't decide such matters alone." Of course. The ministers nodded eagerly, their eyes gleaming with calculated hope. Meanwhile, across luxurious estates and corporate boardrooms, capitalists watching the broadcasts erupted in rage. Precious vases shattered against walls as fortunes flashed before their eyes, threatened by this black technology that could democratize resources and destroy their monopolies. Within Democratic Alliance territories, these merchant princes mobilized their influence. Puppeteer politicians convened emergency sessions, pushing resolutions that demanded immediate military action against Tiany. "Seize the furnaces," they whispered in shadowed halls. "If we can't have them, destroy them." The guard engine's innovations had once again ignited the flames of greed and desperation. What began as a simple factory tour had evolved into a catalyst for potential war, proving that true power didn't just reshape metal, but the very destinies of civilizations themselves. Chapter 195. Sibling's sacred council in the quiet sanctuary of his private chambers aboard the Aegis asteroid, Draco Varlan pondered the weighty missive from Commander-in-Chief Jaren Lee. The imperial minister's proposals danced like tempting shadows across his mind. Generous offers from both the Cathayan Empire and the Garthian Empire, laced with conditions that could reshape industrial empires, free access to wreckage and scrap in exchange for factories within their borders, with half the output flowing straight to their state coffers. It was a bargain forged in the fires of wartime desperation, and Draco felt the pull of opportunity like a siren's call through the void. Yet such power demanded careful guardianship. The metal decomposition and restoration furnace technology burned too bright, too advanced for careless hands. Entrusting it to outsiders risked betrayal, secrets slipping away like stardust, leaving him weeping in some forgotten corner of regret. No, this new venture needed blood ties, unbreakable bonds of family to helm the ship. With a deep breath that carried the weight of galaxies, Draco unearthed his long-dormant communicator, its screen flickering to life like an old friend, awakening from slumber. He dialed the one soul who had always anchored him, his eldest sister, Kalia Varlan. At the gleaming heart of Xuanqian Group's towering headquarters, Kalia Varlan sat enthroned before her viewing screen, her eyes wide with sisterly wonder. The live broadcasts from Tiani's domain had painted a tapestry of marvels these past days, each revelation a thunderclap of pride and astonishment. Her little brother, once a dreamer sketching impossible machines in their childhood home, had forged those visions into steel-clad reality, technologies that bent the stars themselves. How had he kept such divine sparks hidden from the world? The communicator's chime shattered her reverie, its tone as familiar as a heartbeat. Kalia's brow arched in surprise. It was Draco, reaching across the cosmic gulf after years of sparse words. Her finger trembled slightly as she accepted the call. Big sister. His voice washed over her like a warm tide, unchanged yet deepened by the trials of command. Kalia's heart swelled with maternal concern, her words tumbling out in a rush of care. How have you been faring, little brother? Eating properly, taking care of yourself amid all this chaos? All's well, sister, no need to fret, but I've called with weighty matters to discuss. Speak your heart then, what's troubling you? You've been watching the broadcasts, haven't you? You know of the metal decomposition and restoration furnace. Kalia's sharp mind connected the stars in an instant, her voice steady with understanding. Oh yes, Tiani plans to birth a new company dedicated to this miracle of recycling, doesn't it? The technology shines too brightly for strangers' hands. You fear leaks by trails. You want either Xylia or Weenia to steer this vessel, someone with our blood's unbreakable trust. Precisely, our most reliable souls are already posted to critical duties. I've racked my thoughts, and truly only you sisters fit the bill. I trust no others with something this sacred. Kalia nodded to herself, feeling the familiar pull of family duty. Such revolutionary fire demanded kin's watchful eyes. Outsiders might sell it for scraps, or let it slip through careless fingers. Then Xylia shall be the one. I'll prepare her immediately. Once the company stands tall, she'll command it with our family's steady grace. Draco's surprise colored his tone like dawn breaking over shadowed peaks. Xylia, I thought perhaps Weenia, but thank you, big sister. Your wisdom never fails. When will you bring your beloved to meet us? We've heard whispers of her strength. Persica, isn't it? Once this grand war fades to embers, sister, I promise it won't be long before I return home. A soft sigh escaped Kalia's lips, carrying years of unspoken regrets. You know, after your university days, I dreamed of drawing you into father's legacy, grooming you as heir to Xuanqian Group, but you vanished like a comet, building Tiani into a colossus that dwarfs our own by measures beyond counting. Mother and father, watching from the heavens, must beam with pride at what you've wrought. Draco's voice grew somber, shadows of old pains creeping in like evening mist. They would, wouldn't they? But sister, has Patriarch Valerius Long and his kin troubled you still? Not anymore, they dare not. In fact, they've come begging through Aunt Helena, pleading that I convince you to spare the Long family. The old man even sent her to intercede, hoping for your aid in their hour of need. HMPH. Draco's grunt carried the thunder of unresolved fury, as if I'd forget how he humiliated Mother that day. It burns in my memory like eternal flame. Just 2 days past, didn't he kneel before you begging mercy? Kalia's eyes widened in shock. How had he known? You were aware. Don't be startled, sister. I've had guardians watching over you all, shadows ensuring your safety. I see, protection against those who might use us as leverage against you. Wise as always. Yes, Patriarch Valerius arrived with Aunt Helena, falling to his knees before us three sisters, his pleas raw with desperation. And Aunt, did she beg as well? Kalia sighed, her voice softening with conflicted warmth. Oh, brother, she's still his daughter. Blood calls to blood. She implored us to sway you, asking that even if you withhold your strength, at least spare the family from ruin. What say you, Xylia and Wenia? Your hearts guide mine in this. The patriarch, I loathe him, brother, despite the blood we share. His pitiful groveling eased some ancient hurts, but forgiveness feels too cheap. Yet Aunt Helena's kindness weighs heavy. She's been our light in darker days. It tears at me. Then speak plain, sister. If Aunt's grace moves you to mercy, say it. For you and her, I'll stay my hand from utter destruction. But mark this, if they touch a hair on those I cherish, the Long family will know oblivion's embrace. Kalia pondered in silence, her thoughts a whirlwind of loyalty and lingering wounds. Finally, resolve settled like calm after storm. For Aunt's sake then ease your vengeance upon them. As you wish, sister, but lessons they shall learn, harsh ones without my aid to lift them. Convey this to Aunt Helena. Let her carry my words to the patriarch. Our reckoning comes, and he'd best steal his soul. I will, little brother. The call shifted to warmer waters then, sibling chatter flowing like gentle streams through cherished memories. They spoke of small joys and shared histories, until the connection faded, leaving Kalia stretching in her chair with a contented sigh. Since partnering with Tiani's ventures, Xuanqian had soared, outpacing Long family enterprises in every arena. Price, quality, innovation. The old rivals' underhanded tactics had backfired spectacularly. Kalia had gathered ironclad evidence, unleashing media storms that eroded their market share like relentless tides. Losses mounted into astronomical figures for the Longs, their fortunes bleeding away while Xuanqian thrived. Back in his sanctum, Draco Varlan reviewed fresh intelligence reports, his fingers massaging temples that throbbed with the rhythm of impending storm. War brews again, he murmured to the empty air, his voice heavy with weary foresight. Persica Tau emerged from the bathing chamber, her form clad in simple comfort, a sleeveless top and short pants that revealed more skin than her usual modest attire allowed. Privacy with her husband permitted such freedoms. Her body was his alone to behold, a sacred trust in their intimate world. She approached from behind, her gentle hands kneading the tension from his temples with loving precision. I overheard your whisper of battle's return. Are you not prepared, my love? Preparation stands complete, our defenses unbreachable, but my heart aches for those Democratic Alliance soldiers, mere pawns in capitalists' greedy games. Those merchant lords pull strings on their puppet politicians, igniting war to protect swollen coffers. Persica fell silent, her touch speaking volumes where words failed. Awakened from cryogenic slumber into this brutal era, she had witnessed the galaxy's cruel truths firsthand, how the powerful devoured the weak, turning lives into currency for their endless ambitions. Bottom dwellers became sacrifices on altars of profit, their blood greasing the wheels of empire. Coldness had seeped into her once warm soul, not from cruelty, but survival's harsh forge. She could change nothing alone. Her world had narrowed to fierce protection of what mattered. Her husband, her sister, their fragile circle of light amid encroaching darkness. If threats arose, she would strike without mercy, for they must endure no matter the cost in others' shadows. In the guard engine's inner sanctum, love and resolve intertwined like sacred vines, bracing against the storm that capitalist avarice would soon unleash upon the stars. Chapter 196. Shadow's deadly sting in the cold, unforgiving void along the Mikaean kingdom's fractured border. A lone pilot gripped his controls with white-knuckled tension. This is White Raven 5, White Raven 7, do you copy? His voice echoed through the phantom mobile suit's cockpit, met only by the mocking hiss of static. No answer came, just the empty buzz of disrupted signals hanging like a shroud over the debris-littered expanse. Damn it all, the pilot growled, his heart pounding like war drums in his chest. What's gone wrong in this forsaken stretch? No jammers in sight, yet our comms are choked silent. This ain't right, feels like ghosts are playing tricks on us. Confusion rippled through both warring alliances like a plague. Democratic and imperial forces alike scratched their heads, wondering at the spectral interference that had descended upon this battlefield. Just over a month passed, the grand clash had raged across multiple fronts, Nikron Kingdom's skies cleared by the majestic wing Gundam in a blaze of glory, while Ruishan Kingdom and other theatres burned with equal fury. Yet only here, in Mikaon's shadowed reaches, did this unnatural silence reign. In Ruishan, the fighting had been a brutal symphony of equal might, both sides hurling their full arsenals until mutual exhaustion set in. Tiany's fleet arrived to a field of Neruin, their intervention costing little in blood or steel. But Mikaon's war had drawn Tiany in early, plunging them into the thick of it from the start, a grinding ordeal that left scars on ships and souls alike. The culprit lurked in the wreckage. Jim 2-type mobile suits, powered by Minovsky superenergy thermonuclear reactors, Draco's refined fusion of ancient tech and his own divine innovations. When struck down in battle, these hearts of nuclear fire didn't erupt in cataclysmic blasts. Instead, they bled Minovsky particles into the void, invisible clouds that thickened like gathering storm until they smothered all communication, turning the stars themselves into silent witnesses. Scouts from both alliances prowled the demarcation line, probing for truths amid the floating graves of twisted metal. White Raven 5 pushed forward into a graveyard of shattered hulls, his phantom sensors sweeping the darkness. There, amid the mangled remains, lay White Raven 7, reduced to smoking debris. By the gods, what hit you? The pilot's stomach churned with dread. Imperial sneaks slipping through. This reeks of ambush. He jammed the comms button, desperate to warn command, but static marked him once more. Curse this interference. Slamming his fist against the console, he wheeled his machine toward base, thrusters flaring like desperate prayers. Too late. Alarms screamed through the cockpit, a symphony of doom. But before his mind could grasp the threat, an electromagnetic slug tore through the void. It punched clean through armor and flesh in a single, merciless instant. White Raven 5 perished without a whisper, his final thoughts dissolving into the eternal night. Hidden within the gutted shell of a fallen escort frigate, a black-painted Jim 2 lurked like a predator in shadows, its frame cloaked in dark camouflage fabric that drank in light and heat, rendering it a ghost to eyes and sensors alike. Before it rested a massive electromagnetic sniper rifle, its barrel steadied on a custom mount, still warm from the kill. The pilot pushed back his targeting scope, rolling his neck to ease the tension. With a soft hiss, he deactivated his Spartan combat suit's helmet seal, revealing the youthful face of an Eastern man in his early 40s, though he looked scarcely past 20. Guo Song drew a deep breath, his eyes sharp as forged steel. Once a retired mobile suit ace from the Cathayan Empire, Guo had wandered the colonial spheres over a year ago, hiring on with lesser mercenary bands. But witnessing Tiany's triumphant stand against the Yuda democracy through news feeds had ignited a fire in his warrior's soul. He quit on the spot, journeying to a Tiany outpost to pledge his skills. Years of combat experience earned him a spot at the heart of operations, and now he served in the elite Shadow Kill Special Forces. That phantom, his third kill today, 3 days of patient hunting in this debris-choked ambush zone, had netted his team dozens of enemy machines. 16 fallen foes bore his personal mark. If he'd still worn Cathayan colors, such a tally would have earned him ace pilot honors and gleaming medals. But in Tiany's ranks, where legends walk daily, it was merely another day's grim harvest. Guo sipped from a zero-gravity ration tube, the cool liquid steadying his nerves. A calm ping broke the silence, his squad mate's voice crackling through their advanced superconducting link. Old song, commands buzzing again. Democratic Alliance is sending more fodder our way. Guo cracked his knuckles, a wolfish grin spreading across his face. Let 'em come, we'll drop 'em all. These Minovsky clouds are thick as thief's fog, jamming their chatter while our superlinks sing clear. We talk free, they die blind. 12 phantom mobile suits ghosted through the void, their mission twofold: recover their missing White Raven comrades and seize the elusive steel ball workship that intelligence placed nearby. Democratic Alliance command burned with curiosity about those mechanical marvels, a single spherical Harrow robot commanding an entire vessel, directing swarms of steel balls with unearthly precision. What arcane software powered such wonders? Capture it, they ordered, especially that Black Harrow heart. But the Minovsky haze choked their comms, forcing frequency shifts that yielded only more silence. The squad pressed on in eerie isolation, sensors straining against the particle storm. Guowei's comrades struck first, an electromagnetic bolt lancing from hidden positions, vaporizing a phantom in a burst of shattered alloy and fleeting fire. Panic erupted like wildfire. Ambush, scatter, but the snipers were merciless, their shots precise as divine judgment. 7 phantoms fell in the opening volley, hulls blooming with fatal wounds. The survivors dove for cover amid the wreckage, hearts thundering with terror. Another shot rang out, 8 down. My, watch your 6. Guowei barked through the link. That last shot gave you away. Move now. The remaining 4 phantoms broke formation. One charged Mai's position, while the others laid suppressing fire, beams lancing wildly through the debris. Useless. Their weapons couldn't pierce the snipers' fortified hides. The covering fire only betrayed their positions, glowing like beacons in the dark. Guowei and his team answered with thunder, electromagnetic slugs punching through barriers, claiming 3 more lives in flashes of destruction. Blast it, the last one slipping my range. Mine too. Hold positions, I'm on the hunt. Guowei scooped up his discarded ballistic rifle, thrusters igniting as his Jim 2 surged into pursuit like a shadow given wings. Mai gathered the sniper rifle's core module, commands standing order. If compromised, secure the heart and destroy the rest. Recalling a nearby steel bulwark ship, he pinged it through superconducting channels. Affirmation chimed back immediately. With the module secured, Mai piloted his Jim 2 toward salvation, the void whispering promises of continued shadow war. In this dance of hunters and hunted, Tianyi's ghosts reigned supreme, silent reapers in a battlefield of forgotten stars. Chapter 197. Captive's bitter dawn. Mai's Jim 2 surged through the cosmic graveyard, its thrusters humming like whispered oaths in the void. All around, diligent steel balls carved into the floating corpses of warships and mobile suits, their mechanical arms slicing with surgical grace, harvesting twisted metal for rebirth in distant furnaces. The Black Harrow 3, perched in command of the steel ball workship, received Mai's urgent plea through superconducting channels. Without hesitation, 3 steel balls abandoned their labor, swapping tools for weapons of war. Their robotic limbs presented an arsenal, rifles, launchers, blades, laid out like offerings to a battle god. Mai selected a rocket launcher and Saladamo rifle with practiced speed, securing the sniper core module inside the workship's hold. Gratitude, little guardian, he murmured, his voice thick with the weight of survival. Let curse this forsaken haze. The female pilot's voice trembled with fury and fear as her phantom cut through the particle-choked darkness. Signals dead as stone. My squad's gone, wiped clean by shadows. She had spotted the sniper's fatal bolt, signaling her team with desperate hand codes amid the wreckage. Their covering fire bought her escape, but at what cost? Brothers in arms fallen, their machines reduced to drifting tombs. Reaching the ambush site revealed only ruins, shattered components and fresh blast marks. Slippery devil, you won't evade justice forever. Pushing her thrusters to their screaming limits, she raced toward command, only to feel death's cold breath on her neck. Instinct screamed. She yanked the controls, her phantom twisting like a dancer evading fate. Bullets whistled past, close enough to singe her soul. Dodged my surprise. Impressive prey. Guowei Song's grunt carried grudging respect, but his hunter's blood-burned heart. He pursued relentlessly, his Jim 2 a black spectre in the debris field. Lock acquired. The targeting reticule shifted from azure to crimson doom. Farewell, his finger squeezed, bullets erupted from the rifle. Yet again the phantom contorted impassibly, evading certain death. What sorcery? Guowei snarled, reloading with mechanical precision. Shot after shot, he locked fired missed. Each time she sensed the incoming storm, her machine flowing like water through his barrages. From ahead fresh peril bloomed, a rocket streaking toward her bow. She banked hard, the missile detonating harmlessly in her wake. But now she faced a nightmare. Another Jim 2 flanked by 3 armed steel balls, their forms gleaming with mechanical menace. Desperation fueled her charge. The Phantom's 90mm rifle barked, beams lancing toward the lead Jim. Mai felt it then, an inexplicable knowing, as if the bullets' paths whispered their secrets. He dodged with effortless grace, the steel balls countering with rocket salvos that forced her into frantic evasion. Mai, pincer her, let's end this dance. With pleasure. The two gems closed like jaws of fate, their fire coordinated with the steel ball's suppressive barrages. She wove through the storm, using wreckage as shields, twisted hulls absorbing hits that would have claimed her life, but fortune faltered. A rocket grazed her machine's left knee, shattering the joint in a spray of sparks and debris. Her rifle ran dry, discarded like yesterday's hope. Drawing her anti-armor saber, she fled, dodging amid the floating graves. A rocket slammed into nearby wreckage, the shockwave hurling her phantom into the open. Guowe's gem charged, beam sword ignited like vengeful starfire. She twisted away, the blade severing only her machine's foot, but a steel ball clamped its arms around her back, thrusters screaming futilely against the unyielding grip, the heat scorching but not freeing. Worse came, another rocket inbound. She wrenched the controls. It struck her right arm, exploding limb from torso in a cascade of fire and pain. Control vanished. Her phantom careened into a frigate's husk, the impact a thunderclap that hurled her world into darkness. Where am I? Heads pounding like war drums. Rebecca Middleton stirred from oblivion, her body aching on a sterile bed. Chains bound her right wrist to the frame, cold metal biting into skin. Futuristic medical gear hummed around her, scanners with ethereal glows, monitors pulsing like living hearts. A mirror reflected her image, shoulder-length hair framing bright eyes and delicate features, now marred by bruises and fear. A scanner swept her form, its light cool and invasive. Moments later, the door hissed open, admitting a man and woman. She wore Tiani uniform beneath a white coat, medic clearly. He sported officer insignia, his face hard as forged steel. The woman conducted thorough checks, her touch professional yet gentle, no complications. She withdrew, leaving Rebecca alone with her interrogator. Name, nation, unit, rank. His voice was gravel and ice. Speak true or we'll make this painful. Rebecca straightened as best her bonds allowed, defiance sparking in her eyes. International law demands you treat prisoners humanely. I need say nothing beyond name and rank. Without warning, his fist drove into her stomach like a battering ram. Agony exploded. She retched, curling into fetal agony as stomach acid burned her throat. That was your warning. His expression remained stone cold. Speak, gasping through pain, she spat. You violate every code. This is a war crime. I'll see you before international courts. Another blow, this to her nose, crunching cartilage in a spray of blood. She screamed, clutching her face as crimson streamed between fingers. Last chance. Lie again and it's the torture chambers. Experts their love-breaking stubborn ones. Oh, and these machines. They sniff lies like bloodhounds. Truth now or suffer. Terror gripped her. The man's dead eyes promised horrors beyond imagining. Tiani ignored laws, bent rules like cheap wire. To spare herself unimaginable pain, she broke. Rebecca Middleton, Anglo-Saxon Republic, Sora Skylark Mobile Suit Squad, rank second lieutenant. Questions poured like relentless rain. She answered all, spilling secrets she'd sworn to guard. Unknowns she admitted freely. Better honesty than the chamber's embrace. How do you know such classified details? Family ties. Middletons hold sway in military circles, arms deals, relatives in high command. He nodded, almost approving. Your cooperation buys comfort. Heart meals thrice daily. Someone will escort you to quarters soon. As the door sealed behind him, Rebecca slumped, blood and tears mingling on her cheeks. Captive in the guard engine's domain, she had traded dignity for survival. But in this den of shadows, how long until they demanded her soul? The machines hummed on, indifferent witnesses to her shattered resolve. Chapter 198. Trials of the New Humanity's Sacred Gifts. Guowe Song stood rigid in the dimly lit command chamber, the air thick with the scent of recycled oxygen and machine oil. His report tablet glowed faintly in his hands, words that carried the weight of impossible battles etched into its screen. The bearded major across the desk leaned back, his eyes sharp as laser sights, waving the device like a flag of doubt. Sergeant Song, I've pored over your account. The major rumbled, his voice gravelly from years of barking orders through calm static. But this part gnaws at me. You claim the target danced away from every shot, like she knew death's whisper before it left your barrel. Guowe's spine straightened further if that were possible, his youthful face, frozen in time by some hidden grace, betraying no flicker of deceit. Major, I swear on my honor it's truth. The whole chase is recorded, visual feeds, sensor logs. Watch it yourself, it'll prove my words. The Major's fingers danced across his console, pulling up the footage. Shadows played across his face as he viewed the spectral pursuit. The phantom twisting like a leaf in cosmic winds, evading doom by hairsbreadths. He paused the feed, rubbing his stubbled chin with a mix of awe and frustration. I've seen it, lad. As the one in the thick of it, what's your take? How'd she slip your grasp like that? Guowei shook his head, replaying the moments in his mind's eye. The lark, the fire, the miss. It's like she had eyes in the back of her helm, sir. Every lark on, every trigger pull. She felt it coming, twisted away just as the shot would land. Ain't natural if you ask me. The Major leaned forward, his tone dropping to a conspiratorial whisper that carried the weight of forbidden knowledge. Ever heard tales of new humans, Sergeant? New humans? Can't say I have, sir. They're the evolved among us ordinary folk, humans touched by something greater, with gifts we plain souls can't fathom. Whispers from higher-ups say that prisoner you and my hold-in might be one of them. Guowei's brow furrowed, curiosity burning like thruster fire. Gifts? Like some kinda super sense. Could be. Word is they sense danger sharp as a blade. React in the blink before it strikes. Not magic, mind you, but evolution's cruel blessing. Guowei pondered, pieces falling into place like aligned targeting grids. It explained the impassable dodges, the way she'd flowed through his barrages like water evading stone. What's the call on her, sir? Ship her to the Aegis asteroid for deeper probing. Already reported up the chain. Orders came swift. Escort her to base for full trials. You and my handle the transfer. Rest up, gear sharp. Dawn brings the journey. Yes, sir. Guowei saluted crisp, pivoting on his heel. As the door sealed behind him, a mix of excitement and unease churned in his gut, like stepping into legends he'd only half believed. Rebecca Middleton marched through the sterile corridors, her wrists bound in unyielding cuffs that bit like accusations. Flanking her were the very pilots who dragged her from the wreckage, Guowei and Mai, their faces masks of professional indifference. She shot them glares sharp as shrapnel, her spirit unbroken despite the chains. Mai caught her eye and smirked, his voice laced with wry amusement. Glare all you want, lass. Blame your own folk for parkin' the bear, tryin' to snatch our boss's secrets. HMPH. Rebecca turned forward, her steps defiant. These men had slain her comrades, painted the void with their blood. If fate twisted kind, she'd see them face justice. Bullets for bullets. They arrived at a bustling chamber, where lines of Tiani mercenaries snaked toward 5 gleaming testing stations. Each chair hummed with arcane energy, volunteers donning neural hoods before reclining into trance-like states. Attendants administered hypnotic serums, their subjects twitching as if wrestling invisible foes. One man emerged from his trial, eyes wide with triumph as a holographic display bloomed beside him, his image alongside a rating. New human evaluation C. Cheers erupted. Comrades slapped his back with envious joy. Another C-grade gift. That's the ticket to Gundam seats. Heard the boss and his lady Persica are top tier, him at a plus, her solid A. Real evolved souls. Even D-Rank's got hope. Boss says it's innate shortfall, but hard grind can lift you up. Rebecca's ears perked at the chatter, her mind racing. New humans, some evolved breed with heightened senses. Was that why they'd brought her here? To probe if she carried this gift? A lieutenant waved them forward. Guowei stepped up. Mind slotting me in for a test, sir? Mai grinned, curiosity sparkling. Me too, let's see what fate's dealt. Done. Queue up. As Rebecca waited, more results flashed. Mostly D-minuses or stark negatives. Ordinary souls denied evolution's touch. Those scoring C vanished with escorts. Whispers of special training and Gundam cockpits following them like sacred promises. Boss reckons Cs get fast-tracked to mass-produced Gundams. Dream come true for any pilot. I'd pilot one to my grave and die smillin'. Rebecca's frown deepened. So Gundam drivers are these new humans, evolved warriors with godlike instincts. Her turn came. Strapped into the chair, the hood descended like judgment's veil. Serum coursed through her veins, pulling her into swirling visions. Battles not fought, dangers sensed before they bloomed. She emerged gasping, the hologram proclaiming, "New human evaluation B+." Gasps rippled through the line. Guards exchanged glances heavy with implication. Rebecca's heart thundered. not with fear but dawning power. In this den of wonders, she might yet turn captivity into something greater, a bridge between worlds, or a weapon against the tyrants who chained her. The guard engine's trials had awakened more than measurements. They had ignited destinies in the hearts of the tested, forging ordinary flesh into legends of the stars. Chapter 199. Whispers of betrayal and forging new souls. Rebecca Middleton slumped into the testing chair, her wrists finally freed from the binding cuffs, but freedom felt like a cruel jest in this chamber of humming machines and watchful eyes. The air buzzed with electric tension, like the calm before a cosmic storm, as attendants hovered like silent guardians. A needle pricked her vein, flooding her with hypnotic serum that pulled her under like ocean tides claiming a weary sailor. Her mind drifted into a vast, starry void, endless dust motes swirling around her like ancient spirits in a sacred dance. In this ethereal realm she felt everything, the subtle shifts of cosmic particles, the whisper of drifting pebbles orbiting her form. It was as if invisible threads connected her to the universe's hidden rhythms. With a thought, she willed some stones to move, watching them obey her silent command, gliding like faithful companions through the glittering haze. But peace shattered. A surge of raw energy hurtled toward her, a blazing threat that set her instincts ablaze. Heart pounding with primal fear, she twisted her essence, evading the strike with a grace born of desperation. More assaults followed, relentless waves of peril crashing like meteors. Panic clawed at her core, fraying her focus. The stones slipped from her grasp, tumbling into chaos. Terror overwhelmed her spirit, and the energies pierced her like vengeful spears, tearing through her being until darkness swallowed all. She awoke gasping, sweat-slicked and trembling, as cuffs snapped back onto her wrists. A holographic display bloomed before her. New human evaluation C+. Murmurs rippled through the onlooking mercenaries, envy and awe mingling like storm clouds. C+ was rare, a badge of potential that set her apart even in chains. Escorted to the prisoner blocks, Rebecca's boots echoed against cold floors, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and lingering dread. The cells stretched like iron tombs, each holding a captive from fractured alliances, mostly strangers from distant democratic worlds, with a handful sharing her Anglo-Saxon Republic banners. Bars separated them, close enough for whispers and outstretched hands, but far from true freedom. Sinking onto her bunk, she eyed the sparse setup. A thin mattress, a cramped bath-toilet combo, a sink, table and chair. No luxury but no outright cruelty. Yet, her neighbor, a burly black-haired man with the build of a frontline brawler, leaned against the bars. "Hey, fresh meat. You got dragged through that new human eval too, eh?" Rebecca nodded warily, her voice a low murmur. "Yeah, it is. Scored a C. You a C here. Name's Thorn. Yours, Rebecca. C+. She lifted her chin, a spark of pride flickering amid the gloom. Thorn whistled low. "Hot damn, that's like Madia's got. Rare as hen's teeth. Madia's. Where's he now?" Curiosity edged her tone, hope flickering that another soul might share her plight. "Gone. Joined up with these Tiani wolves." Rebecca's eyes widened in shock. "Defected." Turned coat on his own. Thorn shrugged, his massive shoulders rolling like shifting boulders. "Not forced, chose it." Some officer strolled in, offered amnesty to any who'd swear off their homelands for Tiani banners. Madia's jumped like a man starved for water. No kin, no ties. Just a war orphan grinding for scraps in a system that chewed him up. Rebecca's blood boiled, her voice rising with righteous fire. How could he betray everything? His family name shamed, his nation's ideals spat upon. Democracy, freedom, rights. He tossed them for this mercenary horde. It's like joining shadows over light. Thorn held up a hand, his tone steady as forged steel. "Easy, lass. Ain't worth the rage." Madia's endured hell. Merit stolen, comrades turning blind eyes. Country broke him first. Tiani offered a fresh forge. From another cell, a red-haired youth piped up, his voice laced with weary cynicism. That officer dangled Gundams like golden apples. Train up, prove worthy, pilot one. Dream for any stick jockey. A blue-haired prisoner snarled back, fury twisting his features. Gundams, symbols of tyranny, evil incarnate. The redhead just shrugged, falling silent as debates swirled like eddies in a stream. Rebecca sat quiet, her democratic heart warring with harsh truths. She'd seen the rot in her own ranks, ambitions crushing the faithful, turning patriots to cynics. Yet, Gundams, even she harbored secret dreams of commanding one, their power a siren's call transcending borders. The cell block door groaned open, admitting a robotic cart laden with trays. Steam rose from hot meals. Juicy steaks, steaming noodles, fresh fruit bowls, pots of creamy tea and bottled water. Rebecca stared, disbelieving. Prisoner fare rivaling officer messes back home. Thorne nodded toward her tray. Eat up. Finish that big water bottle. Set it by the slot, Bart won't refill otherwise. Thanks. She dug in, flavors exploding on her tongue, richer, heartier than any military slop she'd known. Around her, captives ate with surprising relish, conversations flowing over meals that softened the bar's bite. Meanwhile, across the base, Guoe Song and My Parted Ways, diving headlong into the new human forging program. Draco Varlan's hand guided it all, a seven-soul cadre drilling bodies to iron will, while his divine machines probed minds and spirits. Stable serums bolstered flesh, pushing limits without breaking souls. War's shadow loomed, forcing haste. Draco burned days like fuel, sleeping scant hours, his genius a ceaseless forge. Persica Tau watched with aching heart, her love a quiet storm. She shouldered what burden she could, easing his load, whispering comforts in stolen moments. Rest, my heart, you'll shatter if you don't. But duty's call was relentless, and together they stood against the tide, forging warriors from ordinary clay into legends that would shake the stars. Chapter 200. Shadows of the second grand clash looming. Rebecca Middleton had endured over a week in the iron grip of the Aegis asteroid, her days blending into a monotonous haze of guarded routines and whispered doubts. The base thrummed like a living beast, its corridors echoing with the distant roar of engines and the sharp commands of mercenaries who moved with purpose-born confidence. She'd watched, heart-heavy with conflict, as fellow captives, once staunch defenders of democratic ideals, crumbled under the weight of temptation, swearing fealty to Tiany's banner. Why did they turn? It started yesterday, when guards herded them into a vast arena-like chamber, the air thick with the scent of ozone and polished steel. There, Rebecca saw Guoe Song and other C-grade new humans from Tiany, warriors whose eyes burned with forged resolve. First came the mobile suit simulations, virtual cockpits where Tiany pilots danced through digital voids, outmaneuvering and dismantling their prisoner counterparts with ruthless precision. Screens flared with explosions, each defeat a gut-wrenching reminder of inferiority. Tiany's side claimed total victory, leaving the captives' machines as smoking husks. Then, the brutal intimacy of hand-to-hand combat. Fists flew in a storm of sweat and grunts. Tiany fighters moved like shadows given fury, toppling opponents in seconds with strikes that echoed like thunderclaps. Again, utter domination. Prisoners sprawled on mats gasping while victors stood tall unscathed. The Tiany officer, a stern figure with a voice like grinding gravel, addressed them from a raised platform, his gaze sweeping like a searchlight. You wonder why, same new human blood, near equal gifts, yet you fall like leaves in autumn's gale. Silence hung heavy. No one dared speak, though curiosity burned in every eye. Rebecca clenched her fists, pride warring with the sting of defeat. I'll spare ya the suspense, he continued, his tone laced with grim amusement. We've got sacred forges for new humans, professional trials paired with elixirs crafted just for your kind. 1 week's grind sharpens body and spirit, unlocking potentials you never dreamed. These lads behind me, they're just the start. More training and their gifts'll soar higher than stars. Gasps rippled through the captives, eyes wide with shock. New humans, they'd heard the term in hushed tones, but Tiany wielded it like a mastered weapon, training regimens, potent serums, turning ordinary pilots into legends. One prisoner raised a trembling hand. What are new humans truly? Are we still human? The officer nodded, his expression softening just a touch. Aye, human through and through, just evolved kin, gifts ordinary folk lack like sense in peril before it strikes. Then came the hook, delivered with calculated calm. Cling to your homelands if you must, we'll ship you back when war's embers cool. But ponder this, your nations fumble blind in the dark, no such forges for your gifts. You stagnate while ours ascend, meet on the battlefield again. You might not even blink before they claim your souls. Wills cracked like brittle shields. One man stepped forward, voice steady but eyes alight with desperate hope. I forsake my old banners pledged to Tianyi. Others followed, a cascade of broken oaths, each reciting vows before glowing screens, Madia's demonstrating with fervor, his words a ritual of rebirth. Videos spread like wildfire. Tianyi's site broadcast them boldly. Non-democratic realms amplified the betrayal for sport, while democratic powers scrambled to bury the shame. Faces of their own, turning coat a dagger to national pride. Those who defected confessed in whispers. Tianyi's tech eclipsed their homelands, shattering faith in victory. Why rot as defeated dogs? One murmured, join the victors, reap glory, then choose your path, stay or wander free. Meanwhile, Tianyi's occupation of Solani Republic's vital supply hub, Node 3, served as a lifeline to their heart, bolstering imperial lines. Democratic assaults to reclaim it ended in bloodbaths, Minovsky mists thickening with each clash, choking calms and sowing chaos. Front lines went blind to rear commands, while Tianyi's superconducting links wove seamless strategies. Their advanced suits and ships turned tides alone. Imperial aid merely hastened the route. Guerrilla strikes by Tianyi squads ravaged democratic logistics. Supply lines burned, reinforcements delayed, buying Imperial's precious breaths to fortify. Eyes across regimes watched. Empires, democracies, neutrals, all praying for mutual ruin, a Pyrrhic wind that left victors weakened. Tech races ignited. Anglo-Saxon's Phantom and Viridian's Fierce Eagle faltered against Tianyi, spurring upgrades to demonic winds and savage hawks, faster, deadlier beasts. Garth's Ares and Cathayan's Yulu countered fiercely, battles validating designs in fire and fury. Democratics pushed for war now, fearing Tianyi's Jigan swarms and multiplying Gundams. Strike swift, their councils urged, before their legions overwhelm. The Second Grand War loomed like a gathering tempest, hearts across stars pounding with dread and dark anticipation. In the Aegis asteroid's depths, Draco Varlan toiled without rest, his vision the spark that could ignite or extinguish galaxies. Persica, ever vigilant, shared his vigil, their love a quiet flame against encroaching night. Destiny's forge heated, ready to hammer fates anew.